How's it going, guys? White Rabbit here. Welcome to part 2 of the Genesis theory. Now, as the title of this video suggests, this is the second installment of a previous video I put out called The Genesis Theory Part 1. If you have not already watched the Genesis Theory Part 1 in its entirety, please make sure you go ahead and do that before continuing on in this video. Now, as I'm sure many of you are aware, in the first video, I tried to take more of a scientific approach to explaining this theory. After all, this is meant to be a more scientific look at the origin of the universe and the creation story that is found in the book of Genesis. But I've decided to expand on that a little bit in this video series and the video series moving forward, and broaden that terminology a little bit because I think it will help to better express the overall idea and thesis that I'm trying to get across. So instead of taking strictly a scientific approach to explaining these things, I'm also going to take an historical approach and a statistical approach and varying other approaches, so that this isn't strictly a scientific look at these things, but instead is more of an overarching analytical look at the varying different components that all hinge on each other to explain this theory, and to express what I have come to believe the book of Genesis is actually saying and what it's actually describing. In addition to that, I've really decided to indulge in the freedom of going off on tangents. You know, a lot of times when we're describing especially deep concepts like this, there will be a whole bunch of different side topics that I could address at the same time. Now, normally in documentaries and things, they don't like to go off topic too much because it distracts from the overarching theme. But that has always annoyed me in the past because in my research I've come to find that it's the side tangents that you typically learn the most from. So I've decided to go ahead and incorporate many different side tangents into this video series that may seem completely off topic at times, but I can assure you will all come back together in full circle at the end of this, and everything will tie together. The other point that I want to make is that throughout this video presentation, there may be certain concepts that on the surface appear to contradict one another. And I want you to understand that a lot of these things are just precursory things that I need you to have a full grasp and understanding of before detailing out what the actual theory is suggesting. So without further ado, let's get into it.
We're going to start this one with a study of beyond time and space. Those are terms we use very loosely. A true physicist will never use either one of those terms separately. A physicist, if he's diligent, will never speak of time or space separately. He'll constantly speak of space-time because he recognizes they're simply dimensions of our reality. We have 3 spatial dimensions and 1 of time. It's interesting to me to discover metaphors reign where mysteries reside. Often there's something that's mysterious that we don't really understand, and we hide that behind a metaphor. And we want to pierce through those and understand a little bit better what's behind there. We encounter paradoxes continually. In fact, one of the classic paradoxes from the beginning of time was this whole issue of fate versus free will. Are we victims of fate, or do we really have a free will? And philosophers and theologians have debated that from the beginning of time. Do we have real choice, or are we predestinated? Both terms are implied in the Scripture. Are we really predestinated, or do we have free will? And that seems like a paradox, but it's a paradox only when viewed from within the predicament or the constraints of our time domain. So we'll talk a little bit about that. And so let's start with the nature of time. And we're going to get some insights from modern physics here. Time, it turns out, is a physical property. And that is not as obvious as it first may sound, but it is profoundly important to understand, because unless you understand that, you will not fully appreciate much of the biblical text. We know today that we don't live in 3 dimensions, we live in 4. That's why physicists will always use the term space-time. We'll touch upon Paul's revelation in Ephesians chapter 3. Paul highlights something that many people miss that is of profound significance to all of us. We'll touch on that. And we'll explore some lessons from geometry, but it'll be a geometry that goes beyond the Euclidean geometry that you learned in school. So we'll touch a little bit about that. We're going to talk a little bit about the geometry of eternity. Sounds like a strange phrase, doesn't it? Is time linear and absolute? Most people presume it is. And yet we know today, in the laboratories, if you will, that it is no longer linear and it's no longer absolute. And that changes everything. What we thought was a ruler turns out to be a rubber band. It shrinks and extends depending on circumstances. And many assumptions that we make in our everyday life now prove to be obsolete due to recent scientific discoveries. So this is part of what we're going to be dealing with. So the nature of time, that's our subject for tonight. And I want to start by reviewing some things that you learned in school in the field of trigonometry, the study of triangles. We learned in school that if you have a triangle, almost any triangle, the angles of a triangle always add up to 180 degrees, right? And it doesn't matter what kind of a triangle you have, any triangle, it turns out, apparently fulfills that rule. But suppose now Gary and I go out into a field, a large field, and we lay out a triangle, and we discover the angles of that triangle that we laid out on this large field adds up to more than 180 degrees. What would you conclude? Some of you would say, well, that's what I expect from Chuck and Gary going on an assignment like that, you know. No, so you recheck our work and you discover, much to your amazement, that it's more than 180 degrees. And what we've discovered then is that those rules we learned are only true for a universe of two dimensions. That's why it's called plane trigonometry or plane geometry, because it's true in a flat surface. Now, it turns out that if you start studying the globe and you start studying navigation, you quickly discover that you have triangles all the time of more than 180 degrees. You can have a triangle on the planet Earth that has 90 degrees in each corner. Okay? That's more than 180 degrees, by the way. You can add it up and try it out. Okay. It turns out that if you have angles of more than 180 degrees, what you discover is that you are on a convex surface, not flat anymore. If you ever encounter a triangle that has less than 180 degrees, then that means you've got a concave surface rather than a convex surface. A hyperbolic paraboloid being a common example of that. But I don't think any of you are worried about encountering one of those. The real point is the realization that a violation of that little rule of 180 degrees is what led Dr. Einstein to realize that he was grappling with the properties of space. He began to realize that space has more than three dimensions. And that's what led to the theory of relativity, because he realized that Planck's constant was a four-dimensional constant, not three. And so that's how he led to what we call Einstein's revolution. His special theory of relativity in 1905, where length, mass, and velocity were relative to velocity, was part of it, but then it gets generalized by 1915 at what his general theory of relativity. When we speak of Einstein's theory of relativity, you usually mean his general theory of relativity, in which there's no distinction between time and space. We encounter three spatial dimensions: length, width, and height, and time. A point in this space has existence not only in terms of those three spaces, but in a moment of time. Time is an intrinsic property of the environment that we're in. There's no distinction between time and space. In fact, we now know that we live in a four-dimensional continuum. And this has been confirmed at least more than 14 ways to over 19 decimals accuracy. So it's no longer really a theory. There are aspects and implications that are still quite theoretical. But the point is, this is now a recognized, highly confirmed thing here. So I want to talk a little bit about the dilation of time. There are atomic clocks that are located at the National Institute of Standards and Technology in Boulder, Colorado, and also at the Royal Observatory in Greenwich, England. These are very complex devices, and they are very, very accurate. They're accurate to better than 1 second per million years. And I remember vividly, I was on the board of directors of a company that was acquiring another company, Frequency Time Systems in Boston. We were acquiring this company, and the company we were acquiring, the president was giving us a proud demonstration of their product, which was cesium clocks, basically, and that they're accurate to better than 1 second per million years. And I raised my hand as an acquiring director. I says, I have only two questions. How do you know, and who cares? Well, the way we know is from the natural resonance of the cesium atom, which is what gives it this incredible accuracy. And who cares? It turns out that the accuracy of measuring time determines the precision of your navigation. And it's the accuracy of those clocks is what makes your GPS operate. Even when I travel, it mystifies me that I can have a little thing that might put my phone on the rental car and tell it where I'm going and where I want. And it'll tell me which lane to travel in. And it'll tell me that I'm not in the right lane to make a right exit. I mean, the precision of that thing, knowing exactly where I am, whether I'm in the United States or in New Zealand, driving on the left side, doesn't matter. It knows exactly. So in today's world, we're beginning to take so many of these things so for granted. And yet part of this is because of the precision at measuring time. But let me tell you something about these two clocks. There's these elaborate, highly precise devices, one in Boulder, Colorado, and one in Greenwich, England. They're accurate to 1 second per million years. And yet every year, there's 5 millionths of a second off. They don't stay in step. So the question you want to ask, okay, which of these is the accurate one? Okay? It's the one in Boulder that's 5 seconds per year faster than the identical clock in Greenwich. Which one's correct? They're both correct. Time itself is different there than here. Why? Because Boulder, Colorado is at 5,400 feet altitude. In the Denver area, that's high altitude. The one in Greenwich, England is 80 feet above sea level. So one is higher than the other. If I had such a clock here on the platform and raised it 1 meter, okay, it speeds up by 1 part in 10 with 16 zeros after it. Not very much, but it's predictable and measurable. Time changes. So these atomic clocks are faster by 1 part in 10 with 16 zeros after it for every meter in elevation. So see, a time measurement in a weaker gravitational field runs faster than one in a stronger field. So if you're starting to talk about days or years or months, you really have to say, in what gravity field are you talking? Because they're different, by the way. Near the surface of the Earth, there's this 1 part in 10 to the 16th per meter, and for whatever it's worth. Now, they actually took some very accurate measurements in aircraft in 1971. J.C. Haley and Richard Keating put 4 cesium clocks around the world. One went eastward and one went westward. And by the time you account for rotation and all that stuff, it turns out that the one that went eastward around the world lost 0.059 microseconds, while the one that went westward gained 0.273. Exactly what, when you take all the physics factors, exactly what Einstein's theory predicted. Really astonishing. But the one that's perhaps more graphic and relevant, if you pick up a textbook, almost any textbook in physics that deals with this, they typically will talk about 2 hypothetical astronauts. And we're going to send them to the nearest star, one of them. We're going to leave one of them right here with us, and we're going to send one to the nearest star, which happens to be Alpha Centauri. That's the one that's closest to us. If you go to the night sky, there is a star up there, the closest one to us, that happens to be called Alpha Centauri. We're going to pick that, and in our imagination, we're going to send one of these 2 astronauts. They were both born at they're twins, both born at the same instant. And we're going to send one to that star and back, okay? Now, the Alpha Centauri is about 4.5 light years away. A light year is a distance, a very large distance. It's how far light can travel within a year. Light goes pretty fast, and a year is a long time. It's 4.5 of those. That's how far away Alpha Centauri is. So we're going to send this astronaut we're going to imagine that we could send him at half the speed of light. So he's going to go 4.5 light years away at half the speed of light. It's going to take him 9 years to get there, right? 9 years back. Okay, so that's on the Earth. Here on the Earth, he will leave, take him 9 years to get there and 9 years back. On our logbook, he will have been gone 18 years. You with me so far? Okay. Now, that's on the Earth. Let's take a look at his logbook, so to speak. He's traveling in the spaceship. It turns out there's a Lorentz transform. There's a mathematical formula that works this out for us. But it turns out that his clock, well, he'll come back from this trip, and when he gets back, he will be 2 years and 5 months younger than his twin brother. And if that doesn't bother you, you weren't listening carefully, okay? In other words, his time is different than our time here on the Earth. Why? For a lot of different reasons, partly because he went near the speed of light and coming back. You with me? To dramatize this just a little bit further, let's imagine that we could have sent him at almost the speed of light, 99.99% speed of light. So then his round trip would only take 9 years. He's going twice as fast, right? Okay. So it's 9 years. Except when he gets back, he will have noticed only 33 days. So when he gets back, he says, I sure wish I would have bought some of that Microsoft stock before I left. So the point is, his time and our time is noticeably different. The issue here isn't this issue of space travel and stuff. The issue is to understand that time is physical. It changes with mass, acceleration, or gravity, among other things. So it's a physical property, okay? It's not uniform. It's a physical property. And it varies with mass, acceleration, gravity, among other things. If you get into the mathematics of this, you quickly discover there's a whole bunch of parameters that have to be defined to get equivalence here. Okay. Now, what this also means, by the way, is that you and I live in more than 3 dimensions. Yeah, we have a length, width, and space, spatial dimensions. We also have time that is measurable and physical. How many dimensions do we live in? It turns out 10 is a current estimate. More than 3 is the main point. Okay. Let's talk a little bit about the nature of God. Is God subject to the restrictions of mass? I don't think so. Does God accelerate or deaccelerate it? I don't think so. Is God subject to gravity? I don't think so. So is God subject to time? No, of course not. See, God is not somebody with lots of time. That's our concept of eternity, having a lot of time. No. God is outside the dimensionality of time altogether. He's outside those restrictions. And that uniqueness is His alone. It's probably not true of the angels either, by the way. God alone. It's His personal imprint. And He takes advantage of that to authenticate His message. See, that's what Isaiah means when he says, "Thus saith the high and lofty one that inhabiteth eternity." What does he mean by that? That He has lots of time? No. He's outside this realm of time itself. And that has implications for all of us. If God has the technology to create us, does He have the technology to get a message to us? Of course. He can create us. He certainly get a message to us. The problem is, how does He let us know the message is really from Him? Let me give you an example. Let's assume you're an undercover agent in a foreign country, and you get messages from your superior, from control or your capital, whatever. Except the host country has discovered that there may be they've found a way to create synthetic messages. You're in your hotel room, and you've got these 10 messages that have somehow arrived to you. How do you tell which one's authentic? How do you know which one of these messages spread out on your bed here really came from headquarters and wasn't synthesized by the enemy? How do you tell? There has to be something about them that only you and your headquarters know. Some use of words, some clever trick. There's some method of authentication so that you know, aha, that's the one that's real, the rest of these are phony. You follow me? That's what we mean by authentication. Well, how does God authenticate this? We have this collection of books in our laps called the Bible. How do we know it's from Him? How many believe the Word of God is the Word of God? Why? Why do you believe that? Well, somebody told me, or it says so. No, how do you know it's really from Him? How do you know it's not just a very ingenious collection of fables and something? How do you know it really came from God? Well, how does He authenticate His message so we know it's really from Him and not some kind of contrivance or a fraud or a collection of coincidences or something? Well, He declares the end from the beginning, and from ancient times, things that are not yet done. He demonstrates His ability to be outside time. How does He do that? By telling us what happens before it happens. And I don't mean in a few hours, centuries in advance. He gives the exact day that certain things are going to happen. And he describes circumstances that are impossible and crazy, and yet they happen, exactly like He said.
Alrighty, folks. Now, as I mentioned at the beginning of this video is going to be running off on a few side tangents, and I want to interject the first side tangent right here. While we are on the topic of prophecies, I figured it would be a good opportunity to better explain both historically and statistically in various other ways why the Bible can be trusted and how it is that we can be sure it was divinely written. Now, if you are an agnostic or an atheist watching this video, and you've made it this far, I'm sure that you're a little more open-minded than most. But I'm really going to challenge you to make it through the next section of this video, because if you aren't already a Christian, this may strongly warp your current perceptions. Now, I have tried to arrange different videos that, again, takes much more of an analytical approach to explaining these things. So I've tried very hard to keep it as non-preachy as possible for the sake of those of you who may not already be Christians. And for those of you who are already Christians, I can guarantee this will do nothing but strengthen your faith. And again, this will all ultimately tie back into the main theory.
As a student in university, I really thought Christians were walking idiots. Well, I'd met some. And I figured Christians had two brains. One was lost and the other was out looking for it. No, I'm serious. I figured if a Christian had a brain, it'd die of loneliness. And in the university, I saw this small group of people. There weren't very many. There were 8 students, 2 professors. And they were different. They kind of stood out. You ever seen a group of people kind of stand out? Some of them do it because they're weird. But this group kind of stood out because of something I noticed, and that was this. Here seemed to be a group of 8 students and 2 professors who had a genuine, authentic love and caring for each other. Now, you'll find that everywhere, but here was the difference. They seemed to have that same love and authentic caring for people outside their group. The way I was raised, that was kind of weird. I wanted it. Oh, I wanted it, folks, as a student. So I made friends with them. And after a couple weeks, we're sitting around the table in the student union. I looked over at this young lady, and oh, she was a good-looking woman. Whew, I used to think all Christians were ugly. No, I did. I figured if you couldn't make it anywhere else in life, you became a Christian. But she was really cute, and that threw me for a loop. So I looked at him, and I said, tell me, what changed your lives? Why are you so different? The other students, the leaders on campus, or anything, why? She looked back at me with a little smile, and that can be irritating. And she said 2 words, I never thought I'd hear in university as part of the solution. She looked back at me and said, Jesus Christ. I said, oh, for God's sakes, don't give me that garbage. I'm fed up with religion, the church, the Bible. Don't give me that garbage about religion. All I know is she had a lot of courage or a lot of convictions. She shot back at me and didn't even smile this time. She said, mister, we didn't tell you the religion, church, Bible, Christians, Christianity, what we told you, the person of Jesus Christ. Then I couldn't believe it. They challenged me to intellectually examine it. Now get that. To use your mind to examine Christianity, get real. Well, they so irritated me, I accepted their challenge. But I didn't do it to prove anything. I did it to refute them. It was a good motivation. I did the whole background of that great big gold book called Evidence Demands a Verdict. I wrote that against Christianity, and in the process became one of them. But so I set out, traveled all over the world, gathering the evidence to write that book. And I was in a library in a small museum in London, England. It was a Friday night, about 6:30. I leaned back in my chair, cut my hands behind my head, and right in front of everyone, which was probably 3 people, I said, it's true. It's true. It's true. I returned to the university, and I put it to the test. There were several things that intellectually persuaded me. One was the scriptures, the Bible. I concluded intellectually that it is true, and I can trust it historically and theologically.
Scientifically speaking, if you cannot trust the Bible as a historical document, then you cannot trust any ancient document, because there are more copies and fragments of the New Testament than there are for any ancient document in the world. If you look at this chart, which lists the ancient texts with the most copies in existence, you will notice that the New Testament tops the list with 5,600 copies. Coming in second, you have Homer's Iliad with 643. And third is Sophocles with 193. And you can see that it's pretty much downhill from there. In fact, most documents have about 10 or less copies. The next factor that plays a role in the science of textual criticism is the time between when the document was originally written and when the first copies we have of it are. The New Testament again ranks number 1 of all known ancient texts, with a gap of less than a generation, about 30 or 40 years. And again, Homer's Iliad comes in second, but it has a whopping 500 years between the time that it was originally written and the time that we have the first copy. You can see that with all the other ancient texts, this gap is pretty significant. In fact, there's an average of about 1,100 years between the time that these texts were written and the time that we have the first copies. The next, and probably the most important data point in textual criticism, is the question, do these copies agree with one another? That is, do they all say the same things? And you can again see on this graph that the Bible comes in number 1 at 99.5% agreement between these texts. And as a side note, the other half of 1% is simple spelling errors and other minor things that don't even affect any part of the narrative. For example, instead of saying Jesus, a variation might say Jesus Christ. To put this in perspective, let's say you have 5 handwritten letters, and they all agree with one another. That would not be too amazing. But the more copies of that letter that there are in existence, the more impressive it is that they do not differ from one another. Now, when you consider that the New Testament has 5,600 copies in existence, the most of any ancient document in the entire world, the fact that all of them agree with such precision is more than impressive. It's totally amazing. And this is also answering the objection that people often say, hasn't the Bible been rewritten so many times that we can't trust it anymore? People make this claim because they're not aware of how the Bible was translated. An author, Matt Slick from carm.org, said the following of this objection. This is a common misconception. Some people think that the Bible was written in one language, translated to another language, and then translated into yet another, and so on, until it was finally translated into English. The complaint is that since, in this scenario, it was written so many times in different languages throughout history, it must have become corrupted. The telephone analogy is often used as an illustration. It goes like this. One person tells another person a sentence, who then tells another person, who tells yet another person, and so on, until the last person hears a sentence that has little or nothing to do with the original one. The only problem with this analogy is that it doesn't fit the Bible at all. Now, you remember our chart where we had 5,600 documents that all agreed with one another to 95.5% accuracy? Well, those documents are written in the Greek language, and all of the world's translations of the New Testament, whether they are English or Spanish, French, Chinese, Swahili, whatever, are translated from the Greek to that language. So there's only one step in this game of telephone. I think that modern English speakers get confused because there are so many English versions of the Bible, like the King James Version and the New International Version, the New American Standard Bible, and so on. What the different versions in English do is try to either update the words, since the English language, like all languages, are evolving, so a word in 1611, when the King James Version was written, does not always mean the same thing as it does in 2011. There are other reasons for different English versions too. Publishers sometimes strive to give an even more accurate translation of the Greek texts. See, Greek is a very deep and complex language, and English really isn't. For example, the Greek language has 4 words that it uses for love. One for romantic love, one for brotherly love or friendship, and one for love of a family member, and then agape, which kind of is a love that you do, sort of. Where English has just one word for love. So, yeah, sometimes different Bible versions will try to make a clearer picture of what the Greek language is trying to say. But we can always track that and we can always test them because there are concordances available and lexicons and other things where we can test what they've actually translated it as. So yes, there are different English versions, but all of them have to obey the original Greek texts, which can be easily shown, as we've already seen, not to have been victim to the telephone game idea. Now, none of these questions have been speaking about the truthfulness of the document or making claims of its validity. All that it's doing is saying that you can be sure that what you are reading is the same thing that was originally written. The next few questions have to do with that. The first is, wasn't the New Testament written hundreds of years after Christ? This is actually a really important question that plays into the trustworthiness of the message of the New Testament. To discuss this aspect, I'm going to play a clip from the famous philosopher and Christian William Lane Craig, courtesy of 100huntley.com.
I often hear students say, well, you can't know anything that happened 2,000 years ago. And what they fail to understand is that the crucial gap is not the gap between the time of the evidence and today. The crucial gap is the gap between the evidence and the events described by that evidence. If the gap between the events and the evidence for those events is short, then how long it has been since the evidence in those events to the present day is just irrelevant. Good evidence doesn't become bad evidence simply because of the lapse of time. And with regard to the New Testament, when we look at the evidence, what we discover is that these records of the life of Jesus were written down within the first generation after those events, while the eyewitnesses were still alive, with people who had firsthand contact with those who had accompanied Jesus during his lifetime. So that we actually have better sources for the life of Jesus of Nazareth than we do for most of the major figures of antiquity. For example, take Alexander the Great, the great Greek conqueror. Our earliest biographies, earliest sources for Alexander the Great, come from Arrian and Plutarch 400 years after Alexander's death. And yet, Greco-Roman historians still regard these records as fairly trustworthy accounts of the life of Alexander the Great. The fabulous legends about Alexander didn't arise until the centuries following those two authors. And contrast that to the New Testament, where we have books and records that are written within the first generation after the events while the eyewitnesses are still alive. So I think that we have very good evidence for the life of Jesus of Nazareth, very trustworthy evidence, and how long it has been since that evidence till today is simply irrelevant to the reliability and trustworthiness of that evidence.
Next, let's look at the idea that the Bible was intentionally corrupted or changed by a nefarious group like the Illuminati. This is a claim that is made all the time. Now again, going back to our 5,600 copies that are 99.5% agreement with one another, they are also from vastly different time periods and were discovered in many different countries. If anyone had attempted to change any of them, it would be the most obvious thing to everybody. All you would have to do to prove the idea that the Bible had been changed is to, say, find one copy that said one thing at an earlier time period, and then find ones from a later time period that said a different thing. It would be the easiest thing ever to do. It would be impossible for a forger to change all of those 5,600 texts without being noticed, most of which had not even been discovered yet. This is why people only make the claim that the Bible was changed, and why you never find anyone offering proof that it was changed. There are lots of scholars that study these ancient texts of the Bible, even scholars that very much dislike the Bible for personal reasons, yet you do not find that these scholars that know these things that I've been explaining today make these claims that the Bible has been changed over the years. They know far better than to claim that.
Second, the person of Jesus Christ. I concluded he is the Son of God. Oh, I didn't want to. But I concluded he was.
How can we know that Jesus existed at all? Well, we turn to history. Historians from that time period. Historians weren't even Christians who wrote about a man called Jesus. Tacitus is one of those historians.
He wrote in his work Annals around AD 115, Christus, from whom the name had its origin, suffered the extreme penalty during the reign of Tiberius at the hands of one of our procurators, Pontius Pilate. And Tacitus was referred to as the greatest historian of ancient Rome. Now, there were others that referred to Jesus and his followers.
Josephus, a Jewish historian, also mentioned Jesus in reference to the trial of James, the brother of Jesus. In his work Antiquities, which was only written about 60 years after Jesus died, about between AD 90 and 95, he wrote, "So he assembled the Sanhedrin of judges and brought before them the brother of Jesus, who is called Christ."
So we have ancient sources, non-biblical sources, that specifically tell us that Jesus was crucified under Pontius Pilate, the Roman governor. Tacitus, Josephus, and many others tell us that he was a real historical figure. This being the case, the question is not, did Jesus of Nazareth exist, but rather, was he who he claimed to be? Was he the Christ, the Savior of the world?
Third, the resurrection. The resurrection. Oh, I thought, what a joke. Come on. People, when you're dead, you're dead. That was my worldview. I never met anyone who raised from the dead. I met some people who looked like they ought to be, but I had never met anyone who had physically been raised from the dead. I thought, you can't believe that. Well, I remember I was sitting in that dorm room on a Saturday night in university, and I just finished all this research to refute it, which is in my book, Evidence, and I finally said, he is risen. He is risen.
A lot of things have happened in resurrection studies in the last 30 years. When I went to graduate school, Middle Ages, it was 1970s. If you talked about, I'll pick a topic, if you talk about the empty tomb, there'd be a lot of snickering, and nobody but evangelicals who'd published in that area would accept it. If you talked about resurrection appearances of Jesus, Rudolf Bultmann died in 1976. He and Karl Barth dominated a century of theology. Bultmann was a skeptic, and people were still in his shadow when I was in grad school. And if you mentioned appearances, everybody would have laughed, seriously. Today, the majority of New Testament scholars, theologians, historians, and philosophers who publish in the area believe in the empty tomb, almost 2/3. And where in the 70s, if you talked about bodily appearances of Jesus, they'd say, yeah, that's nice. Go back to your church and talk about it, but don't do it on a university campus. Today, bodily resurrection is the predominant view in the academy. Something has happened in 30, 40 years. What's going on? What caused the switch? Well, a lot of things, as we know, views change. But I was telling Keith coming in today, that some of the latest folks who publish under the self-defined title of agnostic, skeptic, and they're friends with the skeptical community. They're often cited by skeptics. These are, quote unquote, their fellows. Here's one, a prominent New Testament scholar who calls himself a skeptic. And he says, yeah, I don't know what I do with this stuff. He said, but one thing I'm sure of, the risen Jesus appeared to his followers after his death. Is that where skepticism is? How many skeptics have moved over from here? I mean, on a grading scale from like A to F, we'll have the believers be the A's and the skeptics be the D's and F's. What's happened to move the D's to C's and C pluses and B minuses? What's going on? Raymond Brown, shortly before his death, probably the most prominent New Testament scholar in America, said that the majority of contemporary theologians in all the state universities and everywhere else, the majority of theologians are conservative today. Again, what's going on?
So we see that we can know the past, and we can find this when we get, say, multiple independent sources, unsympathetic sources, eyewitness sources, and like I said, multiple independent, and the earlier the better. And the more these kinds of things that we have, the more confidence we can have that what we are reading is accurate. So for example, when we talk about Jesus' death by crucifixion, it's not only the gospel authors who report it. You have Paul who's reporting it, and he's reporting early oral tradition, oral history that's peppered throughout his letters that goes back to the eyewitnesses themselves. So we have early eyewitness testimony, multiple independent sources, and then you have people like Tacitus and Josephus who are unsympathetic sources who mentions Jesus' death by crucifixion by Pontius Pilate. So when you have this kind of stuff, even secular non-Christian sources from within a century of Jesus' death reporting his death by crucifixion, well then this is corroborative sources, and we can be fairly confident that we know that Jesus had been executed by Pontius Pilate, the Roman prefect of the time. So we can know a lot of the past. Again, we may not be able to know it exhaustively. Nobody can. And our reports may not be completely accurate of accounts of the past, but we can apply certain rules of evidence to come up with and corroborate a number of things about these ancient reports, be they outside the Bible or in the Bible. Now, in terms of historical method, there are some really interesting criteria that historians use to compare hypotheses, because what we basically do is we survey, we look at the sources, we determine how good certain sources are, how historically reliable or valuable they are, and then what we do is we take facts from them that we can ascertain with a very high degree of historical certainty. And some things are more certain than others as we read them. So for example, when it comes to the Gospels, we can be more certain of their report that Jesus died by crucifixion than we can that he walked on water. In other words, there's a lot better evidence to show that he died by crucifixion than we have that he walked on water. Does that mean he didn't walk on water? No. I believe that he did. All right, but I have to admit, I cannot establish that as a historian. I accept it by faith. And I think given the other stuff in the New Testament, like Jesus' resurrection, it's reasonable, it's plausible to believe he did walk on water. Or let's say even be born of a virgin. I mean, if Jesus rose from the dead, then being born of a virgin is child's play, pun intended. So, you got these things, but I can't prove the virgin birth. Some things are just more demonstrable, historically speaking, than others. So you take these things that we can prove with a very high degree of historical certainty, and we form what are called our historical bedrock. These are like facts beyond doubt. And it's this historical bedrock that we want to build a portrait of who Jesus is, or build a portrait of the past, early Christianity, when it comes to the Gospels and the New Testament literature, let's say. So we form this historical bedrock, and then from there, we formulate hypotheses. These are things, did Jesus, when it comes to the resurrection, did he rise from the dead? Or is it that he never died? Or was this a legend? Was it hallucinations that his followers were experiencing? And things like, or were they copying off of dying and rising heroes and gods from ancient religions? We'd have to consider all these kinds of hypotheses. And then what historians do is we have these criteria for comparing these hypotheses to determine which one is the best hypothesis, which one is most likely to represent a true portrait, picture of what happened. And these, a lot of them are just common sense. Imagine, let's just say, let's say we're in med school, all right? And I say, okay, we're going to learn how to diagnose symptoms today, okay? There's some general principles behind this. And so let's just say that we have here a young 15-year-old male, robust, pretty healthy and strong, and he comes to you and he complains that he's got a fever, he's vomiting, and he's got abdominal pains in the lower right. So what's going on here? And one of the students raises her hand and says, well, it sounds like maybe he's got the flu. And the professor says, no, flu, that accounts for the fever, but it doesn't account for the vomiting or the abdominal pains. And an accurate diagnosis has to account for all the symptoms. We would call that explanatory scope in history. You have to account for all the historical facts, part of the historical bedrock. Another student raises his hand and says, well, maybe this is just one of those rare cases of the flu, but it was accompanied by 2 other symptoms at this point. Rare, very unusual, but this is the one time when it happened. And the professor says, well, that's possible, but it's unlikely by your own admission, and we're looking for the best, the most likely explanation, because a lot of times in medicine it's an art, it's an educated guess. So we would say that lacks explanatory power because you're trying to make your symptoms fit the diagnosis. Then the professor says one other thing too. We don't have any examples in the medical literature in which a person with these 3 symptoms has the flu. And so that would be implausible. We're looking for the most plausible explanation. What's in alignment with other knowledge that's firmly held? And finally, another student raises his hand and says, well, how about this? The guy's a martial artist. He's feeling sick. He's got a fever. He's got the flu, battling it. But he says, I'm just going to fight through this. So he goes to martial arts practice that night. And as he's sparring up there, he gets kicked in the abdomen. And so that explains that pain. Afterward, he goes out and eats with some of his colleagues and gets food poisoning. And so that's why he's vomiting. Now that accounts for all the facts or all the symptoms. It accounts for them without forcing them to fit too. And so the professor says, well, it does. Explanatory scope, explanatory power, fine. Plausibility, fine. Problem is, it's all based on speculation, pure speculation. We would call that ad hoc because speculation, non-evidenced assumptions. And the more you've got to speculate, the more you throw in non-evidenced assumptions, the more likelihood your hypothesis or diagnosis in this case has of being false. We want something with the least amount of speculation. And then the professor chimes in and says, yep, what we have here is appendicitis. These 3 symptoms fit appendicitis perfectly. All 3, you don't have to force them to fit. It's a textbook case, and so plausibility is there. And you don't have to have any speculation whatsoever. And so you would prep the patient for surgery and remove the appendix. So this is kind of what we do in history. What we would do is we'd look at all the known facts, the knowable facts. You form hypotheses. And then you're going to compare these hypotheses with how well they meet those 4 criteria for the best explanation. Just like a physician would make a diagnosis, this is how historians are going to determine what happened in the past. So, end of chapter 1. Chapter 2. The others move a little bit more quickly now, okay? Chapter 2 is, can we as historians even investigate a miracle claim? I mean, after all, when we investigate the past, such as, let's say, whether Julius Caesar crossed the Rubicon in 49 BC, that's a natural event. But when we start talking about miracles, now that would involve God, wouldn't it? And how could we ever expect, a historian can't put God in a test tube in any sense, can't verify God's existence or activity in the world. So does this disqualify, therefore, historians from investigating a miracle claim? And many historians would say yes. In fact, the majority of historians today would say, yeah, historians can't investigate miracle claims. And they'll use a lot of David Hume's arguments, which I'm sure you guys have talked a lot about here. But there are many, even some Christian biblical scholars like a James D.G. Dunn would say historians can't investigate miracle claims. Well, in my study of it, I started to look at these objections against looking at miracle claims, and I found them greatly wanting. I can't go over a lot of them, but let let me just look at one or two of them. Let's take one by James D.G. Dunn and A.J.M. Wedderburn. And both of them kind of said, yeah, when you're looking at the past, kind of the one thing I discussed earlier with a challenge to history, we're really looking at what Dunn calls second-order facts, because you're looking at an interpretation of someone else's interpretation of a past event that can't be replicated. And there's no way of really corroborating it by getting into a time machine and visiting the past. So, since we're only looking at second-order facts, he says you can't verify something like that, the resurrection, because we're looking at someone's report of what the disciples said they saw of that event that we can't get back to. So we could only say that the disciples believed that Jesus rose from the dead. We can't say that Jesus rose from the dead. And this is very, very common amongst biblical scholars these days. My challenge to Dunn and those who hold this position would be, let's take this and apply it to just any other event within the past, such as, let's say, the results at the Battle of Gettysburg, or just the Battle of Gettysburg itself. Let's suppose that James D.G. Dunn got up and read a paper at the Society of American Historians at their annual meeting, and in there he said, we've learned a lot in biblical studies over the years, and in my studies of the resurrection of Jesus, he says, I found that we can't get back to the resurrection because what we have are historians reporting what the Gospels are, the eyewitnesses reported from an event that we can't get back to. So it's an interpretation of an irretrievable or irrecoverable event. And so we couldn't say the resurrection happened. We could only say this is what the disciples believed. And so when we're talking about the Battle of Gettysburg, what do we have? We've got reports today that are based on eyewitness testimony of those who were there from an event, the Battle of Gettysburg, which is irrecoverable, irretrievable. And so it's an interpretation of a past event that we can't go back to. Therefore, we can't say that the Battle of Gettysburg actually occurred. We can only say that a number of people believed that it did. Now, if someone like James D.G. Dunn or someone else got up in front of the Society of American Historians and posited such a thing, they would be laughed out of the room and never granted their papers to speak before that group would never be accepted again. But yet they get away with this in biblical studies all the time. And I just think these arguments that they are offering are just, I think they're wrong-headed.
Well, then you go, yeah, but they got miracles in them. So do all the Greco-Roman historians. Go, you're kidding. No, they do. Virtually every Greco-Roman writer. Now, Thucydides is an exception. He says he doesn't believe in that stuff and he doesn't do it. But I mean, Herodotus, the so-called father of history. Tacitus, although he has fewer than Suetonius. Suetonius has a lot. Pretty normal. You go, well, then they're all whatever. Okay, really? They're all junk because they report miracles, right? We were talking back there before this started, and let me refer to you a 2-volume work that's just come out a year ago. It's called Miracles. It's by Craig Keener, PhD from Duke, New Testament, minor in classics. So he's a Greco-Roman scholar, and he's done a 2-volume work, 1,200 pages, part 1 and part 2, on contemporary miracle claims. He's got pre and post CAT scans, pre and post MRIs, pre and post X-rays, and some of these things, when you read them, you're going to say, how come I've never heard this? I don't know, but you can't put these things down. These 2 books are just incredible. He's got hundreds of cases from all over the world. He's got so many of them that the table of contents reads like this. Cases in Asia, cases in Central America, cases in South America, cases in Western Europe, cases in North America. That's how they're arranged. And then under each section, he's got little things like those with corroboration, those with heavy evidence. And his main argument in 2 volumes is this: don't call the New Testament naive because it records miracles. And don't call Greco-Roman writers, which is his second area, don't call Greco-Roman writers naive because they record miracles. Everybody in the world knows about these things except the Western university community, and they're coming around. That's his claim. So that does not make these guys naive. Because if you're going to call John naive, you call Herodotus naive. If you call Mark naive, you call Tacitus naive. And maybe they're the right ones and we're the wrong ones. Just maybe.
Someone like a Bart Ehrman would say, well, a miracle, one of the arguments he gives is he says a miracle by its very definition is the least probable explanation. Since historians must take the most probable explanation, they could never choose a miracle because that would go against what they have to do. Since it's the least probable explanation, therefore, a historian could never adjudicate positively on a miracle report. And so I would answer that, and I did in my debates with Ehrman, by saying, in my research, I found 23 different definitions for the word miracle, of which Ehrman's here is only one of them. Why should I accept his definition? After all, why must a miracle be defined as the least probable explanation? Granted, it's the least probable explanation by natural causes, but that's not even what a miracle is. If we define, let's just give it a simple definition. I mean, we could define it any number of ways, but I think most people might be satisfied with saying it's a divine event, an act of God in space-time. That would be a miracle, you could say. Why must that be the least probable explanation? What if God wants to act? Well, let me put it this way. What's the probability that Jesus walked on water? And someone like Ehrman would say very small. For example, there are about 7 billion people who live on the earth today. Let's say we tried to walk, we line up all 7 billion around swimming pools around the world, and we tell them, you got to try to walk on water. And over the next month or however long it would take, everybody tries and they all sink. Nobody can walk on lukewarm water in the swimming pool. Finally, let's say there's a 3-year-old who's the last one in the world to try this. And so the 3-year-old says, I can't do this. I said, sure you can. I can't. What makes you think? 7 billion people couldn't do it. What makes you think I can? No problem. Give me your hands. So he gives me his hands, and I hold him over the water. It's not too heavy. I hold him over the water, and I said, go ahead, start walking on water. And then I walk along the side of the swimming pool holding him, and he walks on water. 7 billion people unable to walk on water doesn't say anything about the probability of this little 3-year-old being able to walk on water. You say, Mike, I don't buy that. That's cheating. You were an external agent who assisted him walking on water. Exactly. And we're not talking about just a normal person who walked on water. We're talking about Jesus of Nazareth. Jesus of Nazareth, who claimed divinity, who claimed to be God's eschatological agent chosen to usher in God's kingdom. We're talking about Jesus of Nazareth, who said, the only way you're going to get to heaven is through me. That's it. No other way. We're talking about the Jesus of Nazareth who predicted that he would die an imminent and violent death and be resurrected shortly thereafter. That's who we're talking about. We're not talking about someone like my grandfather who died in 1978. Someone said, yeah, I just saw him the other day. I may not believe that. I wouldn't believe it. You know, there's no reason to believe that they saw my grandfather. But Jesus was quite different in his claims about himself. And even skeptical historians, atheist, agnostic, Jewish historians agree that the historical evidence is compelling enough to show that Jesus performed deeds that both he and his followers regarded as divine miracles and exorcisms. That's not to say that they were, but he was doing these jaw-dropping deeds that he thought were miracles and exorcisms. Even Josephus reports these things. Even Celsus in the 2nd century said Jesus did these things, but they were magic and trickery. All right, the Jewish Talmud calls it sorcery. You just don't call someone a magician and a sorcerer who aren't doing these kinds of jaw-dropping deeds, you know? So you got these things that are going on about Jesus. It may be very, very unlikely that Jesus was raised by natural causes. I would certainly grant that. Probably zero possibility. But if God existed and wanted to raise Jesus, then what's the probabilities of him being raised from the dead? No, 100% maybe? The problem is, as historians, we can't know ahead of time whether God would want to raise Jesus. But neither can the non-believer. They can't a priori rule out that God exists, or they can't say, well, yeah, but that's God and we can't, that's a theological problem. No, it's a historical problem with theological implications. And you don't rule out a historical conclusion that's based on strong evidence just because you can't stomach the theological implications of that historical conclusion. So I don't think miracles have to be the least probable explanation. I think that's just a wrong-headed definition of what miracles is, and we don't have to accept it. In the end, I don't think that there are any legitimate reasons for historians to pause at saying, well, this is a miracle claim, therefore I can't look at it. I think we could look at it and rule it out and say, no, this didn't occur, or it did occur, but it's not by natural causes, or it did occur and it strongly suggests that a supernatural cause was involved. Okay? Chapter 3. Sources. So what do we do now? We've got our method down. What do we do with these, with our method? The first thing we want to do is we want to collect a pool of resources that we're going to look at and mine them. We're going to dig through these things and mine them to see what we can know about the past related to our particular subject. Now we can look, the first thing that's going to come to mind will be the Gospels. Personally, I think the Gospels are historically reliable literature. There's a lot that can be said about that. I've been studying those more and more over the last 3.5 years. Hope that one of my next books, 2 books, are going to be on those topics. I do think the Gospels are historically reliable literature, but there's so many topics involved in there that you have to deal with. And there is some literature that's written prior to the Gospels for which we can establish with a really high degree of historical certainty, and those are the letters of Paul. And what's interesting is, let me see if I can give you a short argument here.
Galatians 2:2 is one of the most incredible verses in the New Testament. I love the way the King James translates it here, but most translations say just about the same thing. Paul says in Galatians 2:2, I went back up after 14 years to see the other apostles and to set before them the gospel I was preaching, to see if I was running or had run in vain. What? Yeah, I went back up to Jerusalem to make sure we were all on the same page, to make sure we were all presenting the same gospel. Neat. So we do want to make sure that you guys were preaching the same thing. Galatians 2:2, I went back up there. I shared with them the gospel I was preaching. And then just a few verses later, Galatians 2:6, these 5 words in English, they added nothing to me. They added nothing to me. Then just 3 verses later, this is where we get the phrase, they laid hands on Barnabas and me, and they gave us the right hand of fellowship. And they said, y'all go to the Gentiles and take this message. We're going to stay here and give the message to the Jews. But the point is, the message was the same. They added nothing to me. You take it to them, we'll give it here, and that's what we decide to do. Paul says it this way in 1 Corinthians 15:11, reflecting on this is them telling Paul that he was okay. Here's Paul telling them that they're okay. 1 Corinthians 15:11, he just gives a list of the appearances, and then he says this, whether it is I or they, who are they? They are the other apostles, he says so in the context. Whether it is I or they, this is what we preach and this is what you believe. Paul's saying, hey, you don't like me? Great, go talk to Peter. Don't like Peter? Go talk to James. Because you're going to get the same message no matter who you talk to. Whether it's I or they, so we teach, and so you believe. Next few verses, that's why Paul says 3 times, if we're wrong about this, we're liars. If we're wrong about this, we're preaching in vain. The we're is he and the other apostles. Why? Because they were preaching the same message. It's uniform.
He says, they added nothing to what I had to say. They gave me the right hand of fellowship. So in other words, they said, you're good, Paul. Keep up the good work, brother. And there are extra biblical sources. I just can't get into them. It's just too much. But they corroborate that Paul was teaching on the gospel essentials what the Jerusalem apostles were. People like Clement of Rome and Polycarp, who very likely were discipled by Peter and John respectively, and they say that Paul was accurately and reliably teaching the message of truth. Okay, so and they knew Peter and John, and so they're saying this after Paul's dead. So they knew Paul couldn't come back at them. And there's so much more that we could talk about to say, corroborate that Paul was telling the truth here. He was teaching what they were teaching. They endorsed his teachings to be in alignment with their own. Now, what were they teaching? In 1 Corinthians 15, Paul gives some oral tradition that most likely goes back to the Jerusalem apostles, was almost certainly what they were preaching. And he even calls it the gospel message. Remember the thing he had ran past them, the Jerusalem apostles, and they endorsed. He says, I want to remind you, Corinthians, of the gospel message that I had preached. and in which you got saved and in which you continue in your Christian faith. And he talks about the death, burial, resurrection of Jesus, and the appearances to many others, in individual and in group settings, friend and foe alike. So pretty cool stuff. Very early things that we can, data that we can go back to the eyewitnesses themselves. Now we can do some of that with the Gospels, but not to the same degree of strength and certainty that we can with Paul's letters. Chapter 4. What can we know from this literature? And here we can come up with 3 virtually undisputed facts. Jesus' death by crucifixion, that shortly after his death, a number of his followers had experiences in which they believed the risen Jesus had appeared to them, and this experience transformed their lives to the point where they were willing to suffer continuously and willing to die for their belief, their gospel proclamation and belief that Jesus had been raised from the dead and had appeared to them. And third, there was a once skeptic named Paul who had an experience in which he believed was the risen Jesus appeared to him, and that radically transformed his life from being a persecutor of the church to one of its most able defenders. And we often just kind of brush past this. Skeptics do all the time. Well, yeah, but Paul, he wasn't a religious skeptic. Like that really makes a difference. It's like religious skeptics aren't biased. I mean, think about this. You know, Osama bin Laden was recently killed. But let's say that before he was killed, all of a sudden, you're watching television at night, and it says, we interrupt this program to bring you a special live report from our reporter embedded secretly somewhere within Pakistan, where he has found Osama bin Laden. And this pickup truck pulls up, and there's shots fires and all yelling going on in the air. And this guy emerges from the truck, and it's Osama bin Laden. He puts his hand up, and he says, my brothers, I want you to know that I was in a cave yesterday, and while I was praying at the call of prayer, all of a sudden this light flashed through the cave, and this voice bellowed throughout the walls of the cave, and it said, Osama, Osama, why are you persecuting me? And he said, who are you, Lord? And I'm Jesus of Nazareth. And here's what I want you to do. I want you to go out and preach the gospel, my death, burial, resurrection, and that I'm the Messiah, the divine Son of God. And then he continues and he says, I'm here to do just that. I saw Jesus. He appeared to me. And we have been involved in a false religion. I want to encourage all of you to do what I've done, to leave Islam, realize that Muhammad is a false prophet, and become followers of Jesus. And at that point, they pelt him with stones. That's a little bit different than just Joe America converting to Christianity now, isn't it? That's different from the disciples of Jesus going out and proclaiming that he'd been raised from the dead. We've got a sworn enemy of the church who is now doing, and that has to be explained by the historian. How are you going to explain it? And how are you going to explain that in light of all the facts that we know about the relevant historical bedrock? And that brings us to our final chapter, chapter 5. Now let's just kind of pull this together. Now I'm going to just compare 2 hypotheses pretty quickly. I'd compare all of the most frequent or popular ones used in academia today in the book. But let me just take the resurrection and then the one most popular by skeptics today, and that is the hallucination hypothesis. Now, when we look at the resurrection hypothesis, we take these 3 facts, Jesus' death by crucifixion, that shortly thereafter, his disciples had an experiences in which they believed it was the risen Jesus appearing to them. And third, the appearance to Paul, that Paul, a skeptic, had an experience that he believed was the risen Jesus appearing to him. And he was so convinced it was, he converted to Christianity, and he later died as a Christian martyr. These all 3 are undisputed. Skeptics, whether atheist, agnostic, Jewish, whatever, they acknowledge these 3 facts. So what do we do with them? Will the resurrection hypothesis account for these? You bet. Accounts for all 3 of them, accounts for them without forcing them to fit. There's no ambiguity involved. There's no kind of speculation involved in that. So it passes those 3. What about plausibility? We know it's implausible that people come back from the dead by natural causes, but no one's saying Jesus was raised by natural causes. If he was raised, it was by supernatural causes. We can't know whether God would have wanted to raise Jesus. So the plausibility criterion is something I'm still trying to put my arms around. But for now, I think we can't say that it's implausible, and I'm not so certain we could say it's plausible, because we can't know ahead of time whether God would want to raise Jesus. So I think it's inscrutable. It's just indeterminate. So it passes 3, and the 4th really doesn't apply to it. It's almost like asking the question, what's the prior probability of the universe existing? Huh? What do you mean the prior probability? We know the posterior probability, it's 100%. It's here. Well, what's the prior probability of the universe existing? Well, you can't answer that. It's unanswerable. And I think with the plausibility criterion, because it's a miracle here involving God, we just can't answer it. It's just unanswerable from the viewpoint of a historian. That's not negative. It's not positive or negative. It's just there. It's unanswerable. So it passes 3 of the 4, doesn't fail the 4th. What about hallucination hypothesis? Hallucination hypothesis would be the disciples were all grief-stricken as a result of Jesus' death by crucifixion. And so what happens? What happens when a loved one or a close associate dies? You're really close, a best friend. You go out and you drink, right? Certainly they had spiked grape juice in that day. Paul says don't get drunk with wine. So you could get drunk with wine, of course. If they had hallucinogenic drugs. Maybe there was another reason they called Jesus the Most High God. I don't know. Maybe you got these different things going on. Maybe they were grief-stricken. They go out. They're drinking or whatever. They see a shadow. They hear a voice that sounds like Jesus. Oh, he's been raised from the dead. In fact, did you know that you're most likely to experience a hallucination if you're a senior adult bereaving the loss of a loved one? Probability that you will experience a hallucination is 50%. According to multiple studies. Hallucination in some sense. And the most recent comprehensive study on hallucinations say that there's at least 6 modes in which we experience a hallucination. Visual, which you see something. A hallucination, by the way, is a false perception. It is something, you perceive something that isn't really there. So visual hallucination, you see something that isn't there. Auditory, you hear something that's not there. Olfactory, smell. Gustatory, taste. Tactile, you feel like, how many of you have smartphones? You had it when you first got the smartphone, you set it to vibrate when a text or an email came in. You did that? Now, how many of you experienced a false alarm? You're a lot of laughs. All right, you pulled it out, you looked at it, oh, I didn't get a text, I didn't get an email. You thought you did. You experienced a tactile hallucination. You see, you don't have to be a fruit or a flake to experience one. It's just normal. Mental health and can be fine, and you experience a hallucination. Or how about a kinesthetic hallucination, the sense that you're falling or movement? You ever wake up in the morning because you felt like you were falling off a building or something? That is a kinesthetic hallucination. Hallucinations are typically experienced in a single mode. Unless you're schizophrenic or on drugs, you typically experience them in a single mode, not multiple. So in other words, you might see something, but you don't see and hear it. When you had that tactile hallucination from your mobile phone, you felt it, but you didn't hear the buzz. You only felt it, okay? So it's a single mode hallucination. Now, when it comes to the highest percentage of those who experience hallucinations, senior adults bereaving the loss of a loved one, 39% experienced a hallucination where they sensed the person's presence in the room. So it didn't fall into any of those 6 categories. They didn't hear them, they didn't see them, smell the cologne or whatever the perfume that they used to wear. They just sensed that they were in the room. 39% of the 50%, or roughly 20% of all senior adults bereaving the loss of a loved one. Only 7% of all senior adults bereaving the loss of a loved one had a visual hallucination of that person. And that's the highest percentage group experiencing hallucinations. Now, when it comes to the disciples, the earliest reports of the resurrection appearances we have, 1 Corinthians 15, 3-7, say that he appeared to Peter, then to the 12. So we're not talking about 7%. We're talking about an unthinkable, unprecedented 100%. Oh, by the way, visual, all visual, 100%. And did I fail to mention simultaneously? And their hallucinations would have been of the content that would have been so similar that they all thought they were seeing the same thing. That's really implausible. There's nothing like that in the literature to show that those things happen. So it fails the plausibility criterion. It doesn't account for the appearance of Paul. Paul's not grieving, right? Jesus is the last person in the world he wants to see. And so it doesn't account for all the facts. You have to force them to fit if you want to make them fit. You have to invent things like well, maybe Paul was feeling guilty for killing those nice Christians. And he, all of a sudden, well, that made him want to see Jesus, right? So you have to come up with these speculations. So it's ad hoc. It lacks explanatory power because you got to force things to fit by maybe saying, yeah, it's unlikely they experience these group appearances, but this is just one of, sometimes you get a royal flush when you play poker, right? So here you got 3 royal flushes, He appeared to the 12, to all the apostles, and to more than 500 at one time. 3 of them, not 1, 2, but 3 highly improbable group appearances in the earliest report about the post-resurrection appearances of Jesus. You have to force it to fit. So it lacks scope, it lacks power, it's implausible, and it's ad hoc. Guess what? The hallucination hypothesis fails all 4 of the criteria for the best explanation, whereas the resurrection hypothesis passes 3 of the 4 with flying colors and doesn't fail the 4th. Historically speaking, which one is the best hypothesis? Lay faith aside for a moment and just look at this scientifically through the eyes of a historian. We're following strictly controlled historical method using only facts granted by virtually all, even skeptical biblical scholars, things that we can establish with a very high degree of historical certainty. Haven't even used the Gospels in it. Just taking the best, the most certain of the literature, taking these knowable historical facts, subjecting in the strictly controlled historical method, which one's the best hypothesis, resurrection or hallucinations? It's no contest. And this is just so cool because this establishes that what we as believers have taken by faith has been strongly established by historical practice.
I've read all the great writers. I've read all the writers that think they're great. And I concluded not one of them, not one scholar, has ever given me an honest intellectual argument to refute the resurrection. But what captured my thinking intellectually in the process of these other areas was all the prophecies from the Old Testament fulfilled in Jesus Christ. Folks, you have to understand, I didn't want to believe. I was satisfied in my life. I had my whole life mapped out, and Jesus was not a part of it. In fact, I thought he would destroy it. He did. He gave me a better one. But in the scriptures, there's 333 prophecies in the Old Testament about who the coming Messiah will be. I actually say there's 70 major prophecies and 270 ramifications. In other words, there's 70 basic prophecies. And then God through the ages would add to them, add another detail, which was a prophecy in itself, but it would add it around the same initial prophecy. So there's 333 prophecies, all fulfilled in one person. The Old Testament, written over a period of about 1,000 years, was completed over 500 years before Christ. In university, I'd always wait for this because somebody would pop up, the professor or something, say, wait a minute, Josh, I don't think that's true. I don't think these prophecies were written down till the time of Christ. And they were written down so they would coincide with his life so it looked like he was fulfilling them. That sounds pretty good, unless you want to think. And most people would rather die than think. You say, it's not a 500-year gap. Well, look, the Septuagint, don't let that big word throw you. The Septuagint is the name given to the Greek translation of the Hebrew Old Testament. When they took the Old Testament, put it into Greek, they call it the Septuagint. You know when that was initiated? It has all the prophecies in it, everything, 250 years before Christ. Now, folks, if you got a problem with 500 years, you got a bigger problem with 250 years because, boy, it is documented historically. The Septuagint was started its translation 250 years before Christ was ever born. So history absolutely proves there's at least a 250-year gap from these prophecies being written down, their fulfillment in Christ. I want to look at those prophecies because it's an area that I really struggle with. It's probably one of the 2 biggest areas that took me over the edge in the university to place my trust in Christ as Savior and Lord against my total desire in my life and my will. And I had to really be convinced of it to go against all of that. I look at it as an address. God writing an address to identify his son from everyone who has ever lived. I believe, now I'm not dogmatic on this because I haven't done enough research on it, but I think there are 40 major people who claim to be the Messiah historically. And as far as I know, not one of them ever appealed to prophecy to substantiate their claims. They couldn't. They couldn't appeal to the detail, and you'll see why in a little bit. Your address, now think of it. Your own personal address, even if it's a P.O. box or general delivery, separates you from 6.8 billion people on the face of the earth. Now think of that. Your address, no matter where in the world they send you a letter, it'll get to you usually. It'll get to you instead of somebody else of the 6.7 billion people. Do you ever think how unique your address is? Well, God wrote an address that would identify his son from everyone who ever lived. Now, keeping in mind, in the fullness of time, when every exact detail had been fulfilled, God sent forth his son. Let's look at that address. Now, I can't do this the normal way I do because the way the PowerPoint is set up with the mechanism here, they can't do it progressively. And so you're going to lose some of the impact because we can't do the progressiveness as I speak, where normally you see it on the screen, boom, 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 boom. And I'm going to speak faster than most people you've ever heard speak in some of this. I'll match many auctioneers because I don't want you to get so much the content. I want you to get the impact of the content. You can go to josh.org/resource and download all the content, all the documentation, everything. Now, let's see God writing this address. It all starts out before recorded time, and it says in Genesis 3:15, he'd be born of the seed of the woman. You say, well, Josh, that's nice. Well, look. Every single person in the scripture, other people, was always the seed of the man. The only one in scripture to be born of the seed of the woman was a Messiah. Why? The virgin birth. The only one. So first, seed of the woman. Then we go down to recorded time. Noah had 3 sons, Ham, Shem, and Japheth. Do you realize that all nations of the world can be traced back to one of these 3 individuals? A lot of people don't realize that. Now God eliminates 2/3 of the nations of the world when he says that my son will be of the seed of the woman, the lineage of Shem. And then the lineage of Shem, there were many lines of descendants. And now God eliminates all of them but one. When he says that my son will not only be of the seed of the woman, the lineage of Shem, but the descendants of Abraham, who he called out of the Ur of the Chaldees. Now Abraham had 8 children, 2 by Sarah. Now God eliminates 7/8 of the sons of Abraham. Now think of this. I brushed my teeth this morning. I've been having trouble with them ever since. I have a stutter. It only comes out when I speak. But statistically, think of the implications of this. He now eliminates 7/8 of the descendants of Abraham when he says that my son will not only be the seed of the woman, the descendants of Abraham, but the line of Isaac. Now Isaac had 2 children, Jacob and Esau. Now God eliminates 50% of the line of Abraham and Isaac when he says that my son will be of the seed of the woman, the descendants of Abraham, and the line of Isaac. Now Isaac had 2 sons, Jacob and Esau, and I'm getting a little behind myself here. And now God eliminates 50% of them when he says that my son will be of the seed of the woman, the descendants of Abraham, the line of Isaac, and the line of Jacob. Now Jacob had 12 sons, out of which came the 12 tribes of Israel. Now think of this statistically. Now God eliminates 11/12 of the tribes of Israel when he says that my son will not only be of the seed of the woman, the seed of the woman, the lineage and descendants of Abraham, the line of Isaac, the line of Jacob, and the tribe of Judah. Now, within the tribe of Judah, there were many family lines. Now, God eliminates all the family lines but one. When he says that my son will be of the seed of the woman, the lineage and descendants of Abraham, the line of Isaac, the line of Jacob, tribe of Judah, and the family of Jesse. Now, Jesse had 8 children. Now, think of this statistically. Now, God eliminates 7/8 of the family line of Jesse when he says that my son will be of the seed of the woman, the lineage and descendants of Abraham, line of Isaac, the line of Jacob, tribe of Judah, and the family of Jesse, in the house of David. And then we go down to about 1012 BC in Psalm 22 with a very unusual prophecy where now God says, my son will not only be of the seed of the woman, the lineage and descendants of Abraham, line of Isaac, line of Jacob, tribe of Judah, family of Jesse, house of David, but he will be crucified. His hands and his feet will be pierced against a tree. That's 1012 BC. Come on, Josh, a lot of people were crucified. Yes, but folks, you got to understand, that method of crucifixion was not put into effect until 800 years later by the Romans. And then God narrows it down further. And one day there were 29 prophecies fulfilled. It's all all this is documented in the big book, Evidence That Demands a Verdict. And now, God, these are 7 prophecies in one day he fulfilled. in Psalm 41 and Zechariah 11. When now God says that my son will be the seed of the woman, the lineage of Shem, the sons of Abraham, the line of Isaac, the line of Jacob, tribe of Judah, family of Jesse, house of David, be crucified, but he'd be betrayed by a friend for 30 pieces, not $29.99, 30 pieces of silver, not gold. Now think of this, another 50%, not gold, silver. It'd be thrown on the floor, not placed at a table. It'd be in the temple, not in the market, and it would be used to buy a potter's field. And then God narrows it down further. Of all the cities of the world, and Micah 5:2 eliminates them all but one, a small city of less than 1,000 people for the entrance of the Messiah into humanity. When he says that my son will not only be the seed of the woman, lineage of Shem, sons of Abraham, line of Isaac, line of Jacob, tribe of Judah, family of Jesse, house of David, be crucified, betrayed by a friend, 30 pieces of silver, thrown on the floor in the temple, used to buy a potter's field, but he'd be born in that little tiny city of Bethlehem Ephrata. And a professor once said, come on, Josh, if God was that smart, he could tell when it was going to happen. I said, he did. You say, what? Yeah. In Malachi 3. You might call it Malachi, but in Malachi 3. God narrows it down further when he gives the timeline. He says, my son will be born of the seed of the woman, the lineage of Shem, the sons of Abraham, the line of Isaac, the line of Jacob, tribe of Judah, family of Jesse, house of David, be crucified, betrayed by a friend, 30 pieces of silver, thrown on the floor in the temple, used to buy a potter's field, born in the city of Bethlehem Ephrata, and it'll all take place before the destruction of the temple in Jerusalem. When was that? 70 AD. Whoa. You ought to see it when I do all 333. It takes me an hour and 12 minutes to go through all of them, one after another. 333 prophecies, all fulfilled in one person. Professor said to me, Josh, it's all a coincidence. Well, let's see that. Take just 8 of these prophecies, just 8. Of the 333 prophecies, just 8. And this is all documented. You take 8 of these prophecies, the probability they could be fulfilled in just one person would be 1 in every 1 times 10 to the 17th power. That's 10 with 17 zeros. That's almost equal to the national debt. It's 10 with, it's more in fact. It'll get there soon, though. But it's 10 with 17 zero after it. Where is that slide? Yeah, probability.
When it comes to the prophecies of Jesus, one of the most remarkable things is what takes place when you take those prophecies of Jesus and you work them out mathematically. Now, there has been a mathematician who's done that. Peter Stoner, famous mathematician, went in, looked at how many prophecies there were, 300 prophecies. And then as he broke down those prophecies, he said, let me just take 8 of them and figure out what's the likelihood of 8 of these prophecies being fulfilled in one person's life.
So Professor Stoner gives us an illustration. It helps us to understand the nature of probability. So let's just say that 1 in every 10 men that you meet has a bald head. And 1 in every 100 men that you meet happen to have a missing finger. You want to find out how many men are there that I'm going to bump into that actually have a missing finger and a bald head. So what you do is you multiply the first 2 figures, and then you have your answer. 1 in every 1,000 men that you meet are going to actually have a missing finger and a bald head.
Peter Stoner presented his class with a challenge. The class was to look at the Bible and try to find all the prophecies regarding the coming of Christ to see what was the probability that one man could come out of all the men that existed in the history of the world and yet fulfill exactly every single prophecy.
One of the prophecies that Peter W. Stoner mentions is Zechariah 9:9, which reads, "Rejoice greatly, O daughter of Zion. Shout aloud, O daughter of Jerusalem. Behold, your king is coming to you. Righteous and having salvation is he, humble and mounted on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey." The question is how many people in Earth's history have been kings? And of those individuals, how many have ridden on a donkey into Jerusalem?
Well, I don't know. Neither did the class. So they decided to assign an absurdly high number. They decided 1 out of every 100 men who ever lived rode into Jerusalem as a king on a donkey, of all things. I mean, 1 in 100. This is obviously absurdly high. but that's the point. Stoner effectively buffered his calculations and thus his conclusions against objections that he had biased his calculations to favor Jesus' identification as the Messiah.
Another prophecy that Professor Stoner looked at was Micah chapter 5 and verse 2.
In Micah 5 verse 2, there's an incredible prophecy that is given hundreds of years before the birth of Christ, pinpointing exactly the place where Jesus would be born. It states, "But you, Bethlehem Ephratah, though you are little among the thousands of Judah, yet out of you shall come forth to me the one to be ruler in Israel."
What's amazing is the fact that there are two Bethlehems, two cities called Bethlehem in Israel, one in the northern portion of the kingdom, one in the south.
This specifies which Bethlehem. This specifies Bethlehem Ephratah, which is Bethlehem in Judah. So the prophecy is very precise. But in addition to that, when you think about Mary and Joseph, Mary finds out that she's pregnant. She's in Nazareth. And yet suddenly this decree comes out. This census is being proclaimed by the Romans. And they're told that they have to go back to the birthplace of the husband. And so Joseph makes his way to Bethlehem in Ephratah.
They have to take their family back to Bethlehem. Joseph has to be taxed according to Roman law. Jesus is born in Bethlehem.
The prophecy fulfilled right to the very, very place where Micah, hundreds of years earlier, predicted it to happen was just remarkable when you think about all the circumstances involved.
So Stoner and his students, they decided that they wanted to figure out, in the light of the world's population, how many people have actually been born in the city of Bethlehem. 1 out of every 280,000 people was a very conservative estimate that they made, that they found mathematically, of how many people have actually been born in Bethlehem.
Now, another prophecy they looked at is found in the 53rd chapter of the book of Isaiah. He was oppressed and he was afflicted, yet he did not open his mouth. Like a lamb that is led to the slaughter, and like a sheep that before its shearers is silent, so he did not open his mouth.
Stoner brings this out, that Jesus was a just man, condemned to die, and he said not a word, not one word in his defense.
Now, how many have done that? Well, his class didn't know. Of course not. How could you know? So here again, they assigned a conservatively high number. For the purposes of their calculations, they said, okay, how about 1 in every 1,000 men who ever lived were both wrongly accused of a crime and during their trial chose to speak no word in their defense.
And then as he broke down those prophecies, he said, let me just take 8 of them and figure out what's the likelihood of 8 of these prophecies being fulfilled in one person's life. So just with those 8 prophecies, he said the probability of one person fulfilling all 8 was 1 in 10 to the power of 17. That's like taking silver dollars all over Texas.
They covered the entire state. And on one of those coins, somewhere in the state, you have a particular coin marked with a black X.
And you put it randomly, stir it up somehow, and randomly put it somewhere in the state of Texas, covered 2 feet deep with these silver dollars. And you send a blind man in. The probability that he will just wander the state of Texas, reach down on his first try, and come up with this marked silver dollar is the probability that one man could fulfill all 8 of these prophecies about Jesus.
Now, not only that, but he went further and he said, all right, let me see if I take 48 of these.
48 out of the 300. Okay, what's the probability that one man in the history of the world could fulfill just 48 of these prophecies? And the number was a staggering 1 man out of 1 with 157 zeros after it. That number is so big, just to give you an idea, scientists have determined that there are only 1 with 80 zeros after it, atoms, in the entire universe. That's not just our planet or our solar system or our galaxy, but the entire universe only has 1 with 80 zeros after it.
There's not even enough atoms in the universe in order to hold that number. Now, this answers the question about some people say, well, maybe a lot of people have met these prophecies. Maybe it's not just, Jesus, that you could have a whole bunch of people who meet all of these prophecies. But that's just not possible.
It's so mind-boggling. It's so impossible. And that's not even close to the probability of what it would be to fulfill 48, which is 1 with 157 zeros after it. Staggering. Staggering. That's only 48 prophecies. There are 300.
What you've got in here is you've got something so remarkable that the whole universe can hold it. In fact, this is what Peter Stoner said. He said, any man who rejects Christ as the Son of God is rejecting a fact proved perhaps more absolutely than any other fact in the world.
And the more you see that, the more you embrace that, suddenly you begin to realize you're dealing in a communication with somebody that's extraterrestrial, outside our time domain. And that's so fundamental. We also have another problem. We think of time as linear. But when we were in school, the teacher went to the blackboard and drew a line from left to right. And the left end was the beginning of something, the birth of a famous person or the founding of an empire, what have you. The right end was the end of that. There's a beginning and end. How many have made timelines in school? How many of you went to school? I'm kidding. So what we do because of that background, when somebody uses the word eternity, we tend to imagine what that means. It's like a line that starts at infinity over here on the left and goes to infinity over here on the right. We think of eternity as having lots of time. That makes good poetry, but it happens to be very bad physics, because eternity is not having lots of time, it's being outside the dimension of time altogether. Let me take this line that I've used and pretend it comes out from the screen towards you. Can I represent that sort of with this curve? Just imagine it's coming out at you. You and I are at a point in that time called the present. Behind us is the past, and the front of us is the future. The past is a memory, the future is a hope. We're between those two. That's why we call it a present. It's a gift. It's a gift. See a little pun there? I went by you there. Sorry, okay. Now, see, for us, what's past is behind us. What's forthcoming is coming, and we don't know what's coming. But if I'm outside that line altogether in eternity, it's conceivable for me to be able to see all three at the same moment, so to speak. God is outside the dimension of time. He can see the past, obviously, and the present, but he also can see the future as clearly as he saw the past. Now that leads to another interesting conjecture I'll just leave with you to think about, is those arrows can go the other way. Somebody that died 1,000 years ago, and someone that died yesterday, and someone that gets raptured 3 months from now, may all arrive at his throne at the same moment. Ooh, that should alter your three-dimensional, four-dimensional perceptions here. But let's move on here. I love one of my favorite quotes of Dr. Einstein is that he says, people like us who believe in physics know that the distinction between the past, the present, and the future is only a stubbornly persistent illusion, because he really had a grasp of time far beyond most philosophers, of course. Now, you and I are sitting here with in our lap a collection of books. We call it the Bible. We use it singularly, but it actually is a collection of 66 books. And if you're not confused yet, I'll point out to you it's actually 70, not 66. But if I said that on the radio, it'd confuse all my listeners, because the book of Psalms is 5 books. And if you break that down, you really have 70 books. But if you start that discussion, you get everybody confused. No, we'll stick with 66 books. That works for our purposes. And they were written of a period of almost 2,000 years, by our reckoning. Now, the interesting thing is we discover that it was penned by over 40 different guys. Some say 44. There's a few that there's some ambiguity about, because they're really edited and pulled together. The point is, there are more than 40 authors that pulled these together over 2,000 years. And one of the incredible discoveries in my life, since my specialty from the beginning was in the information sciences. And as you study information sciences, you get, that's a field that is perhaps a little specialized. But from that perspective, I encountered 2 discoveries that changed my life. The first discovery was that these 66 books, even though they're penned by over 40 guys over almost 2,000 years, they're an integrated message system. Now, what do I mean by that? I don't mean that there's a theme in the old that's fulfilled in the new and all that. No, far more than that. These 66 separate books, penned by over 40 different individuals who for a large part, didn't even know each other, because they were spread over 1,700 years. But in this package of writings, we discover that every detail is anticipated by a deliberate, skillful design. The very words, the very letters, the use of idioms, the very structure of the text demonstrates an integrity of design that went far beyond the horizons of any one of the writers. Now, when you grapple with that, you first of all don't take my word for it. You have to discover this on your own. But as you do, as you begin to uncover examples of this, what you begin to realize is that the origin of that collection had to come from outside time itself. It wasn't dreamed up by Moses by great insights. It wasn't these prophets didn't somehow accidentally lay out these genealogical and other details. No. There's an architect organizing this from outside time. And that's demonstrable by just studying the text. I get so tired when I hear one of these well-meaning Christian kind of guys on the television say, well, you can't prove the Bible, but. They ought to make some very positive point, but they seem to have to preference it with this presumption, well, you can't prove the Bible. That just shows their own lack of information. They're uninformed. Yes, you can prove the Bible by simply this, by discovering the integration of that design, and that's just a question of doing some homework, and then try to explain the origin of that design any other way than having come from outside time. Yes, you can prove the Bible. And the fingerprints of the author are all over the creation and all over the Bible, and they are in concert. So we're going to explore a little bit as we go on here about the boundaries of our reality, because the message we're dealing with is from outside our reality. And I'm going to use Da Vinci's Vitruvian Man as a representation of our anthropic reach. We as men, how far can we reach? I'm just going to represent that by the middle here. We are man. We're in the middle of this, okay? And we're going to talk more about the discovery by scientists that we seem to be dimensionally in the very center of the universe. From the very largest, very smallest, we're right in the middle somehow. And I'll come to that later. But there we are. We're going to explore tonight a little bit about largeness. I'm going to take size as a horizontal ordinate here, okay? So things to the right are big, things to the left are small, bigger or smaller than man. So we're going to go tonight, we're going to go to the right. We're going to go to bigness, largeness, if I can call it that. And the ultimate largeness would be the study of astronomy, astrophysics, the heavens, the universe. That's focusing our attention to bigness, if you will, okay? So the shocking discovery of 20th century science was the discovery and the realization that our universe is not infinite. It is finite. And if you haven't studied that or you don't realize that, that comes as a huge shock to any thinking person. Because we've all sort of grown up thinking that the heavens go on forever. We discover, no, they don't. They might be expanding, but they're finite. And that's demonstrable. It's now understood and accepted. Most of these concepts get beat around for a generation or two or three. But this is one that's been nailed. It's finite. And I want to explore that a little bit. We know from the thermodynamics that there's a thing called thermal decay. You know, hot flows from hot to cold. Did you ever notice that? Anyone want to debate that? We all have experienced that heat flows to cold, right? Heat is something, cold is the absence of that, so the heat flows to where there isn't any, right? Okay. Now, if the universe was infinitely old, the temperature throughout the universe would be uniform, because heat is flowing from hot to cold, so if it was infinitely old, that would have all happened. In other words, the realization in thermodynamics is that age is a function of that disparity. Okay? Now, since the universe is not uniform, that means it's not infinitely old. That means it had a beginning. Wow, big deal. Science is still trying to wrestle with that reality. They obviously know it had a beginning. And the way they explain it is there was nothing, and then it exploded. And if you think that makes logical sense, you're in the wrong class. Okay. No, the universe had a beginning, and attempts to explain that fall under a category of theories called the Big Bang. And there's 4 or 5 basic ones, and none of them work, by the way. That's part of that's why it's such a hot topic in physics or astrophysics, is because each presumption you make turns out to be refutable. Well, it oscillated. Well, then there's a loss. There's a entropy loss issue, and you go on and on. So the problem is they can talk about what they think happened in the first few seconds or whatever. They can't explain how did it happen. What started it? There had to be something making it happen. Really. That also means it's destined for an ending. If heat is flowing from hot to cold, and eventually that all happens and there is no more difference in temperature, there is no more possibility of doing work in the universe. All work is a function of temperature differences, in effect, energy differences. So we know it had a beginning, and the shock is we know that someday, billions and billions and billions of years from now, or whenever, it's going to have an ending. Okay? Now this is the reality we need to face. The Big Bang is what we call the beginning of it, and the heat death, the ultimate heat death, is what scientists call the end of this. And the point is that it's finite, had a beginning and an ending. That's a disturbing thing to come to grips with. We're in a temporary environment. Wow. That's especially disturbing when you discover that you are not temporary. This part of you that has no mass, let's call it soul, spirit, call it what you will, it's massless, so it has no time, so you're eternal, but you're in a temporary environment. Wow! Does that give us some insights biblically, if you will? Linear time. We tend to presume that time is linear. We talked about beginning and end and so forth. So we, in time, move forward, don't we? And we can look back. We can't move back, except in the fiction foolishness of these science fiction things. We can't move back, but can we look forward? Not really. We pretend to, we think to, and there are mystics that try to, but the only one that knows the future is God. Satan and his minions may try to simulate that in various clever ways, but that we can move forward, look back. We can't move back, and we are not very good at looking forward. And so, can time really go backward? If it could go backward, how could you tell? Suppose at midnight tonight, time started to go backwards. So would all clocks, so would all time. Turns out, it's a non-trivial thing if you were suddenly disturbed. If somehow through one of my talks, and you suddenly became concerned, gee, maybe, am I in a time reversal? How would you tell? You can't tell by looking at a clock. How can you tell if time's going backwards? There is a very simple way to tell. What you do is you get a deck of cards, and you shuffle them. And as you shuffle them, they get more ordered. You're going backwards. See, time moves towards randomness. Time goes from order to chaos, always. You ever notice that in your locker in school? Or the garage, you spend a Saturday and get it all organized for how long? Huh? The closet, in the front hall closet, whatever. It goes from order to chaos. That's just life. That's true in every field of science. It's called the entropy laws. They have thermodynamic rules. So if you saw a reversal of entropy, you're going backwards in time. One way you do that would be shuffle cards, and if you did it and they came out in bridge order, you'd be very uncomfortable. Okay. So the entropy, shuffling a deck of cards, randomness toward order would be a reversal of entropy and hence time. We find the term throughout the Bible, stretching the heavens. I want to talk a little bit about the fabric of space as we think of it. Is this just a metaphor? I saw the heavens stretched out. Is that just a poetic metaphor? Job says, who alone stretches out the heavens? In Psalm 104, stretching out heaven like a tent curtain. Isaiah 40, who stretches out the heavens like a curtain and spreads them out like a tent to dwell in. Jeremiah says he has stretched out the heavens. The Lord who stretches out the heavens, Zechariah also picks up, and so forth. I could go on and on like this in dozens of passages where consistently the Bible talks about the heavens as being stretched. In fact, it gets worse than that. We know that space today, you and I think of space as an empty vacuum. You know, we visualize someone in a spacecraft out there having to get out in a spacesuit for obvious reasons, and yet we presume that the vacuum is empty. It's not empty. That may come as a surprise to you. Isaiah tells us it can be torn. Isaiah 64, the space can be torn. It can be worn out like a garment, really. Psalm 102. Hebrews, Haggai, and Isaiah all speaks of the heavens being shaken. If it's empty, how can you shake it? 2 Peter talks about it being burnt up. Revelation talks about it being split apart like a scroll. Rolled up like a mantle in Hebrews 1 and a scroll by Isaiah 34. Now that's a whole big thing. If the heavens can be rolled up, in order for something to be rolled up, it must be in some sense thin. And it must have an additional dimension to roll it up. You can take a two-dimensional photograph, and to roll it up takes a third dimension, doesn't it? You see the idea of being rolled up or being scrolled is an additional dimension. So there's some dimensions at which must be thin. It can be bent, so there must be some direction it can be bent toward. So that all implies from this text that there are additional spatial dimensions. Space is three-dimensional. There must be four for any of these things to happen, an additional dimension, right? So the properties of space, you may think it's empty. It may shock you to discover that The physicists will speak of zero-point energy. The smallest point in space has 10 to the 95th, with 95 zeros after it, ergs per cubic centimeter. That's the most intense energy field you can imagine. Permittivity, it has an absolute dielectric constant. It has permeability, that's a magnetic constant. If you're a radio ham or in electrical engineering, you know that space has an intrinsic impedance. That's why you have antennas, to try to match the impedance of space. It has electrical properties. It's not empty. It has electrical properties. The velocity of light is also associated with all of this, and currently they're trying to study the speed of gravity. There's experiments trying to chase that down. Now the other thing is light may not be linear. See, the key properties of vacuum, of free space, include permittivity, permeability, all these things I just mentioned. If any of these change isotropically, then both the atomic behavior and the speed of light could vary throughout the universe. The speed of light may not be constant throughout the universe. But Dr. Barry Setterfield, his controversial observations about he was the first to recognize the velocity of light is not a constant. And over 20 years ago, when I first got to know the guy and I started mentioning this in some of our studies, I was visited by Hugh Ross and some of my other physics friends who very gently tried to help me, counsel me, so I wouldn't get caught with these heresies saying that the speed of light's not a constant. And I look back at those days very graciously, because they meant well, trying to keep me out of trouble. But I chose to stay with Barry, and it turned out he's now been confirmed. They now know the speed of light is not constant. In fact, there's a lot of recent papers that explore implications of it. But what's disturbing, he identified this more than 20 years ago, and they don't give him credit for that. The field of physics is just as, anyway, we'll go on. Setterfield, he analyzed 164 measurements of speed of light, commonly called C, the speed of light, gathered over the last 320 years, which reveal a statistically significant decay of speed of light. And when coupled with the associated C-dependent constants, that includes some 639 values measured by 25 different methods, still didn't cause these people to pick up on it. A comparison of dates in orbital time from history, archaeologically, corals, tree rings, whatever, with atomic dates from a variety of radioactive isotopes has provided some over 1,228 data points over almost 5,000 years. And this is all exploited in our briefing on Genesis, the Big Bang, and other things here. William Tift is an astronomer with the University of Arizona, and he's been collecting data for about 20 years on what are called red shifts. Some of you may realize that the stars, if you take a spectrum of it, they have a spectrograph. Stars seem to be shifted to the red, and the theory is that the further they are, the more they're shifted, and that's what they call Hubble's law. Edwin Hubble first suggested that the reason they're red shifted is because of the Doppler effect of expansion, and that seemed to explain for most of them, and so they call that Hubble's law, and that's why the Hubble telescope is named after Edwin Hubble. Well, William Tift was collecting data on red shifts, as they're called, that are not red. They're going the other way. There are a few. They're called aberrant red shifts. And they seem to they raise doubts about the possibility that the universe may be expanding, because if it's expanding, some of them are coming at us rather than going away from us. Some of these clusters of galaxies and so forth, he also discovered, are all a multiple of a discrete value. All the red shifts are not, it's not like a violin where you can get any tone you want. It's like a piano. You can only get the key that you hit. You follow me? There's discrete steps. Well, he's discovered that there's discrete steps in the red shift, which implies that it's not a Doppler effect, it's something else that's causing that. It's digital, is the point. Whoa, wow.
When I was director of the National Observatory 20 years ago, there was a very well-known astronomer now, in fact she's just won the Cosmology Prize, that's Vera Rubin. She was carrying out a program at Kitt Peak at the National Observatory of observing faint spiral galaxies with a view to looking to their redshift distribution, or their velocity distribution. And this was a program that everybody thought was a good program. And so she'd been given observing time, and at the end of about a year, she had completed about a third of her program. And so she actually wrote a little paper pointing out that she was getting results very different from the ones that were expected. And we had our usual meeting. And when we got to her program, which was an ongoing program, so people just looked it over, the leading extragalactic astronomer on my committee of that day immediately said, well, look, she's getting this result. It doesn't fit. It has to be wrong. I recommend that we stop the program. That was his position. And what was interesting to me was I sat there and listened to this discussion. And the majority of the people, because of his level of knowledge and authority, went along with him. So the recommendation of the committee was that we stop the program. Well, I had the last word, so I ignored it, but most people don't. And the peer review system and NASA itself, which is very conformist, will always do just that. That's one of the reasons why the road ahead is hammered out. As Hoyle said, anytime you point a new telescope at the sky now, you're only going to find what you already know is up there.
Peculiar galaxy NGC 7603, discovered 30 years ago by Halton Arp, is one of the more striking examples of galaxy-quasar connections. It has recently been re-examined after the discovery of 2 new quasar-type objects embedded in the connecting filament. The renowned optical astronomer Margaret Burbidge has for decades been a central figure in the struggle to bring controversial observations such as NGC 7603 to the attention of conventional astronomers, and for her fairness and untiring efforts in the field, she has become one of the most widely respected women in astronomy.
There's a very interesting galaxy known as NGC 7603. It's a Seyfert galaxy. That means it has one of these active nuclei with strong emission lines and a lot of activity, obviously, going on in its center. And it was studied years ago by Chip Arp in his Atlas of Peculiar Galaxies. It has a spiral arm that seems to come right outside of the galaxy, trailing right out, and it ends up on a fainter galaxy, but it ends right up so it's connected the nuclei of the 2 galaxies.
In the Atlas of Peculiar Galaxies, which was published in 1966, that was the point of the atlas, and one of the objects, just to illustrate what a peculiar galaxy is this what is now famous NGC 7603, and this is the central Seyfert, which means just a very, very active galaxy with a lot of energy in the nucleus and a lot of explosive energy and so forth. And here is the high redshift companion here, and you see it's joined by a filament, a material. It turns out from the observations that this filament of material is material of the galaxy, gas and dust and stars and so forth, that's been drawn out in the ejection. But the astonishing thing and the controversial matter is that this galaxy is a much higher redshift than this.
Now, NGC 7603 has one redshift of about 8,000 kilometers a second, and the other galaxy has a much larger redshift. So how can they be connected? Well, these data were published years ago, and everybody said, well, this is just a chance location of a background galaxy near an interesting foreground galaxy, and that spiral arm has nothing to do with it. It's just the whole thing is just a chance.
If you see 2 objects close together with very different redshifts, you only have one of 2 explanations. One is, as I say, that a large part of the redshift has nothing to do with distance, and the other is that it's an accident. So the real issue that you come down to is how frequently do you expect to see accidents?
If you look carefully at the pictures that were taken of this field, you will notice 2 faint stellar objects that are in that spiral arm. One is close to NGC 7603, and the other one is close to the faint companion galaxy.
In the year 2001, when the 2 young Spanish astronomers worked on this with the Las Palmas telescope, they saw that there were these 2 condensations, stellar condensations. They looked like quasars, but everybody would have said that they had to have the same redshift as the central galaxy because they were obviously in this filament that had been ejected. What they found was that each of these objects had a much higher redshift, and that the filament itself had the same redshift and spectral composition as the galaxy from which it was ejected.
And they got some spectra using what's called the Nordic Optical Telescope in the Canary Islands on La Palma. It's not a very large telescope, but they got some excellent data, and they got spectra of these two faint objects, one by 7603 and one by the companion galaxy, and believe it or not, they showed that both of them were quasars. Not very high redshift quasars, but definite quasars.
Two of these quasars. Now this one will turn out to be quite blue, but it's a very
the chance to have many quasars around a galaxy as a background objects. Of course, you have some chance, but these are very, very low, and this is what should be answered. This is what should be answered. NGC 7603 is a very special case of this correlation. You find not only three objects with different redshifts in the neighborhood of a major Seyfert galaxy. You also find the filament connecting all of them. So this is more important because the probability to have all these objects, not only in the neighborhood, but exactly in the filament, is extremely low.
The galaxy, which is an active galaxy, two low redshift quasars, and another galaxy with twice the redshifts. In other words, you had four objects all connected together, apparently, by a luminosity, by a luminous bridge, each with a different redshift. Now that, I would say, is pretty conclusive evidence for the existence of non-cosmological redshifts.
We were lucky because we have found that the object has more controversy than expected. If in the past Chip Arp thought, and Barbish and other people that have dedicated some effort to research this object, if they thought that there were two objects connected by a filament with different redshift, now we have discovered that there are four objects all connected by the same filament, and all of them with very different redshifts. So the Doppler redshift is discovered.
I think they have to look at it, and I think it's one of the most striking results that we have available. How they can make sense of it other than saying that these objects, that these redshifts of connected objects that are the same, more or less the same distance from us, that these redshifts have non-cosmological components to them.
The topic of the anomalous redshift is very important for most of the areas related with cosmology and extragalactic astronomy nowadays. If we assume, as it is done nowadays, that all the redshift are pointing the distance of the galaxy or the quasar or whatever, of course the results will be very different than assuming the other thing, that the redshift are due to other reasons. The distance of the quasars and the galaxies will be different, the energies involved in the process will be very different, so a lot of astrophysical processes will have to change.
Conclusive evidence that the expanding universe was not correct, and that the redshift distance law was not correct, and that we had to have some way of creating new galaxies with high redshifts.
It is normally argued that the Big Bang, for instance, the Big Bang cosmology, is against the anomalous redshift question. And of course, the Big Bang theory is the most important theory that we have nowadays to explain all that we know about cosmology, which is not too much, in my opinion.
There's a large body of work going on, observational work, theoretical work, which is based on the assumption that quasars are at their cosmological distances. If it turns out seriously that we're right, then all that work is in vain. We don't know anything like as much as we think we do by saying that the quasars are far away. And that's another huge problem for people to face up to.
One of the frightening things, I think, for conventional astronomers is to accept the fact, or to realize that these intrinsic redshifts for the quasars and peculiar galaxies and so forth, active galaxies, means that a lot of the things which we thought were out of great distance in the universe are very much closer in. And in fact, you would have to say that what we call the local supercluster is much more crowded and contains many more objects than we previously thought. And then the question comes up, well, what is out beyond the local supercluster? And can we with any certainty identify any objects that are out there?
People who work on the origin of the universe, they ought to look at data of this sort, because they've got to understand this. And I've heard good friend astronomers say, well, there's more out there in the universe than we understand.
What's really happening in these systems is that the centers of the galaxies are the places where creation is taking place rather than just in a big bang. And so you're looking at all these mini bangs where matter and energy are actually literally being created. And this is an old idea which is not ours. Originally, it was due to the very famous Armenian astronomer Victor Ambartsumian, who only died a few years ago, who also argued that galaxies which appear to be coming apart and objects that are coming out of them are coming out of them. Very simple idea, but Ambartsumian, who was a very well-known theorist, always said you must look at the observations, and maybe if things are coming apart, appear to be coming apart, maybe they are coming apart. Conventional astronomers don't allow things to come apart. They always say there's enough dark matter in the system to hold it together.
I've come to the conclusion that what it is that will unseat an established prejudice, a strongly established prejudice, is one observation. One single observation, usually a very simple one.
The conclusion was very, very strong just from looking at this picture, that these objects had been ejected from the central galaxy and that they were initially at high redshift, and the redshift decayed as time went on. And therefore we were looking at a physics that was operating in the universe in which matter was born with low mass and with very high redshift, and as it matured and evolved into our present form, that we were seeing the birth and evolution of galaxies in the universe.
If protoquasars ejected from the nucleus of active galaxies themselves evolve into new, younger galaxies, astrophysicists must find experimentally and observationally the mechanisms which describe this phenomena. One model explains that the protoquasars are ejected, trapped in the galaxy's extreme magnetic field, aligned along the spiral arms, thus explaining the torn, disturbed features often observed in the galactic medium, and the frequent appearance of high redshift companion galaxies attached by filaments to a lower redshift parent galaxy.
Give me a question one more time. Give me back on track. You want to know?
Yeah, where did God come from? And is there anybody that has any theory now? I mean, it's feasible.
There is no proof of that either way. But let me give you an analogy. I taught geometry, science, and mathematics for years. In geometry, in plane geometry, you deal with just flat substances. Let's suppose we have two people, Mr. Flat and Mrs. Flat. Okay? Here they are, Mr. Flat and Mrs. Flat. They live in Flatland, the chalkboard. They have no comprehension of the third dimension, right? All they see, actually, you and I, as three-dimensional beings, you can see two dimensions, width and height, and you understand depth, but you don't really see depth in the strict sense of the term. You could take a picture of what you're looking at, and it would be flat, but you would still perceive the depth in it. Third dimension is really something we perceive. You don't really see it, if I can get the difference across. Mr. Flat would see Mrs. Flat as a straight line. He could walk around and understand that she is indeed a rectangle, but he only sees her as a straight line. He walks around and says, oh, she's a rectangle, okay? Suppose I, as a three-dimensional being, would like to get them to understand me. You can't put a three-dimensional object into two dimensions. So I stick my finger through the chalkboard. Mr. Flat comes over and says, I've seen him, he's a circle. Right? The cross-section of my finger. Over here, I put three fingers through the chalkboard. Mrs. Flat comes over and she says, oh no, honey, I've seen him, he's three circles. Both have a very, very limited, small view of what I am. Both are right and wrong at the same time. There's no possible way I'm going to explain a three-dimensional being to a two-dimensional being. Cannot be done. But yet I have the capacity of being closer to them than they can be to each other. And they're not even aware of my presence, because I'm just barely into the next dimension. Right? I think God is not limited to our three dimensions that we have, length, width, and height, or maybe time, and maybe there's other dimensions. I think the God that I envision is beyond all of this nature. He created it. The guy who designed the car, or the computer, or the calculator, is above and beyond and smarter than and outside of his creation. He's not affected by it. He has to be smarter than the watch. He made the watch, right? I think the Creator is not part of this creation in the pantheist sense. I mean, God, you don't go hug the trees because this God is the tree and God is the rock and God is the flower. That's a very limited pantheistic view of God. The God that I have is outside of his creation. If he wants to come down and walk on the water or raise the dead, he made the whole thing. He can do absolutely anything, totally unlimited. That is the Christian God that he says, okay, poof, there's the world.
In Paul's letter to the Ephesians, in chapter 3, Paul makes an interesting remark. He says that Christ may dwell in your hearts by faith, that ye, being rooted and grounded in love, may be able to comprehend with all saints what is the breadth and length and depth and height, and to know the love of Christ which passes knowledge, that ye might be filled with all the fullness of God. So it's a devotional tapestry here, except on the way he makes a strange remark. He says, what is the breadth, the length, the depth, and the height? Did you notice that? How many dimensions are there? 4. My goodness, is Paul consistent with contemporary physics? Do you think he realized the universe has 4 dimensions? I don't think so. But the Holy Spirit that was guiding it certainly knew all about it. So Paul's expression here, I believe, vastly transcends his own understanding. If you take these terms in the Greek, platos means the breadth, suggesting great extent. Length refers to length as we think of it. Depth, bathos, deep things, like the deep things of God, whatever. And height, of course, is height of place, hupsos. But the point is, these are all 4 dimensions that are descriptive of the spaces we know it today. Epistle to the Ephesians is surprisingly sophisticated from a physics point of view. That leads us into this discussion of hyperdimensions. That's just a fancy word for spaces that have more than 3. You and I are used to 3 dimensions, right? But if you can talk about spaces of more than 3, but then you're dealing in what's called hyperdimensions, okay? We've just gone beyond Euclid. When we were in school, all of us had what's called Euclidean geometry, which is the geometry limited to 3 dimensions, naturally. We had enough trouble with that. We didn't need more, right? So there are only 2 kinds of people that can really deal with hyperspace, spaces of more than 3. That's mathematicians with special training, and relax, I'm not going to try to go that way. The other people I can deal with them are small children. Small children have no problem. They can deal with that. Now, Edwin Abbott was a churchman in the turn of the century. He wrote a novel called Flatland, and his little novel is a useful technique to get. We can't move up. If I tried to talk 4 or 5 dimensions to you, we'd quickly be not communicating. But Edwin Abbott played around the other way by imagining a universe of 2 dimensions, and we can learn from some of the things he did. I want to introduce 2 people to you, and I'm going to ask you to be compassionate, because these 2 people have a very serious handicap. They live in only 2 dimensions, Mr. and Mrs. Flatt, and their universe is 2-dimensional. And if they each live in their own universe, 2-dimensional universe, they have no conception of the other. They have no way to make the transition. But if I come along as a 3-dimensional person, I can easily move that one into their universe. For what to them is a miracle, to me is casual, right? So we learned something there. There's something, we can go further than that. I also have another capability. I can incur a proximity to each of them that is more intimate than they can have with each other. I could put my finger 1/1,000,000th of an inch away from each of them, no matter where they are. See, I can enjoy a form of communion with both of them that they can't even have with each other, because I have the advantage of an additional dimension. See where I'm headed? We can draw some understanding of hyperdimensionality from this little exhibit here. If I stick my finger through their universe, what do they see? They don't see a hand. They see a dot that becomes a circle, and then goes, they see the 2-dimensional subset of what I am. If a ball falls through their 2-dimensional universe, they see a dot that becomes a circle, it becomes a dot and disappears. They never see the ball. They see the 2-dimensional representation of the interference of that ball with their universe. Now, how would you communicate a three-dimensional object to a two-dimensional universe. Suppose I want to communicate to Mr. and Mrs. Flat about what a cube is, a box that has four sides, a top and a bottom. How would I do that? Well, one way I could do is by a two-dimensional projection. I could try to project that box into two dimensions. But that isn't very useful. They wouldn't be able to grasp that too well. If I take a four-dimensional cube, and there are such things, and project them in three dimensions, you can do this on the internet, you quickly discover they're not at all intuitive as you start playing with it. Now, this is a three-dimensional projection of a four-dimensional hypercube, but I couldn't do the simulation for you here. Not very useful in any case. Another way I might do this would be to unravel the cube to the two dimensions. I can take the box and unfold it. I can unravel it. That'd be one way I could try to communicate a three-dimensional object into a two-dimensional universe, right? Not still a bit awkward, isn't it? Well, there is a four-dimensional cube that can be unraveled, and it's called a tesseract, or a Hinton cube. And the only place I've ever seen this actually used may surprise you. The only place I'm aware of this, other than in geometry class, the only place I've ever seen this used is in a painting by Salvador Dali. His representation of Corpus Christi is, in effect, a tesseract. It's a four-dimensional cube unraveled in three dimensions. And it stunned me to realize that Salvador Dali had that kind of mathematical insight to understand what he was doing here. Hyperspaces. We've talked about n-dimensional spaces. We've given you a two-dimensional example from Mr. and Mrs. Flat from Edwin Abbott's book called Flatland. And the Hilbert space is also, there is a space that has an infinite number of dimensions that mathematicians attempt to deal with. But let's talk about we talked about time travel. Let's talk about hyperdimensional travel. Is it possible, if I have a six-sided space, here's a six-sided space, four walls, a top and a bottom, is it possible to enter and leave that space without going through any of the six sides? It happened. The disciples were in an upper room, frightened, nervous, confused, doors locked, windows shut, nervous, and Jesus shows up right in the middle of them. They're shook up, understandably. They think he's some kind of ghost or a spirit. Hey, guys, handle me and see. A spirit does not have flesh and bone as you see me have. Have you got anything to eat? My kind of guy. No, Jesus has the ability to enter and leave a six-sided space without penetrating any of the six sides. And yet he's physical, but he's not limited to four dimensions. Mathematicians will argue that he has to have at least 10 to do that by some transforms. Well, maybe. But there's a very interesting, whatever he has, we will have. One of my favorite passages is in 1 John chapter 3, verse 2. And unless you have a physics background, you probably don't understand what John is saying here. John says, Beloved, now are we the sons of God, and it hath not yet appeared what we shall be, but we know that when he shall appear, we shall be like him, for we shall see him as he is. See, I can show you a two-dimensional representation of a three-dimensional person. That's called a photograph. A two-dimensional representation of a three-dimensional person. What John's saying, we know that when he shall appear, we shall be like him, for we shall see him as he is. We're not going to see a nine-dimensional representation of a 10-dimensional being. Whatever it is that he has, we know that when he shall appear, we shall be like him because we shall see him as he is. I think that's a statement that goes far beyond the physics of the average reader in terms of what really is, what the Holy Spirit is communicating to us there.
So, it talks about cherubim, and now beam, or im, in Hebrew, where you have the I-am ending, it indicates a plurality. Do you think that there was more than one cherub, or do you think that it indicates the plurality of their composition?
Now that's interesting too, because when I've thought about that, are they separate as in like what John saw in Revelation, or are they kind of melded together like in Ezekiel?
Yeah.
I think that one thing, I dedicate a whole chapter to Ezekiel and really tear that apart, and really try to explain what's going on there. I think for the Garden of Eden, if it was in its high dimensional state, they would have been separate. I think when John saw the cherubim separate, he was seeing them in, like their natural habitat, I guess we could call it, when, in heaven, basically. I believe that the reason Ezekiel, why they were melded like that, why he saw it like that, I think he saw what is sometimes in physics called an extra dimensional unfolding,
Oh.
where basically if you have something of a higher dimension unfold into a lower dimension, eventually there's going to be parts of that object that take up the same space as other parts. So to someone that has a lower dimensional perspective, like Ezekiel would have had, like we have a three-dimensional perspective, it would have looked like they were all melded together, and for all intents and purposes, they were.
All right.
So yeah, that's what I think.
Okay, we'll go to break and come back in a minute and talk about it. And we're back on the Revolutionary Radio Project. I am your host, Rob Skiba, and tonight we are talking with Josh Peck about his new book, Cherubim Chariots. And right before the break, Josh, you were talking about the idea of if we're looking through sort of a multiverse, and entities are coming from other dimensions, you might have something like an extra dimensional unfolding taking place, wherein from our perspective, it looks like they're melded together. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Do you think, when you look at the Ezekiel cherubim, you have the ox, the eagle, the man, and the lion. And I was thinking about that a while back. I was like, okay, if each of these sort of represents a different kingdom of life form on the earth, what's missing? Well, the lizard, the insect, and the fish.
Right.
Do you think that Lucifer may have been of that variety of cherubim?
It may have been, and I've heard theories about that before, and it's definitely interesting. There may have been a fifth cherubim there, and or even sixth and seventh if we add in the fish and insect. And if that's true, if that here's something. If that's true, and if those are like, I don't know what you'd call them, species, the types of fallen angels, maybe that helps explain the supposed reptilian aliens, right. the mantids, and even the ancient fish gods like Dagon and stuff like that.
So we see that God has his fire, he's got this electricity. It also says that he wraps himself in light as with a garment, Psalm 104. And there's something called biophotons, and it has a direct impact upon us. And we have these bodies of light we're going to see. Now, looking at the Lord Jesus, we see that he was transfigured while he was here on earth, and he was transfigured before them. His face shone like the sun, and his clothes became as white as light. There's the Greek word phos, so he becomes as white as light. And then Jesus tells us, concerning us, he says, then the righteous will shine forth as the sun in the kingdom of their Father. He who has ears, let him hear. So you and I are going to have a body that will actually emit light when we get to be with the Lord. We find that also in Daniel 12, verse 3. Those who are wise shall shine like the brightness of the firmament, and those who turn many to righteousness like the stars forever and ever. And then we find that again in Revelation 19:8. It was granted to her to clothe herself with fine linen, bright and pure, for the fine linen is the righteous deeds of the saints. So we're going to have this body that is going to emit light when we get there to be with the Lord. Just as he has light coming out of him, we're going to have light coming out of us. Now, how is that possible? First of all, it's worthy to note that this was a really ancient idea that the Jews understood this. The Midrash Rabbah, which is a rabbinic literature from the 1st or 2nd century AD, of Genesis 3:21 reads, and the Lord God made for Adam and his wife garments of skin. And there's kind of a wordplay going on here. The Hebrew word there is or, and clothed them. And then it says in Rabbi Meir's Torah it was found written garments of light, which is also the word or with a different letter. Same sound but with a different letter. And this refers to Adam's garments, which were like a torch broad at the bottom and narrow at the top. So the ancient Jews understood that Adam and Eve had a body of light before they sinned, and then they lost that when they sinned. So again, we see our new man has been created in God's image. We as new creations are in the image of the one who has made us. Concerning the Lord Jesus, Scripture says he is the image of the invisible God, the firstborn over all creation. And then concerning us, and have been clothed with the new man that is being renewed in knowledge according to the image of the one who created him. So again, we're going to be made in that image more fully. And we have been made in his image, but we fell, of course. Now, the amazing thing is that we discovered that DNA actually emits light. It was around 1923 that Ukrainian biologist Alexander Gravich discovered that living things such as onions and yeast produce an ultra-weak photon emission. This was confirmed independently by Russian scientists around 1950. They discovered an ultra-weak photon emission from living organisms. This was also confirmed independently of the previous finding by Italian nuclear physicist El Colli and company in 1955, who by chance discovered a bioluminescence of seedlings. And then from the School of Medicine at Kanazawa University in Kanazawa, Japan, they state all organic life absorbs, emits, and processes light. Biophoton emission, or spontaneous ultra-weak light emission, has been observed from almost all living organisms. And I put a capacitor up there because, just to give you an idea, it's not quite the same, but it gives you at least an idea. Just as a capacitor will kind of soak up electricity, if you will, and then it re-emits it, that's kind of what our DNA is doing. It's absorbing that light, and then it's re-emitting it as light as well. Now, the thing is, we can't see it in most of us, because we have corrupted bodies and our light source is only the sun. But when your light source is God, then what happens? Well, we see concerning Moses, when he went up on the mountain for 40 days and then he came down, it says, "Now it was so when Moses came down from Mount Sinai that Moses did not know that the skin of his face shone while he talked with him. So when Aaron and all the children of Israel saw Moses, behold, the skin of his face shone, and they were afraid to come near him." So he's up there for 40 days in God's presence, and he comes down and his face is shining. Now, why has that happened? Well, it's because those biophotons, it's because your DNA and my DNA actually absorbs light and then it re-emits it. And so when we're in the presence of the ultimate light source, God himself, then we're going to soak up that light and we're going to re-emit it. But in this life, in the case of Moses, it faded away because he didn't stay in God's presence, for one, and second, he's in a corrupted body. And so it doesn't last. But the good news is that we're going to have bodies that will not lose that. When we get to be with the Lord, we're going to have a new body. It's going to be incorrupted, and you're going to have that light coming from God himself going into your DNA and then re-emitting it as light. So if you feel a little bit dull right now, just wait. You're going to be bright really soon. So that's the good news. Now, thinking again about Genesis 3:15, concerning the two seeds, it's important to understand the genetics of the incarnation so that we can understand the genetics of the deception as well. So we're told that Jesus would be the genetic seed of Abraham, David, and others, of course. God saying unto Abraham, "And in thy seed shall all the kindreds of the earth be blessed." And so there we have the word sperma. So it's very clear in the text that we're not just talking about some spiritual idea, but that Jesus himself would be connected. He would be genetically connected to Adam, to Abraham, to David, and others. And we see concerning his son Jesus Christ our Lord, who was born of the seed of David, according to the flesh. And there again, we see that the word there is sperm. Remember that Jesus Christ of the seed of David. Again, there's the word sperm. So we see that Jesus had to come through each of those different men, and others of course, but that he had to be genetically connected. Some people would suggest that Mary was nothing more than a surrogate mother, and that God just kind of put this fully fertilized zygote into Mary's womb, but that's not what the text says. He has to be connected. And then concerning Mary, it says, "And behold, you will conceive in your womb and bring forth a son, and shall call his name Jesus, and the Lord God will give him the throne of his father David. The Holy Spirit will come upon you, and the power of the highest will overshadow you. Therefore also the Holy One who is to be born will be called the Son of God." So remember back in Isaiah 7:14, it says the virgin will conceive and bear a son. If the Bible had said that she will only bear a son, then maybe she could be the surrogate mother. But she's actually going to conceive. And we look in other places in Scripture, and we see that Sarah, Abraham knew his wife, and she conceived and bore a son. Hagar did the same thing. Eve did the same thing. So it's very important to see that detail, that Mary was not just a surrogate mother, but it was actually her seed as well. And of course that takes us back to Genesis 3:15, that it will be the seed of the woman. So very important point. Some people have tried to say that a woman doesn't have a seed, but that's not the case at all. We discover that both men and women have seed, though we might call it an egg, But as you look at the finer details, which we're going to do in just a minute, you'll see that they basically are comprised of the same material, the same data. And so it's right to call the woman's egg a seed. So the incarnation of Jesus was nothing less than the genetic combination of the celestial, that is the Holy Spirit, with the terrestrial, that is Mary. Of course, we must stress that Jesus, as the second person of the Trinity, did not begin to exist at that moment. He existed from eternity, but we're looking at the incarnation itself. We're talking about the formation of that body that would become the body of Jesus, of course. So, well, what is a seed anyway? I kept asking myself, what is a seed? And I didn't really know. I looked at some watermelon seeds and, okay, this is interesting. And I went on to Google and found a few seeds, and they told me about the, just the different things on the outside. But I said, that's not a seed. It's got to be more than that. And of course it is. It's really the DNA. You get down to what's called a gamete, and a gamete is just a Greek word for marriage. And both men and women have a gamete. And then you discover that that's made up of chromosomes, and those are made up of genes, and those are made up of course, DNA. So DNA is the source code of humanity and is the essence of the seed that Scripture so often talks about. So the term seed is in modern terms called a gamete, which in the male is the sperm and in the female is the ovum. Thus, when Mary conceived, it meant that her ovum provided 23 chromosomes, and hence the Holy Spirit provided the other gamete, that is the other 23 chromosomes. And what happened is when God created Adam and he sinned, he fell, that errors came into the code. The master programmer endowed us with perfect code, and only at the fall of man did it become corrupted.
Number one, they would have a pure gene pool, no defective chromosomes. Today, the average person has about 4,000 defective genes. A gene, in case you don't know, is if you took a ladder, an extension ladder from here to Chicago, what, 900 miles, and you had somebody stand on the other end while you started twisting it here. You twisted and twisted and twisted and twisted. By the time it gets all twisted up from here to Chicago, that would be roughly what a chromosome looks like. Each cell in your body has 46 of those little chromosomes. The rung of the ladder would be a gene. So the illustration people use is a twisted ladder. Pretty tough to draw 2D, what a 3D ladder would look like twisted. But each of these things across here is a rung of the ladder. Each of those is called a gene. The whole thing is called a chromosome, or a DNA strand, deoxyribonucleic acid. The same thing as a chromosome, deoxyribonucleic acid. And this thing right across here is one gene, G-E-N-E. Now, when you get regenerated in Christ, you're being regened, totally new person, new genes. That's where the word regenerate comes from that word gene. Now that'll preach too. But during conception for the baby, half of this chromosome comes from the mother and half comes from the father. The problem is it splits down the middle. Now let's take a ladder that is twisted from here to Chicago. We're going to split it all the way down the middle. It's going to unwind itself, and it's going to get the other half of the ladder from the mother or father, depending what your case may be, and it's going to wind itself back together, and all those genes are going to line up. Absolutely phenomenal how this can happen. And that's one chromosome. You got 46 that are doing this. 46 chromosomes in every cell of your body. So radiation from the sun is one of the things that causes damage to these genes. You often see people at the hospital when they're going to get an x-ray, they will put a lead apron over where the ovaries are on a woman, for instance, because they know the x-ray could damage the chromosomes, could damage the genes for the next generation. Many things can damage this, and so they're trying to be very sensitive to not create damage to this. But one of the reasons they lived to be 900 before the flood was they had a pure gene pool, no genetic load. You've got about 4,000 of these genes in your gene code that are defective, sort of like a computer program where something's wrong. Now, if you marry closer than a first cousin, there's a high probability that you both have a similar gene code, and so you might both have the same defective genes. Now you're asking for trouble as far as deformed children. It's against the law in all but 3 states to marry closer than a first cousin. You have to marry second cousin or more farther away in all but 3 states in America. I won't tell you which the 3 states are, but drive through them and you'll be able to tell. The people, anyway, the people were living long before the flood. They had no defective chromosomes in the original creation, number one. Number two, they had a canopy of water to protect them, to filter out the radiation from the sun. Number three, they're eating a perfect diet. They're also eating food that has been unaffected by any of this harmful stuff. Plus, they're eating food grown in soil that is not depleted at all, mineral-rich soil. I think in the original creation, they had perfect food supply, perfect atmosphere to breathe, no genetic load. They had probably several reasons why they were living to be 900 years old.
So the chemical code built on A, G, T, and C becomes corrupted as a result of the shuffling of the order of those bits, or a loss of one or more bits. And Adam, as the father of the race and a direct creation of God, had a perfect code. There was no loss of data or corruption of the data in any way. And it was when he fell that those things in some way got scrambled, or they lost some data, or something happened there where there was a loss of information. And John Sanford puts it this way. He says the extinction of the human genome appears to be just as certain and deterministic as the extinction of stars, the death of organisms, and the heat death of the universe. So he's discovered, and others have as well, that the entire human race is about 50% dead. We're on our way to extinction as a race. And because there are more and more mutations that continue to get into our genome. You really are more of a mutant than your parents, in case you're wondering your children are more mutant than you are. So it's not just some feeling that you had, but it's true. They really are more mutant. But we're all mutant. We're all mutating, and we're losing information. Well, during normal conception, not looking at the miraculous conception at this point, during reproduction, the maternal and paternal gametes, that is the haploid cells, fuse at conception to produce a zygote, which will turn into a fetus and eventually into an adult human being. And when two gametes unite during fertilization, each contributes its haploid set of chromosomes to the new individual, restoring the diploid number. So we can essentially look at it this way, is that Mary provided one half, and the Holy Spirit provided the other half, thus making the diploid number, which of course became the 46 unique chromosomes, or the 23 base pairs needed for the body of Jesus Christ. And that's the amazing thing, is that you have the terrestrial Mary with the celestial Holy Spirit combining to make the body of Jesus Christ. It's truly amazing. And now that we're in the genetic age, we can just catch a glimpse of what that miracle entailed. Now there's something else that happened that is quite astounding. We know that sin came through Adam, and as a result of sin, death spread to everything because of his sin. And we refer to this as the original sin. Well, it turns out that a son will inherit an identical copy of his father's Y chromosome, and this copy is also essentially identical to the Y chromosomes carried by all his paternal forefathers across the generations. We also read a male shares the same Y chromosome with his father, paternal grandfather, paternal great-grandfather, and so on. So, according to Neil Bradman and Mark Thomas, who are, incidentally, committed evolutionists, they don't believe in God or anything of this stuff, but they actually rewrote Genesis chapter 5 in modern terms. They say, Genesis chapter 5 records the generations of Adam. Adam begot Seth, Seth begot Enosh, etc., down to Noah with flood. Translated into modern genetic terms, the account could read, Adam passed a copy of his Y chromosome to Seth, Seth passed a copy of his Y chromosome to Enosh, Enosh passed a copy of his Y chromosome to Kenan, and so on until Noah was born carrying a copy of Adam's Y chromosome. Now this becomes very fascinating when we consider that, still according to these guys, they say that the Y chromosome may in fact be a record of an event in the life of our original father. Bradman and Thomas suggest that the Y chromosome contains a record of an event in the life of the man who passed on the current Y chromosome, which they say had no effect on the life of the man in whom the change occurred, nor indeed on the life of his descendants. However, is it possible that the recorded event is not something that had little or no effect, but is in some way the record of the genetic fall of our first father? And obviously I argue that that is indeed the case. As evolutionists, they would say, well, it had no big deal, because they believe that death has been part of the process of life from the beginning. But from the Bible we read that death only came as a result of Adam's fall. So I believe that what we're seeing here is that just as Adam passed on a copy of his Y chromosome to each of his sons, which means, guys, that each one of us has a copy of Adam's Y chromosome. But guess what Jesus didn't have? Jesus didn't have that Y chromosome. He did not have a copy of Adam's Y chromosome. So I believe that the Y chromosome is in some way carrying the original sin, if you will. And since he did not get that, he did not inherit whatever was in there. He didn't get that from Adam, but he got it, of course, directly from the Holy Spirit. Something else that is fascinating to consider is that through the disobedience of Adam, all creation was made subject to corruption. We know, according to Dr. Robert Gentry and others, that in granite rocks, there's something called polonium, and it releases, at least it did in the past, it doesn't still do it, but it released something called an alpha particle, and when that alpha particle escaped, it made that granite slightly radioactive. So for those of you that have granite countertops, you really could take a Geiger counter and you get a very faint reading, but there is radioactivity coming out of your granite countertops. And what that means, if there's radiation coming from that, even if it's very, very small, it means that something happened at the fall, because we read in Romans 8, for the earnest expectation of the creation eagerly waits for the revealing of the sons of God. For the creation was subjected to futility, not willingly, but because of him who subjected it in hope, because the creation itself also will be delivered from the bondage of corruption into the glorious liberty of the children of God. For we know that the whole creation groans and labors with birth pains together until now, even we ourselves groan within ourselves, eagerly waiting for the adoption and redemption of our body. So God made the earth, he made the Adamah, which is the soil, and then he made Adam, out of the Adamah. So Adam becomes this earth man, if you will. Remember, God makes the dust, then he takes the dust, he forms it, he breathes his spirit in there, and then Adam becomes really the representative or federal head of everything that's connected. God said, let the earth bring forth all the living creatures. He also said, of course, concerning the oceans and the waters, let them bring forth living creatures and so on. So Adam was the only one that God created directly. And now as the earth man, whatever happens to Adam happens to the earth. So when Adam sinned, that decay, corruption, death entered into his body, and as a result, it was spread and was passed on to all of creation. And so I would argue that there was no such thing as entropy, the second law of thermodynamics, getting old and that stuff before the fall. That was even the radiation that we find in the rocks was a result of Adam's fall. Because according to this text, the creation is going to be delivered from that. It was subjected to that. It wasn't made that way, but it happened as a result of Adam's fall. So what needs to happen is we need to be reborn with the seed of the Messiah, and when we are restored, then the whole creation is going to be restored. And that will ultimately happen in the millennium. And we read in Isaiah 53, yet it pleased the Lord to bruise him, he has put him to grief. When you make his soul an offering for sin, he shall see his seed, and he shall prolong his days. Now, in what way did the Messiah have seed? That's a very curious question. And what has typically happened is commentators have said, well, this is just figurative language. It's not really talking about literal seed, but it's just figurative seed. But I would beg to argue. We find in 1 John 3:9, whoever has been born of God does not sin, for his seed, there's the word sperma, remains in him, and he cannot sin because he has been born of God. Peter says it this way, having been born again not of corruptible seed, but incorruptible through the word of God which lives and abides forever. So think about this. Jesus came, and in his incarnation, he took on our seed. It was mingled with his own. And we're told here that we're going to be part of God's seed. Now, we're not talking about proteins, nucleic acids. We're not talking about that stuff. We're not talking about things made of dirt. All right? It's not the material that matters, but it's the information. Because, you see, what was really at the heart of DNA is not just those proteins and nucleic acids, but it's the information that's encoded in the DNA. That's really what we're talking about. And information, according to Dr. Werner Gitt, information is a non-material entity. So it's the code. Think of a CD-ROM. You might go out and buy some really expensive program. Are you doing it because of the plastic that thing is on? You could care less about the plastic. That's just the medium. It's the information that is on that disk that you care about. And that information, you can't touch it, you can't weigh it, it's immaterial. And so that is the same thing that's happening with the incarnation. It's not about the little bits or the little pieces of dirt, if you will, but it's the information that's encoded in there. And so I believe that as Jesus was the first fruit of the resurrection, that we are going to, in some way, when we get our new bodies, he's going to not only correct our code, but I think he's going to upgrade it. And we're going to get a better code. And it's going to, in some way, entail his seed. I don't know exactly how that's going to happen, but that's what I see written in Scripture. So we got to try to just wrestle with that. And this is why Jesus kept stressing. He says, truly, truly, I tell you, unless a person is born from above, he cannot see the kingdom of God. What is born of the flesh is flesh, and what is born of the Spirit is spirit. Do not be astonished that I say to you, all of you must be born from above. Paul says it this way, therefore, if anyone is in Christ, he is a new creation. Old things have passed away. Behold, all things have become new. For in Christ Jesus, neither circumcision nor uncircumcision avails anything but a new creation. So you have to be made a new creation. You have to get that new body to be able to stand in God's presence. Remember that God is this man, if you will, looks like a man anyway, who has fire and electricity coming out of him. And when you stand in his presence, if he goes to give you a hug and you don't have a right body, then you're going to just become toast. So you have to have a body that is suitable to be in his presence. And he has made a way so that we can get that corrected and upgraded body through the incarnation, through the death of Jesus on the cross, and of course through his resurrection. So that's the good part. Now here's the not so good part. This is where Satan has been trying to bring this about, to bring his seed about throughout history. And first of all, it's important to remember that God made everything to reproduce according to its kind. That's the principle that God set up in the beginning, that everything should be according to its kind. So when the sons of God came down in the days of Noah, and it says when humankind began to multiply on the face of the earth and daughters were born to them, that the sons of God saw that the daughters of humankind were beautiful. Thus they took wives for themselves from any they chose. So the Lord said, my spirit will not remain in humankind indefinitely, since they are mortal. They will remain for 120 years. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also after this, when the sons of God were having sexual relations with the daughters of humankind, who gave birth to the children. That's according to the New English Translation. Now, there were conceivably anywhere from maybe, let's say, 6 to 17 billion people on the earth at that time, depending on how you calculate it. But we'll say 10 just for simplicity. So these sons of God come down, they begin to mingle with the daughters of men, and you have these Nephilim. Well, first of all, who are the sons of God? The phrase sons of God appears 10 times in the Bible, twice in Genesis, 3 times in the book of Job, and 5 times in the New Testament. We find in Job 38:7, it says, when the morning stars sang together and all the sons of God shouted for joy. Here's a question God puts forth to Job. Where were you? Right? And so the sons of God is referring to angels. And if you read the Septuagint, it simply translates that as angels. We find in Job 1:6, there was a day when the sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan also came among them. Again, the Septuagint is just translating that directly as angels, because that's what they're understanding the sons of God to refer to. There are basically 3 views of who are the sons of God in Genesis chapter 6. This is according to the Net Bible. They say in the book of Job, the phrase clearly refers to angelic beings. In Genesis 6, the sons of God are distinct from humankind, suggesting they were not human. This is consistent with the use of the phrase in Job. Since the passage speaks of these beings cohabiting with women, they must have taken physical form or possessed the bodies of men. 2, members of Seth's line, daughters of humankind, were descendants of Cain. But as noted above, the text distinguishes the sons of God from humankind, which would include the Sethites as well as the Canaanites, and suggests that the daughters of humankind were human women in general, not just Canaanites. And then lastly, the sons of God as powerful tyrants, perhaps demon-possessed, who view themselves as divine, practice polygamy. But again, the Net Bible refutes that by saying, but the usage of the phrase sons of God in Job militates against this view. So I believe there's only one acceptable view, and we're going to look at those others. Now, a common objection would be, say, well, we know that it can't be talking about angels because Jesus said, for in the resurrection they neither marry nor are given in marriage, but are like angels in heaven. But if we read the account in Luke, we get a fuller picture. And we need to keep in mind who Jesus was speaking to. He was speaking to the Sadducees who did not believe in the resurrection. So they came to him with this question they thought would basically stump him. And they said, so Jesus, this woman has a husband. He dies. She marries all 7 brothers. Whose wife is she going to be in the resurrection? And Jesus more or less says, you guys are missing the point. He says, but those who are considered worthy to attain to that age and to the resurrection from the dead neither marry nor are given in marriage, for they cannot die anymore. All right, so that's the first thing to consider. They can't die anymore. That's why they won't get married. Okay, and why won't they die anymore? Because they are equal to angels and are sons of God, being sons of the resurrection. So he's not saying anything about the angels' ability to pass on seed or to procreate. He's simply saying what that is going to be like. And when those who are worthy, hopefully we're included in that number, get to that age anyway, it's not going to be about marrying and being given in marriage, because you're not going to die. Why won't you die? Because you're going to be like the angels. So again, it's not the ability to pass on seed that he's talking about. So that cannot be used as a proof text that Genesis chapter 6 it could not be talking about angels. Quite the contrary. It really is. And if we look at some ancient sources, first of all, 2 Peter, it's a great ancient source, inspired by God. He says, "For if God did not spare the angels who sinned, but threw them into hell," and this is a Greek word, Tartarus, and Tartarus was a prison for bad spirits. And this was from the Greek mythology. So Peter is using a word that's full of meaning in the Greek language, and he's using it now to explain these angels that got put somewhere because they were deviant, they did something wrong. And he locked them up in chains and utter darkness to be kept under the till of judgment. And if he did not spare the ancient world, but did protect Noah, herald of righteousness, along with 7 others, and God brought forth a flood on the ungodly world, and if he turned to ashes the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah when he condemned them to destruction, and reserved the unrighteous for punishment at that day of judgment, especially those who indulge their fleshly desires and who despise authority. So he's talking about all these. They all had something in common. And what they did is they indulged their fleshly desires. It also needs to be considered, if this, as some people suggest, is referring to the original fall of Satan and the third of the angels from heaven, then why is Satan not locked up here? Because we know from 1 Peter 5, it says, "Beware of your adversary, the devil, who goes about as a roaring lion, seeking whom he may devour." So we know that Satan is free. He has freedom to go about, come and go as he pleases, and he's certainly the worst of all the angels. They don't get any, worse than him. He should be there if this is referring to that initial fall. But of course it's not. It's referring to what the fallen angels did back in the days of Noah.
One of the things that jumped out at me was the fact that Noah lived for 950 years. And most of the time we say Noah, and the first thing we think of is Noah's Ark. And that's about the extent of it. We don't really think too much past that. But the reality of it is he lived 600 years before the flood and 350 years after the flood, and a whole lot of weird and wild and crazy things happened on both sides of the flood. And Jesus said, take note of that because some of that stuff's going to happen again, some if not all. The Genesis 6 experiment is essentially summed up in Genesis chapter 6, verses 1 through 4. I've got 1 and 2 listed here, where it talks about the fact that the sons of God came unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them. Now, we see in the synchronized extra-biblical text support for that. We see that in Genesis 6, it calls them the sons of God. In 1 Enoch, same thing. It's interesting that it actually syncs up to the exact same chapter and same 2 verses. Genesis 6, 1 and 2, as well as 1 Enoch 6, 1 and 2. Genesis calls them the sons of God. Enoch calls them the angels or the children of heaven. And Jubilees chapter 5, verse 1 calls them the angels of God. So here we see clearly that we're talking about angels, not the sons of Seth, as is taught in many seminaries today. I think that whole theory is completely absurd and unsupported, so I'm not going to spend any more time talking about it. But we see in the synchronized extra-biblical text, as well as the scriptures itself, that sons of God is a reference to angels. In fact, if we go outside of that and just go into the historical documents, I've never heard a pastor, theologian, teacher, evangelist who hasn't at some point in his career referenced the works of Josephus to give support for what is in the scriptures. And Josephus was a first-century historian, well-respected historian, and he comes right out and tells you the same thing, that it's angels that we're talking about. He writes about that in Antiquity of the Jews. The New Testament refers to them as the angels that sinned. In 2 Peter 2, 4 and 5, it talks about the angels that sinned, that they are bound in chains of darkness. And I like the way Peter actually writes this. He says that they were cast down to hell in many of your translations. But in Greek, the word is Tartarus. And if I'm not mistaken, I think that's the only time that word is used in Scripture. I could be wrong, but I think that's the only time. What's interesting about Tartarus, how many of you went to public schools? Even if you didn't go to public schools, you may have read the Odyssey, the Iliad, some of the Greek mythology. All right, and that's kind of mandatory these days in secular school. That's where the Olympians put the Titans. They bound up the Titans in the prison of Tartarus. It's the lowest level of Hades. We see the same thing in Jude, verse 6. The angels which kept not their first estate were kept in everlasting chains of darkness, okay? And in Jubilees chapter 5, verse 6, we have a parallel scripture there, or writing if you prefer, talking about the angels being bound in the depths of the earth, and look, they are bound in the middle of the earth. Now, God's judgment against these angels that sinned is given in quite a bit of detail in the book of 1 Enoch, and it talks about a couple things here I want to focus on. It says that their offspring, okay, these would be the first generation Nephilim,
It says in the bold there, "For length of days they shall not have, and no request they make of thee shall be granted unto their fathers," which would be the watchers, "on their behalf. For they hope to live in eternal life, and that each one of them," that being the Nephilim offspring, "will live for 500 years." So God's setting an age limit for the first generation Nephilim. They're only going to live for 500 years. "And the Lord said unto Michael, Go bind Semjaza." He's one of the archons. He's the leader of actually the leaders. He's the head archon, if you prefer. Semjaza. "Go bind Semjaza and his associates who have united themselves with women so as to have defiled themselves with them in all their uncleanness. And when their sons," that would be the first generation Nephilim offspring, "have slain one another and have seen the destruction of their beloved ones, bind them," being the watchers, "fast for 70 generations. Keep that in mind. 70 generations these guys are bound. "In the valleys of the earth till the day of their judgment and of their consummation, till the judgment that is forever and ever is consummated." Okay, so we find in the book of 1st Enoch that the first generation Nephilim were only going to live 500 years, and they were to kill each other off in that time. God was going to basically cause a civil war where these guys are going to fight and kill each other off, and the watchers, their parents, are going to be made to watch their beloved ones die. How many of you would like to see your kids massacred? Anybody? No, of course not. Nobody. Well, neither did they. That was part of their judgment, was to watch their beloved children be massacred before they were put in chains of darkness in Tartarus.
And we see this even clearer in the book of Jude. "You also know that the angels, who did not keep within their proper domain, but abandoned their own place of residence, he is kept in eternal chains and utter darkness, locked up for the judgment of the great day. So also Sodom and Gomorrah and the neighboring towns, since they indulged in sexual morality and pursued unnatural desire in a way similar to these angels, are now displayed as an example by suffering the punishment of eternal fire." Now I chose to use the Net Bible here, the New English Translation, because I believe that they're doing the very best with the Greek. And let me just explain this. If you read King James or New King James, you won't find the word angels there. So you might think that they're just adding something. But what they're doing, this is a grammatical argument. The word there is tutois, and it's referring back to something that is masculine and plural. So we have to say, what is the antecedent of that word? It's got to be masculine, it's got to be plural. So in a way similar to these, well, these what? Could it be referring to the neighboring towns? Well, it can't, because the word for towns is polis, which is a feminine word. So that does not meet the requirements of an antecedent. So we have to go back to the only antecedent that matches both gender and number, which is referring to the angels. So I believe that they are justified in putting that word angels in there, because Sodom and Gomorrah and the neighboring towns did something in a manner similar to these angels. And of course, we know from Genesis chapter 19, when the angels show up to save Lot, what the men of the city wanted to do with those angels. And so they're pursuing unnatural desire in a way similar to these angels. So whatever happened in Genesis chapter 6 also happened in Sodom and Gomorrah. Very interesting that God destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah and the plains, city of the plains, completely. Just wiped them out. They were doing something that was so heinous that he just took them out. It wasn't simply homosexuality. That and it was included, but that was not the worst of their sins. The worst of their sins is they were having relations with demons, sexual relations with demons. And so God just took them out completely. So many scholars have seen this, and many don't want to see it, of course. But the Net Bible has a note here. "Both angels in Sodom and Gomorrah indulge in heinous sexual morality. Thus, whether the false teachers indulge in homosexual activity is not the point. Mere sexual immorality is enough to condemn them." So Sodom and Gomorrah and the angels had something in common. That was that they were practicing heinous sexual morality. We also have confirmation from pre-New Testament Jewish texts, and written a century or two before Jesus. We have the book of Enoch, the Tales of the Patriarchs, also known as the Genesis Apocryphon. We have Philo, the Aramaic Targumim of the Pentateuch, Josephus, and others, and I won't go into all of these this evening. And they consistently accepted the interpretation that fallen angels were capable of producing offspring, and therefore had some kind of genetic seed to pass on. The book of Enoch: "It happened after the sons of men had multiplied in those days that daughters were born to them, elegant and beautiful. And when the angels, the sons of heaven, etc., then they took wives, each choosing for himself whom they began to approach, and with whom they cohabited, teaching them sorcery, incantations, and dividing of roots and trees. And the woman conceiving brought forth giants." So there's no question about it in the book of Enoch. We also have Philo. Now, Philo is Mr. Allegory himself. He was an Alexandrian Jew, is contemporary with Jesus. And he believed that if you He used the allegorical method. You could sort of marry Greek philosophy with the Bible by using the allegorical approach. However, he always gave us the literal interpretation of the text. He started with that. And it's quite astounding what he has to say. And when the angels of God saw the daughters of men, that they were beautiful, they took unto themselves wives of all whom they chose, those beings whom other philosophers call demons. Moses usually calls angels, and they are souls hovering in the air. On what principle it was that giants were born to angels and women? The poets call those men who were born out of the earth giants, that is to say, of the earth. And of course he's looking at the Greek word gigantes there. But he relates that these giants were sprung from a combined procreation of two natures, namely from angels and mortal women. And he talks about the size of the giants. They saw that they were very numerous indeed, and giants of exceeding tallness with absolutely gigantic bodies, both as to their magnitude and their strength. Now looking at Josephus, the first century Jewish historian extraordinaire, he says, "For many angels of God accompanied with women and begat sons that proved unjust and despisers of all that was good on account of the confidence they had in their own strength. For the tradition is that these men did what resembled the acts of those whom the Grecians called giants." And William Whiston, who's the translator of Josephus, notes that this notion that the fallen angels were in some sense the fathers of the old giants was the constant opinion of antiquity. So to say otherwise is certainly going against the historical opinion of everybody. I mean, it was a unanimous conclusion. The testaments of the 12 patriarchs. "For thus they allured the watchers who were before the flood. For as these continually beheld them, they lusted after them, and they conceived the act in their mind. And the women lusting in their minds after their forms gave birth to giants. For the watchers appeared to them as reaching even unto heaven." And then thinking about the watchers, you can look in Daniel chapter 4, and you'll find that the word watchers appears 4 times there, referring to angelic beings. Well, who were the Nephilim according to the Bible? Well, again, we see the Nephilim were on the earth in those days and also afterward, when the sons of God came into the daughters of man and they were born children. Philim means to fall, and the Greek Septuagint uses the word giants, or gigantes, and classical Greek literature, this meant a combination, a procreation of men, or women in this case, and the gods.
Who or what are Nephilim? I think we need to define the Nephilim. We've been talking a lot about them. Strong's number 5303 defines them as Nephil. Now, Nephilim, when you add the I-am, some of you are taking Hebrew classes with Sheila and I. We were taking Hebrew classes. We learned that the suffix I-am is what? Plural. So this is the plural form. It comes from the word Nephal. Properly, Nephilim would be defined as a feller, i.e. a bully, or tyrant, a giant. Do you see anything in that definition that says exclusively a Nephilim is the offspring of angels made with humans? No. He's a bully. He's a tyrant. He comes from the word Nephal. He's a plural form of Nephal. Well, what does Nephal mean? Nephal, Strong's number 5307, has a number of meanings. Some of them are cast down, cease, die, divide by lot, let fail, to fall. That's the one everybody likes to focus on, to fall. But it's got a lot of meanings. Fugitive, inferior, be judged, perish, rot, slay, smite out, throw down. This word is actually used 435 times in the Bible. Only very few of those times is it in reference to the offspring of angels and humans. So I would submit that I think we need to have a broader idea of what a Nephilim is. There's nothing in the word itself that defines it exclusively as the offspring of angels made with humans. So with that premise, I started thinking, well, if I could think of this in broader terms, let's think of some of the possibilities. Here are some of the other uses for that word Nephal in Scripture. The first time is in Genesis 2:21, where God caused a deep sleep to fall on Adam when he created Eve. So what is that? Did Adam become a Nephilim? No. It's just simply the word to fall. Okay, in Numbers 5:21, it says, "When the Lord doth make thy thigh to rot," the phrase to rot, that comes from the fall, "and thy belly to swell." In Numbers 6:12, "But the days that were before shall be lost," same word, Nephal, "because the separation was defiled." In short, a Nephalim is essentially one who falls, rots, and shall be lost, according to this. I would just say it's something that has fallen or is less than what God originally created it to be. God created us in his image perfect. When we start corrupting that, you got a Nephal. You got a Nephilim. So, derived from the word Nephal, Nephilim are often said to be fallen ones, but I just showed you there's a broader way to look at that. Some associate the Nephilim with being the fallen angels themselves based on that one definition of to fall. I say not so, because Genesis 6 says that the Nephilim were the offspring of the fallen angels. So I don't believe the Nephilim are the fallen angels. Put more simply, Nephilim can be defined as those who are fallen from their original state, the way God created them to be, which brings up a question. Can Nephilim be produced in other ways besides being the offspring of angels? Obviously, I think the answer is yes.
Now, concerning the Amorites, God told the people, don't you worry. His angel would go before you, Moses says, before you and bring you into the Amorites. And I will cut them off. You shall not bow down to their gods, nor serve them, nor do according to their works. But you shall utterly overthrow them and completely break down their sacred pillars. Remember, God told the Israelites to destroy the 7 nations of Canaan. Man, woman, child, beast, everything. Is that a very nice God? Well, it all depends. Depends what kind of creatures he told them to destroy. If they're simply human, like you and I, it seems a bit capricious, doesn't it? It almost seems like the God that Richard Dawkins has in mind. But if we have some hybrids living in the land, now it begins to make sense. Because these people were not just mean and wicked, but they were genetically impure. They were a mix between demons and humans. And now it comes into focus.
And I believe the Bible testifies to that in Numbers 13:33, for instance, where it talks about that these giants, the Nephilim, were from other giants. So we can see that Nephilim can be produced from other Nephilim, as well as from angels mating with women. And I'm going to suggest one other way as we move forward in this talk. When you take these 3 books and the book of Genesis together, it tells an extremely detailed story of what happened in the days of Jared and in the Genesis 6 experiment. Each book gives a little bit more detail. What one doesn't cover, another one does. So I found some very interesting things when I looked through all that. What I really was intrigued about in the book of Enoch is you open up the book of Enoch, first few verses that you'll read in chapter 1, first 2 verses, says, the words of the blessing of Enoch, with which he blessed the elect and righteous, who will be living in the day of tribulation. That's right, the first verse. It's telling, everything we talked about in the previous sessions. If we believe we're going to be here, and we believe we're here in the last days, and we're going to see this tribulation thing, well, Enoch says this book is actually for those who will be living in that day. That's why I believe it was preserved, I think, for such a time as this and popped out of the Dead Sea Scrolls in 1948, 1 year after Roswell, New Mexico, and the modern era began of UFOs. Verse 2, and he began his story saying, Enoch, a righteous man whose eyes were opened by God, saw the vision of the holy ones in heaven, which the angels showed me, and I heard everything from them, and I saw and understood. But it was not for this generation, but for a remote future one which is to come. First 2 verses tell you it's all about helping us understand what's going on today. So Jesus said, as it was in the days of Noah, so shall it be the coming of the Son of Man. We have to understand what was going on in those pre-flood world days as well as in the post-flood world. So I created this timeline here because I'm a visual person. I like to look at things visually. So the first generation Nephilim were produced in the Genesis 6 experiment, I believe, about 3550 BC. And I based that on timelines by people like Dr. Ken Johnson, Bishop Usher, other people, using the chronologies in Scripture. It gives you pretty detailed information about how long these guys lived and who begat what, and you can kind of backtrack and figure out the timeline that way. So assuming creation was roughly 4000 BC, I believe the Genesis 6 experiment took place in the days of Jared at 3550 BC. But Enoch tells you that the first generation Nephilim in chapter 10 would only live for 500 years. And in that time, they were to kill each other off in a massive civil war that the Greeks stylized into what became known as the Clash of the Titans. Have you heard that? Clash of the Titans, movie came out a few years ago. All right, so going forward in the timeline from 500 years puts you roughly in the 3000 BC time frame. And as you see, as you get close to 3000 BC, a lot of interesting things start happening, like the Mayan calendar I talked about in the previous sessions, shows up 3114 BC. Very shortly after that, Adam, the first man, dies. Shortly after that, the first generation Nephilim have finished killing each other off in the Clash of the Titans. That's 1 Enoch 10:10. And then their parents, the Watchers, are judged, bound, and buried for 70 generations, right, somewhere around 3000 BC. And then Enoch gets raptured. He walked with God and was not, for God took him, right? He gets raptured. And then roughly 70 years later, Noah is born, and his daddy names him Rest. Well, that just makes sense because he was born after the Clash of the Titans, and everybody kind of took a deep breath and said, rest. There is no further written documentation of any other incursions of angels mating with women in any text that I've been able to see so far. It's not in your Bible, nor is it in the synchronized, biblically endorsed extra-biblical text. Although a lot of scholars believe that there was a second incursion, I constantly challenge them to give me a textual proof for it. It's all based on assumption. But the Bible tells us something quite different, I believe. So let's talk about the Genesis 6:4 pre-flood return of the Nephilim. Because I showed you in that chart that the first generation Nephilim are dead, but there's still 700 more years left till you get to the flood. So what happened in that 700 years after the first generation Nephilim are dead that got God so mad that he had to destroy the world with a flood? Something else took place, and I'm going to suggest it's a pre-flood return of the Nephilim. Everybody talks about the post-flood return. I'm like, you got to go back a little bit. So let's synchronize Genesis to the extra-biblical text that I've been talking about. Genesis 6:1-4 talks about angels mating with humans. Syncs up with the text that you see there. Genesis 6:5-7 shows how God feels about the resulting violence. See the text that it syncs up with there. Genesis 6:8-10 reveals how Noah and his sons were genetically pure. Remember we covered that word in the previous sessions? The word tamim, genetically pure, syncs up with the text that you see there. Genesis 6:11-12 says the earth and all flesh becomes corrupted. How much is all? Okay, so we're all in agreement that all means all. Well, that syncs up with the text that you see there. Genesis 6:13-17, God grows increasingly angry and tells Noah how to build the ark. That syncs up with the text that you see there. And then Genesis 6:18, we get the first mention of the wives of Noah's 3 sons. Quick quiz. Does 18 come before or after 12? So 18 comes after 12. We all agree? And all means all. Therefore, these 3 women are suspect in my eyes because they would have to fall into the category of all flesh having become corrupted. You follow? Okay. And God looked upon the earth, and behold, it was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted his way upon the earth. That's Genesis 6:12. That's what it says. It syncs up with the text that I showed you before, but I'm going to actually show you. I'm going to read it to you right now. Joshua 4:18 tells you how all flesh became corrupted. It says, and their judges and rulers went to the daughters of men and took their wives by force from their husbands according to their choice. And the sons of men in those days took from the cattle of the earth, the beasts of the field, and the fowls of the air, and taught the mixture of animals of one species with the other, in order therewith to provoke the Lord. And God saw the whole earth, and it was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted its ways on the earth, all men and all animals. There's the rest of the story. Right there, confirmed by another book, Jubilees, chapter 7, verse 24, where it says, and after this. I underlined that because my contention is that the phrase after this that we see right there in Jubilees 7:24 is identical to the phrase and after that of Genesis 6:4. The giants were in the earth in those days, and also after that, it's in a pre-flood context. Most Nephilim scholars will take that after that and say that's talking about the post-flood guys in Numbers 13:33, etc. I'm like, no, the entire chapter is in a pre-flood context. And the synchronized extra-biblical text gives you even more detail to prove that. The verses prior to verse 24 talk about the first generation Nephilim killing each other off and the watchers being judged. It says, and after this, which is still 700 years before the flood, they sinned against the beasts and birds and all that moveth and walketh on the earth. And much blood was shed on the earth, and every imagination and desire of men imagined vanity and evil continually. That's more detail there, because I always wonder what would make people have only evil continually. And I believe it's this. When they started mixing species together and blending DNA with themselves, it had unfortunate side effects. Everybody ends up being only evil continually. Anybody see the last Spider-Man movie that came out? This guy over here. In the movie, there's a guy, the doctor, who is missing his arm from the elbow down. He's amputee. And he desired to obviously get his arm back and was looking for research because to help, first of all, get his own arm back, but help other people who are missing limbs and stuff like that. So he's studying lizards and how you can chop a lizard's tail off, and there's limb regeneration that grows back. He's like, what is the genetic code that enables that to happen? So he does some tests with rats. They cuts the rat's legs off, whatever, and injects the rat with lizard DNA until they finally get a viable subject, and it works, and the rat's leg grows back. And he's like, oh, okay, it works. So then he injects himself with it, and sure enough, his arm grows back. But he has a very unfortunate side effect. He becomes a giant lizard man that has only evil continually in his heart and mind. I'm like, wow, Hollywood gets it. I mean, the church is still arguing about the Sethite theory, but Hollywood's like telling you exactly what's going on. And I believe it perfectly illustrates that. I mean, he was fine. He was a good guy. He had good intentions of helping people. But as soon as he did that, boo, everything changed. I think that's exactly what happened in the pre-flood world. Now, sinned against the animals is a reference to genetic manipulation, which created the animal-human hybrids of mythology. We talked about that in the previous session, which appears to have made a way for the disembodied spirits of the Nephilim to have host bodies to once again inhabit, thus bringing about their return. What am I talking about? I have to clarify something first. There's a difference between fallen angels and demons. A lot of people think fallen angels and demons are one and the same. They're not. Angels are, first of all, fallen angels are just regular angels that rebelled. I mean, there's not, physically, there's nothing different from the other angels. They were just rebellious. They get around just fine with the bodies that they have, right? But demons are always looking for a body to get into. Remember when the maniac of Gadara, the Legion, you know, and he was going to cast out Legion, and they're like, please don't send us to the abyss. Send us into the pigs. Right? They needed a body to get into. Right? Well, Enoch tells you where demons come from. When you kill a Nephilim, the offspring of angels mating with humans, their spirit leaves their body because it was never meant to exist in the first place and becomes a wandering evil spirit called a demon. Demons are disembodied spirits of dead Nephilim. That's where demons come from. Now, so when you create something like this, I believe, you know, when Scripture says everything must reproduce after its own kind, right? When Scripture says that God breathed into Adam and he became a living soul, the word soul there is nephesh. It's the same word used elsewhere where it says the living creatures, when he created the living creatures, nephesh. I believe that's the life force that God puts into embryos, you know, at the moment of conception. I believe there is a God-prescribed nephesh for each kind. That's why God said everything must reproduce after what? Its own kind. So there's a God-prescribed nephesh for a bird, for a cat, for a dog, a horse, human. God-prescribed nephesh for each different kind, right? And they're not supposed to be blended together. So I wondered, well, what if you blend a human and a goat? You don't have a God-prescribed nephesh to go into it, do you? Because they're two different kinds. So what did you do? I think all you did is create a host body that's fit for another spirit, nephesh, to go into it. There's a whole lot of those disembodied spirits out there from the dead Nephilim, both from the Clash of the Titans as well as what was destroyed in the flood. Dr. Judd Burton wrote a book called Interview with a Giant, and he had a really interesting quote in his book here. He says, despite the loss of their physical bodies, there is reason to believe that the giants' spirits continued to exist. In this state, they were and are demonic entities. Like other sentient creatures, they have an eternal spirit at their essence. Therefore, the Nephilim and related tribes of giants never really ceased to exist. Only their physicality was lost. And they kept wanting physicality to get back into. So I think plan B was, okay, there's no more angel incursions. The judgment of the Watchers was extremely severe, such that no other angels is going to do that again, because they saw what happened to those guys. They're like, whoa, okay, no, we don't want to do that. So what's plan B? Well, let's blend species together, and that way the disembodied spirits of the previously killed Nephilim can come back to life. You with me? So that's what I think happens when you actually create chimera. I think it's very dangerous. I think it's another variety of Nephilim. I expanded the chart here to show you what I believe happened in the end, also after that, latter-day corruption of all flesh. In the last 120 years leading up to the flood, the last 120 years of Methuselah's life. Okay, we see in Genesis 6:3 where it says, my spirit will no longer dwell with man, right? For his days shall be 120 years. I believe that the reason for that is because our body is what to God? The temple for the Holy Spirit, right? We are a fit extension, if you will, for the Holy Spirit to inhabit. But if you start corrupting this house, his spirit says, well, I can't go there anymore. That's what I think was going on, is they started corrupting their temple such that God said, my spirit's not going to be able to dwell with man anymore. I got to do something about this. This all of a sudden, this whole flood thing becomes an extreme act of love and mercy for God's true creation, because man was corrupting all of it. And I believe that's what was going on there. Now, I teased you last night when I said, who created the dinosaurs? If you remember, I showed you a diagram that's similar to this one that showed T-Rex there. And I just kind of teased you, who created the dinosaurs? Well, let's talk about it here. I believe God created the dinosaurs. Job 40, and this is one of my litmus tests when I'm looking for Bibles and looking at different translations and stuff, is I always turn to this passage right here to see if they use the word behemoth. A lot of translations don't. They substitute that word for something like a hippo, which I think is completely absurd when you read this text. Behold now behemoth, which I made with thee, and eateth grass as an ox. So he's telling you that he's a vegetarian creature, first of all. Lo, now his strength is in his loins, and his force is in the navel of his belly. He moveth his tail like a cedar tree. The sinews of his stones are wrapped together. His bones are as strong pieces of brass. His bones are like bars of iron. He is the chief of the ways of God. He that made him can make his sword to approach him. Interesting. I believe that is a description of this right here. God's proud of that. He's telling Job, look at that. His tail moves like a cedar tree. Now, if your translation says hippo, ever see the tail of a hippo? I'm pointing it out to you there because it's pretty absurd. How in the world the translators ever got away with that? Hippo or elephant? I'll never know, because you're like, oh, behold now the hippo. His tail moves like a cedar tree. Really? No. I think it's talking about a sauropod-class dinosaur. 145-foot Apatosaurus is walking by, and God's like, look at that, Job. He's the chief of my ways. I made that. How cool is that? By the way, there's evidence that dinosaurs survived the flood and continued to live alongside man. There's depictions like that on a rock cave there where you see a drawing of a long neck, long tail dinosaur and a man next to it. There's a picture of a Stegosaurus-type dinosaur on a temple in Cambodia. That shows that if they made it on the post-flood world, they got on the ark. Now, of course, Noah's smart enough. He's 600 years old. He's wise enough to bring a baby on board. He wasn't trying to get a 145-foot Apatosaurus on the ark. What about these guys right here, though? That's a different story, I believe. Well, I don't believe that God created that. I think that was part of the genetic manipulation that we see in Genesis 6, 12, and 13. And God looked upon the earth, and behold, it was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted his way upon the earth. And God said unto Noah, the end of all flesh is come before me, for the earth is filled with violence through them. That looks like a violent creature to me. And behold, I will destroy them with the earth. We see in the extra-biblical text in 1 Enoch 7:5, and they, the Nephilim, began to sin against birds, beasts, reptiles, and fish. We see also in Jubilees 5:2b, men and cattle and beasts and birds and everything that walked on the earth were all corrupted in their ways and in their orders, and they began to devour each other. There's a devourer for you, right? I think that these texts are telling us exactly where that variety of dinosaur didn't, I don't believe, make it through the flood. I think that man started tinkering with the existing lizards and created things like that. That's my take on that. Now, who made it and who didn't? We see in Genesis 6:20, of fowls after their kind, and of cattle after their kind, of every creeping thing of the earth after his kind, 2 of every sort shall come unto thee to keep them alive. What repetitive phrase do you see there? Yeah, I put it in yellow. It helps you out on open book test, right? Genesis 7:13 and 14. In the selfsame day entered Noah and Shem and Ham and Japheth, the sons of Noah, and Noah's wife, and the 3 wives of his sons with them into the ark. They, and every beast after his kind, and all the cattle after their kind, and every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth after his kind, and every fowl after his kind, every bird of every sort. What repetitive phrase do you see there? Where is it curiously missing, though, with the people? It just says they. It doesn't say they after their kind, but it says the various animals after their kind. I believe the reason it doesn't say that is because I think the suspicious women right there, the wives of the 3 sons, have to fall in the category of Genesis 6:12. Remember, 18 comes after 12? Yeah. That's what I think is going on there. Now, we see after the flood, during the flood, I should say, Genesis 7:20 through 22. 15 cubits upward did the waters prevail, and the mountains were covered. And all flesh died that moved upon the earth, both of fowl and of cattle and of beast and of every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth, and every man, all in whose nostrils was the breath of life. All that was in the dry land died. What curious phrase is missing? After their kind. So who were destroyed? The ones that were corrupted. What was preserved? The ones after their kind, with the exception of 3 individuals, they, that we saw previously. And I believe God had a purpose for that as we move forward. Essentially, I believe that corrupting the image, this is Doug Hamp's book, Corrupting the Image, and Tom and Nita Horn's book, Forbidden Gates. I had them both sitting on my table in my home office in this order. And I happened to look at it, the way they're arranged, I thought, I wonder if that's the formula. What if corrupting the image that God originally created leads to opening forbidden gates that brings about the creation of Nephilim? And so I kind of started proceeding from that idea and start looking at mainstream news reports and thinking, man, we're messing with stuff we shouldn't be messing with. All the stuff that's taking place in laboratories around the world right now. This is a movie I do not recommend you see. It's called Splice, but it depicts that. They create an animal-human hybrid that starts off very ugly in the beginning, starts to morph in its growth and development to look like a baby, a toddler, an adolescent. They try to make her look sexy as a woman. But at the end of the movie, this same creature morphs from this female into a fallen angel male-looking creature at the end of the movie. And they actually said, this creature is named Dren in the movie, that one of their goals for Dren was to create a genetically engineered angel. Again, Hollywood's getting it. I believe that's exactly what was going on in the pre-flood world. And so we will transition from that into a discussion on the post-flood return of the Nephilim. This is a chart that I created to show the post-flood return of the Nephilims in a graphical format. And you see that Ham begat Canaan, who begat Amorius, who was the father of the Amorites. You get a lot of Amorite giants in the Bible, and we talked about in the previous session that Amos 2:9 says the Amorites got as tall as cedar trees. One of the Amorites was an individual named Arba, who had a son named Anak, who had the Anakim that the Israelite spies ran into when they went into the land after the Exodus. Right? So you've got a direct line of giants going directly back to the ark with no mention of any angels mating with anybody in the picture. It all goes back to the people in Genesis chapter 10 in the Table of Nations. And I showed you last night, it's just not just in Ham's generation, but you also see it in Japheth as well, with the Gog and Magog, right? Showed you that in the previous session.
Washington Herald, May 31st, 1919. Seymour, Texas, May 30th. Oil drillers claim to have found bones of a prehistoric giant 10 feet high. Vancouver Sun, August 18th, 1922. Mexico City, the Department of Agriculture yesterday received from an agent on Tiburon Island, Gulf of California, the skull of a primitive man more than 10 feet tall. Excuse me, it was found a few days ago. Other bones of similar size have been encountered. Spokane Daily Chronicle, February 2nd, 1909. The skeleton of a prehistoric man of large size has been found in a town 10 miles southeast of Mexico City, according to a news received here yesterday. Watch this politically correct sentence. The discovery was made by a peon who unearthed a skeleton which measured about 15 feet in height. Isn't it great? You go back in the earliest century, by a peon. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your cultural sensitivity. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. Anyway, 15 feet in height. So we'll continue. Daily Public Ledger. A dispatch from Casapos, Michigan. Is that Michigan or Missouri? Excuse me, Michigan. Just testing you. I knew. I just was making sure you knew. Says at an opening in Mount Muir, Diamond Lake, Wednesday, a giant of prehistoric race was unearthed. The bones of the skeleton are well preserved. The lower jaw is immense. An ordinary jawbone fits inside with ease. By measurement, the distance from the top of the skull to the upper end of the thigh bone is 5 feet 5 inches. A doctor who was present stated that the man must have been at least 11 feet tall. Okay? September 27th, 1924, that's less than 100 years. Has the human anatomy changed in the last 100 years? As a medical doctor trained in 1924 would know the skeletal structure of a human being, yes or no? Now, there's obviously been advances in medicine. That's what we're talking about. The basic skeletal structure of a man in 1924 is exactly the same as we have today. Maybe we're a little taller, right? But is the skeletal structure the same? Would a doctor know how to measure a disarticulated skeleton and an articulated skeleton? Of course he would. That's what he's been trained in. A doctor, an MD knows every bone in the body by name. They have to. That's what they do. Let's move on. Hopkinsville, Kentucky. The bones of a giant 10 feet in height were found near Lewisport. My conversation with a tenured professor about the bones. This is an archaeologist, a tenured professor at a major university. So I said, what about the doctor who measured the bones and estimated the size to be 11 feet tall? You know what this person told me? And I kid you not. Because they are entrenched in the Darwinian paradigm, this is what I was told. The doctor did not know how to measure. Now, if that's not intellectual fascism, I don't know what is. Seriously. Do you think I just fell off the turnip truck yesterday, buddy? Let's move on.
Now, just to give you an idea of scale, when they went into the land and they felt like grasshoppers by comparison, this is what they were up against. And in the movie Wrath of the Titans, I was going to play a clip, but it was just fluff, taking up time. But if you watch the movie Wrath of the Titans, there's a scene where Perseus goes up against a guy about this big. He goes up against a Cyclops about that size. So it shows actually what combat with a giant like that might have looked like in those days. I like what Caleb said here. This kind of cracked me up. Caleb quiets the people and he says, "Let us go up at once and occupy it, for we are well able to overcome it." That's some faith right there. And I don't have time to get into it here, and I did in my book. I detailed it in my book. You remember when the spies were chosen to go into the land, they give you 3 names: the name of the tribe that the spy is from, the name of the father of the spy, and the name of the spy. And so you got that for all 12 tribes. So there's 3, so it's 36 names. And when you put it all together, it spells out a pretty amazing set of paragraphs that I have to wonder if Caleb didn't figure that out. Because, I mean, look, I'll be honest with you. If I'm a 6-foot guy seeing that, I'm going to, I'm going to kind of like giving a bad report too, probably. I'll just be honest with you. But Caleb's like, no, let's go. What are we waiting for? We can do this. And I believe that when Caleb looked at the lineup of guys that were around him, he probably said to himself, well, that guy's name means that. That guy his name means this. This guy, wow, God's in this. He's doing something. Again, I don't have time to go through it all right now, but it's fascinating because the order of the names that you're given and what it spells out is extraordinary. God was in this. He was telling them, you guys can do this. That's why God got so mad and made them wander around the wilderness when they wouldn't go in there. He was going to give these giants into their hands. No problem. Now, let's talk about what I call suspicious women and the rise of the X-Men. I just revealed to you that the giants clearly were not sterile from Scripture. So what about female? Were there female Nephilim? Now, my theory is that the 3 women that got on the ark had issues, that they had to have fallen into the category of Genesis 6:12. All flesh had become corrupted. And we all agree that 18 comes after 12, right? First mention of the wives is in verse 18, after all flesh had become corrupted. So my thesis says that, yes, I believe that they were female corrupted, they had genetics that were corrupted, okay, which would make them female Nephilim. Now, the Bible seems to testify that there were Nephilim that were female as well. Now, a lot of teachers will disagree with me. That's fine, but let's look at Deuteronomy 3:5. And 6. And these cities were fenced with high walls, gates, and bars, beside unwalled towns, a great many. And we utterly destroyed them, as we did unto Sihon, king of Heshbon, who was an Amorite king, utterly destroying the men, women, and children of every city. Now, we talked about this in the previous session. Either God is prejudiced and into random acts of genocide, or there's a reason why he's saying to do this, kill even the women and the children. I suspect that because they were female Nephilim, just like the male Nephilim that were having to be wiped out everywhere. And if male Nephilim are with female Nephilim and they're producing children, you got to wipe the kids out too. All of a sudden it starts making sense why God is doing all of those acts in the Old Testament. It's an act of love and mercy to protect the good people that he created that would lead to us. Exactly. Wiping these people out. Deuteronomy 7, 1, 2, and 3. When the Lord thy God shall bring thee into the land whither thou goest to possess it, and hath cast out many nations before thee, the Hittites, the Girgashites, the Amorites, the Canaanites, and the Perizzites, who were probably parasites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites. These are the ites that we saw in Genesis chapter 10, verses 6 through 20. 7 nations greater and mightier than thou. And when the Lord thy God shall deliver them before thee, thou shalt smite them and utterly destroy them. I mean, that's a strong phrase right there. It's saying, like, utterly wipe these guys out. Make no trace of these guys left behind after that. Thou shalt make no covenant with them, nor shew mercy unto them. Neither shalt thou make marriages with them. So don't go mixing with them. How many times did God tell Abraham, don't go marrying the Canaanites? Isaac, don't go marrying the Canaanites. Jacob, don't go marrying the Canaanites. Where did Yeshua come from? Which tribe? Judah. What's the only guy that married a Canaanite? Judah. I believe that my wife calls it Operation Leverage, because Judah, the one guy through whom the Messiah is going to come, of all the tribes of Judah, of all the tribes of Jacob that came from Abraham, everybody's told, don't marry a Canaanite, don't marry a Canaanite, don't marry a Canaanite. What does Judah do? He goes and marries a Canaanite. Then you got the whole deal with the 3 sons, and the sin of Onan and all that. Those were Canaanite Nephilim mating with a pure blood guy, Judah. So what was the Operation Leverage? Well, remember what happened with Tamar? She dressed herself up as a prostitute and ended up having sex with him and produced Perez and everything, and that's the lineage that leads to Yeshua. So it was leverage. What she did, she was a pureblood marrying with him. So it's very interesting. I do give a lot more detail about that in my book.
You mentioned the origins of the earth, and this is, I believe, and I've talked about this incessantly. Ben Stein produced a movie several years ago called Expelled, No Intelligence Allowed. And the reason why he did this is there were former professors, biologists, people in academia and the scientific community who, when just expressing, perhaps maybe we should look at intelligent design as the origins of man, they were expelled. They were expelled from their jobs. They lost their tenure. They lost their reputation. And this goes on. And this is the whole point of Stein's movie, to expose what I would call intellectual fascism. And this is because the scientific community and academia, for the most part, tenaciously holds to a Darwinian paradigm. And anyone who strays from that Darwinian paradigm is ostracized, lose their tenure, lose their job, lose their reputation, can't work in their field. And, call me a conspiratologist. Before you do, check out Ben Stein's movie Expelled. He's done the homework. He did the interviews. He went around and he talked to all these people. And then he sat down with Richard Dawkins. And this is where it becomes clear that the Darwinists have no clue as to the origins of life on this planet. None at all. Okay? They say they do. And they have this ridiculous model of somehow a chimpanzee decides one day to stand up and become a man. And yet in the you don't see anything like it in the fossil record. 1. 2, there's not one example of any species on this planet which is becoming something else. We don't see it. We see microevolution where a sparrow's beak, after he's hitting some walnuts or whatever, or some kind of a nut or something, can get larger and harder. I get that. Just like a man, when he begins to work out, he can get stronger. But just if I work out, that doesn't mean that's going to be passed on to my children. There's no way it's going to happen. So Darwinism leaves a lot of questions. And when Stein sits down with Richard Dawkins.
Hello, Professor Dawkins. How are you? I'm Ben Stein. I'm so sorry to keep you waiting. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
You have written that God is a psychotic delinquent invented by mad, deluded people.
No, I didn't say quite that. I said something rather better than that.
Oh, well, please tell us what you said. Please tell us what you said.
Well, I would have to read it from the book.
No, please.
The God of the Old Testament is arguably the most unpleasant character in all fiction. Jealous and proud of it, a petty, unjust, unforgiving control freak, a vindictive, bloodthirsty ethnic cleanser, a misogynistic, homophobic, racist, infanticidal, genocidal, filicidal, pestilential, megalomaniacal, sadomasochistic, capriciously malevolent bully.
So that's what you think of God?
Yeah.
How about if people believed in a God of infinite lovingness and kindness and forgiveness and generosity, sort of like the modern day God? Why spoil it for them?
Oh,
why not just let them have their fun and enjoy it?
I mean, I don't want to spoil anything for anybody. I write a book, people can read it if they want to. I believe that it is a liberating thing to free yourself from primitive superstition.
So religion is a primitive superstition?
Oh, I think it is, yes.
So you believe it's liberating to tell people that there is no God?
I think a lot of people, when they give up God, feel a great sense of release and freedom.
Why do you think that? I mean, what's your you're a scientist, what's your data?
I think, well, I've had a lot of letters saying that, and I've...
There are 8 billion people in the world, Dr. Dawkins. How many letters have you had?
No, I haven't done that. That's quite true.
Professor Dawkins seemed so convinced that God doesn't exist that I wondered if he would be willing to put a number on it.
Well, it's hard to put a figure on it, but I mean, I'd put it as something like, 99% against or something.
Well, how do you know it's 99% against, say, and not 97%?
No, I did. You asked me to put a figure on it, and I'm not comfortable putting a figure on it. I think I just think it's very unlikely.
What? But you couldn't put a number on it?
No, of course not.
So it could be 49%.
Well, it would be. I mean, I think it's unlikely, but it's quite far from 50%.
How do you know?
I don't know. I mean, I put an argument in the book.
Well, then who did create the heavens and the earth?
Why do you use the word who? You see, you immediately beg the question by using the word who.
Well, then how did it get created?
Well, by a very slow process.
Well, how did it start?
Nobody knows how it started. We know the kind of event that it must have been. We know the sort of event that must have happened for the origin of life.
And what was that?
It was the origin of the first self-replicating molecule.
Right, and how did that happen?
I told you we don't know.
So you have no idea how it started?
No, nor has anybody.
Nor has anyone else. What do you think is the possibility that intelligent design might turn out to be the answer to some issues in genetics or in evolution?
It could come about in the following way. It could be that at some earlier time, somewhere in the universe, a civilization evolved by probably some kind of Darwinian means to a very, very high level of technology and designed a form of life that they seeded onto perhaps this planet. Now, that is a possibility and an intriguing possibility. And I suppose it's possible that you might find evidence for that if you look at the details of biochemistry, molecular biology. You might find a signature of some sort of designer.
Wait a second. Richard Dawkins thought intelligent design might be a legitimate pursuit?
And that designer could well be a higher intelligence from elsewhere in the universe.
Well,
but that higher intelligence would itself have had to have come about by some explicable or ultimately explicable process. It couldn't have just jumped into existence spontaneously. That's the point.
So Professor Dawkins was not against intelligent design, just certain types of designers, such as God.
So the Hebrew God, the God of the Old Testament, he doesn't exist in your view?
Certainly. I mean, that would be a very unpleasant prospect.
And the Holy Trinity of the New Testament,
nothing like that.
Do you believe in any of the Hindu gods? Like Vishnu?
How can you ask such a question?
You don't, right?
How could I? I mean, why would I, given that I don't believe in any others?
You don't believe in the Muslim God?
No. I mean, why do you even need to ask?
Well, I just wanted to be sure. So you don't believe in any God anywhere?
Any God anywhere would be completely incompatible with anything that I've said.
I assume. Yeah. I just wanted to make sure you don't believe in any God anywhere.
No.
What if after you died you ran into God? He said, "What have you been doing, Richard? I mean, what have you been doing? I've been trying to be nice to you. Yeah. I gave you a multi-million-dollar paycheck over and over again with your book, and look what you did."
Bertrand Russell had that point put to him, and he said something like, "Sir, why did you take such pains to hide yourself?"
But if the intelligent design people are right, God isn't hidden. We may even be able to encounter God through science, if we have the freedom to go there.
Stein, so you have no idea how it started, Dawkins. No, nor has anyone. And that's the bottom line here. Dawkins has no clue as to how the first self-replicating molecule. So this is what he posits. Stein throws him a lifeline and basically says, "Richard, what do you think?" And this is what he says. And this is so important, and it's right on the heels of my research, which is why I'm always deferring back to Stein's movie, especially that interview with Dawkins, because it's telling. Dawkins is intellectually bankrupt, and I say that with all due respect, but he has no clue as to what's going on here, nor does anyone else. I get that. But this is what he says. This is what he posits. Well, maybe millions of years ago in a galaxy far, far away, and I'm sort of, tongue-in-cheek here, but a race of extraterrestrials somehow developed into a highly evolved civilization. And they did so by the Darwinian process. And then they created life and seeded it through the galaxy. That's called panspermia. And some of it just happened to land on planet Earth, and one thing led to another, and poof, here we are. Well, that's a belief system that he just conjured up, and he's got nothing to back it up. Now, as a Christian, when I read the Bible, when I read the texts and the scriptures that are in there, especially in the Gospel of John, and it talks about the God-man, Yeshua, or Jesus, and it says, all things were created by him. Everything that was made through him, and nothing that was made without him. And when he's here, and this is what, and people, unfortunately, human beings have dressed this up with religion, with, incense, candles, vestments, funny hats, stained glass windows, beads, dark confessionals, processions, popes, Billy Grahams. You get what I mean? It has nothing to do with anything. This is the invention of men to try to make something structured out of the experience. The God-man Yeshua, and I believe he was fully man and fully God, when he's walking the earth, wherever he goes, first of all, he's destroying the works of the fallen one, the evil one, Satan. He's destroying his kingdom. And he does so by healing people and bringing the kingdom of heaven to earth. And what he does is he heals people constantly. He casts out demons. He can change the weather. He changes water to wine. He walks on water. He casts out demoniacs. If you're blind, you get to see. If you're deaf, you get to hear. If your kid's dead, the child is risen from the dead. Wherever he goes, it's goodness. And this is why the crowds are following him. If we could go back in time, there is no church as we know it. Nothing exists. There's the God-man. And he does all these things. And he's also fulfilling the thread of prophetic scripture, which runs from Genesis to Revelation. He's fulfilling many of those ancient prophetic texts, which is why I believe that he's the Messiah. Now, that faith is based on, okay, reading, but the faith also comes from a personal relationship and experience that I've had with the risen Savior, Yeshua or Jesus, which continues after 34 years. The bottom line is Dawkins has a scenario, which he just invented, okay? So he has no idea what's going on. We have a statement that says all things were made by him, and then in the record, the biblical record, we have statement after statement of how Yeshua, Jesus, is manipulating space, time, and matter. What I mean by that, when he walks on water, that's outside of our physics. That can't happen. When he feeds 5,000 people from a few loaves and fishes, that can't happen. That's outside, and we would look at it as magic. But if he truly is the creator of the universe, and it's one thing to state it, it's another thing to actually make it happen and perform this stuff, which is what he did. And so you could call it mythos, but I don't believe it's mythos. But our faith, my faith, is based on the historical record that people wrote down, and that's why there's 4 accounts of the Gospels. They wrote this stuff down. Many of them were persecuted and died for their belief system. And we have miracle after miracle, prophecy after prophecy being fulfilled, where Dawkins has nothing but a made-up scenario. So when we look at this, when we get back to the origins of man, Genesis tells us that everything that was created then reproduced according to its kind. So we come into modernity with that idea, which is thousands of years old. And guess what? Surprise, surprise, surprise. Watson and Crick discover the DNA, the oxyribonucleic double helix of life, okay? The genome. And Crick is a vexed man. He's an atheist, and he's looking at this going, wait a minute, time out, time, because there's no way billions and billions of years of prebiotic sop, no matter how much time you have to create this complex code. This is obviously there's something behind it. And like Dawkins, he turns to, well, maybe the extraterrestrial do. We can't have a God. We can have other forms of creators, but not God. We can't have an almighty God who's benevolent and loving and has a plan for us. Can't have that. So we pin it on the extraterrestrial. What's interesting, giraffes produce giraffes. Hummingbirds do not produce and never will produce humpback whales. It's not going to happen. Humpback whales do not produce kangaroos, and kangaroos do not produce human beings. Everything reproduces according to its own kind. And why? Until 1967, we had an inkling, but in 67, now we know that this DNA, this complex structure of information, of coding, is actually, it's mind-boggling. But this complex code creates everything according to its kind, unless you take portions of the genome and splice it in with something else. And of course, that is what's happening in dark underground labs. Conspiratologist stuff, but that's what is happening in dark underground labs, because the scientists, many of them who have access to material, are ardent Darwinists. There is no God. It's situational ethics. I can do whatever I want to, because there is no ultimate right or wrong, good or bad, or that whole deal. Because if you're a Darwinist, then it's all situational ethics. It is what you want, what you believe is true. So there is no right and wrong. What's wrong for you may be right for me. And that's what's at stake here. And this conflict of ideas between Darwinism, which is sacrosanct both in academia and the scientific community, and holds students who are going through higher learning centers intellectually or hostage intellectually. And I would even go as far as to say it is intellectual fascism, because you will believe this, and if you don't believe this, you will never get a job. That's fascism. I mean, we are controlling everything. We control the information. Meanwhile, as we're on the trail of Nephilim, we have discoveries of stuff like this. How does this fit into the Darwinian deal? With only one parietal plate right here. There should be a sagittal suture coming down from the forehead here to the back of the occipital plate, and we don't see it. And yeah, I get it. sometimes that suture can close, but we don't see a trace. There's nothing here, not a vestige of a suture anywhere. And this is a pretty big dude. And by the way, this guy has 30% more cranial capacity than a normal human being. This is obviously a cast of one of the elongated skulls that we made down in Paracas, Peru, courtesy of Senior Juan Navarro and the co-director of the museum, Brian Forrester. Here's something else, and I want to show you this. This battle has raged on with in academia since the 1850s, 1840s. And what was interesting about this is that there was a group of people who stated emphatically that all this was cradle headboarding. And these elongated skulls were nothing more than the result of cradle headboarding. Cranial deformation is when they would take a small child, basically an infant, and bind the head. They would put wood or bark or textiles on the head and then wrap the head, and thus creating a cone head shape. And we get that. A lot of the skulls we've examined are the result of cradle headboarding. I understand that, but not all of them. And it seems to be that those who are cradle boarding their children are doing so to emulate something else. We feel that these skulls, some of them are genetic. And what's interesting about this debate was actually raging in 1842. So in 1842, there are a group of archaeologists. They're not, archaeologists really isn't a field then as it is now, but they are primitive archaeologists, and they are painstakingly attempting to find out what's going on with these elongated skulls. And there's a group of them that are in Peru, and the year is 1842. And what's interesting, and I'll read this to you, and I found this absolutely extraordinary, and it says this: we ourselves have observed the same fact in many mummies of children of tender age, who, although they had cloths about them, were yet without any vestige or appearance of pressure of the cranium. More still, the same formation of the head presents itself in children yet unborn. And of this truth, we have had convincing proof in the sight of a fetus enclosed in the womb of a mummy of a pregnant woman, which we found in a cave, which at this moment is in our collection. We present the reader with a drawing of this conclusive and interesting proof in opposition to the advocates of mechanical action. Mechanical action is cradle headboarding, as the sole and exclusive cause of the phrenological form of the Peruvian race. This is incredible. In 1842, they didn't have photography, but when you would go on an expedition like this, you would hire a field artist, and these field artists would draw whatever you wanted them to. So there's always this, not a photographic record as we know it, but there's a hand drawing, at least an artist rendition of what is going on. Now remember, they find this mummified woman. They estimate that she's about 7 months pregnant. And because she's mummified, they want to see what the baby looks like, what the fetus looks like. So they go in and they look at the fetus, and this is what they find. This is all in the book, On the Trail of a Nephilim.
Wow.
What we find is an elongated skull, and this fetus has teeth, and that's not supposed to be happening. That fetus first of all, should not have teeth. Second of all, should not have an elongated skull.
Yeah, nobody's going to do that to a fetus.
No, you can't. Well, it's impossible.
Well, it was still in womb then, huh? Still in utero.
Still in the womb.
Wow.
In utero. And so we have a real problem there. And what's interesting is even in 1842, we see that this battle is raging in the scientific community. And nothing has changed today. It's basically the same thing. There are people, colleagues, critics of my work, who insist that all of these shapes are the result of cradle headboarding. Guess what, folks? We believe that they are not all the result of cradle headboarding.
We talked about the first generation Nephilim that were wiped out in the first 500 years. Well, there were male and female paired up as you see here. There are male and female titans. So clearly there were male and female Nephilim, both from the biblical text as well as in the mythologies. And then you got characters like these people right here. You got Akhenaten and Nefertiti. Now that's not just a cool hat she's got on right there. She's covering up one heck of a dome of a head. I mean, she's got a big old head. How did it get like that? She had to have inherited those traits somewhere. Now, I'm going to get to that in a second. I believe that perhaps that's what the women that got on the ark may have looked like. They were genetically modified probably to have increased intellectual capacities. I mean, some of these skulls, and I'm going to talk about some of these Nephilim skulls, they have anywhere from 25 to 40% more brain capacity than you and I. So what were they capable of doing? with that much more brain. We see depictions like Akhenaten and Nefertiti there with their children. In fact, their kids also had their cone heads. Now, a lot of people would say, well, that's just, headboarding, where they put boards on babies' heads, and when the baby's head is still forming and it's stretching the skull out. Well, first of all, yes, putting boards on babies' head will reshape their skull into weird shapes, but it's not going to give them 40% more brain capacity. It's not going to change the suture pattern. There's a lot of problems with that theory. Yes, there are people out there doing that, but the reason they're doing it is they're emulating something that was real. They saw people that were really like that, and they're usually in positions of royalty, just like we saw with Akhenaten and Nefertiti. So they were wanting to emulate that. That's why people started, what possesses somebody to say, honey, when our baby's born, I tell you what if we stretch its skull out? Let's put boards on the kid's head. What do you think? Why do people come up with these things? There's a reason why they think that way. They saw something and they were emulating it, right? This person was born this way, and this person inherited those genetic traits somehow. So my speculation is that the women who got on the ark may have looked like that. They had to get the trait somehow. Now again, this is what I think possibly the wives of Noah's 3 sons may have looked like. And you see on the left, there's you can see like the superimposed image of a normal person's skull over it. So you can see clearly the difference both in shape as well as brain capacity. And then they did some forensics on it and started building it up with clay and stuff to determine what this person may have physically looked like. She may have looked something like that, possibly. And perhaps that doesn't suit your fancy, so well, maybe she looks something like this. Okay? We're still emulating. It's still that's still emulation. All right? Now, minus the increased cranial capacity and brain capacity, they may have looked something like that. Now, some people think, well, that's absurd, Rob. Why would God allow Nephilim onto the ark? And I said, well, let's back up a minute and address the alternative, because the alternative is even worse. You say it's absurd for me to suggest that God allowed Nephilim women onto the ark. But I say it's more absurd to allow angels to just keep coming back and mate with women over and over again. I've already addressed the root cause. That deal was done with, according to the book of Enoch, 1 Enoch chapter 10, verses 10 through 12. Those angels were judged, bound, and buried. The judgment was so severe, no other angels are recorded as ever mating with women again, in the Bible or in any extra-biblical text either. So you guys are arguing from a position of textual silence. There's nothing to support what you're saying. But if angels mate with women and produce Nephilim, God wipes the whole world. What was it, just like a halftime show? Hey, angels, take a seat for a minute. I'm going to clean off the playing field. Okay, now it's clean. Come on back. Pick up where you left off. That's even more absurd than what I'm suggesting. I'm saying no, some genetic codes made it through in probably recessive genes onto the ark with 3 women. And if that theory is true, and it's just a theory, but looking at Genesis 10, 6 through 20, there's no mention of angels anywhere in the picture. We know that Shem, Ham, and Japheth were all pure. So how do we get all these ites that are all corrupted with no mention of angels anywhere? The only solution left to us is there had to be the women, in my opinion, that got on the ark. But there's a good thing here, because if that's true, that was actually God's divine sovereign wisdom in allowing that to happen, because women have 2 X chromosomes and men have an X and a Y chromosome. When we have children, the husband contributes a Y and the woman contributes one of her X's, you end up with a son, right? If the man contributes his X and she contributes one of her X's, you get a daughter. Well, you see what happens here. If you've got a completely normal male like Shem, Ham, and Japheth, completely normal, and let's say a 50-50 hybrid female with 1 tainted X and 1 good X, you have a 50-50 chance that you're going to produce completely normal children. I believe this is not a race issue. This is an obedience issue. I'm convinced of that. So clearly, when you look at Shem's generation, or Shem's offspring, it must have fallen in favor of the 50% normal, because all of his kids are 100% normal. When you look at Japheth, you get a little bit of a mixture. He's got giants in his stuff, so you got some in there and you got good ones. Same thing with Ham. Not all of his kids were bad either. Mainly Canaan. Who was cursed, Ham or Canaan? Canaan. Right. Ham was not cursed. Canaan was cursed. Canaan has the giants. Now, there's 1 giant in Mitzrayim, but most of the rest of his kids are normal. There's no giants in Put's lineage, and in Cush's lineage, his kids are all good too, except for Nimrod, but he did something to himself to make himself become a giant. He changed himself. He wasn't born that way, right? So you see how the percentages played out. And this is called a Punnett square in biology, putting it together. Now, if you believe in multiple incursions, you've got a really big problem, because this is what you end up with. If you've got a fallen angel inserting both bad Y and X chromosomes into the human genome, you've got one big mess to deal with after that. So I would strongly contend that my opponent's theory is way more absurd than what I'm suggesting, and way more detrimental to the human genome as well. Now, when it comes to giants, I'm looking for empirical evidence. How does giantism work? I mean, how does it work? Do we have any examples? Well, yeah, actually we do. Have you ever heard of the Liger? Well, this is their website, liger.com. This is the front page. Notice on the bottom there, they named the Ligers after the Nephilim. Hercules, Zeus, Sinbad, Vulcan. Watch this video concerning Ligers.
This big guy is a liger. Yes, a liger. And trainer Doc Antle and his partner Rajani have the biggest one in the world.
This is Hercules, who is our liger boy, 900 pounds and 12 feet tall. He's a gigantic kid because he's a liger. Father lion, mother tiger makes him...
Father is a lion, mother is a tiger.
Makes him the liger.
Hercules is skilled at, well, eating about 100 pounds of meat a day.
Everything about him seems exaggerated. They seem to live longer. They eat more. We've never seen anything happen in the ligers except bigger, stronger, faster. It's theorized that ligers are this enormous size because the inhibitor growth gene exists in the female lion and in the male tiger. So when you switch around and you get a male lion breeding with a female tiger, creating the liger, you get this gigantic size. Nothing tells it when to stop. In the wild, this enormous size wouldn't necessarily be of any advantage because it would require so much more food. Samson here can readily eat 25 pounds of food in a sitting, where an adult lion can subside on 7 to 10 pounds of food.
That's solid empirical evidence of gigantism, how it works. Did you catch what they said? The growth inhibitor gene is in the female lion and in the male tiger. So when you mate a male lion with a female tiger, there's no gene to tell them when to stop growing. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as turning off a genetic code or removing it, and you end up with giants. And I think hybridization produces things like that, just as you see in this empirical, solid evidence right here with giants. So it's not as mystical as it might at first seem to you, right? It makes sense, actually, how things like that can happen. There's a growth inhibitor gene in me that said Rob Skiba stopped growing at about 5'10.5" when he was 16 years old. You have one in you that told you when to stop growing at whatever age you were. Some of the giants in the Bible clearly, or all the giants in the Bible clearly didn't have, either didn't have that gene or it was somehow turned off through some sort of hybridization process. See, it's not as mystical as you might think. Now, let's talk about post-flood chimeras, a blending of species and things like that. This image right here, black obelisk of Shalmaneser III, is an individual mentioned in 2 Kings 17:3. On this black obelisk of Shalmaneser III, you see an elephant that's a full-grown elephant. You can tell by the length and size of its tusk. Okay, and then right behind the elephant, you have a lion man. A man has a lion body with like human hands and a human head, and he's on a leash. And if that's a full-grown elephant, the dude walking as lion man is pretty huge because I don't know if you can see it, but the image cuts off at the guy's shoulders, which is about the same height as the top of the elephant. So there's a giant walking his cute little pet lion man. And we have mention of lion men actually in 2 Samuel 23:20, the lion men of Moab. Lion men of Moab, right there in your Bible. The Hittites, their name means the terrors, were fond of putting depictions like this in stone. This is another variety of lion man it's a lion with wings, has a lion head and a human head with a snake tail. They have other depictions like this one right here that shows two satyrs, half man, half goat in the middle, with a different variety of lion man, human body with a lion or cat head. Okay, but when you're seeing images like this, what's really interesting to me is when you look through the scriptures and you see things like Abraham and his wife, Sarah. When Sarah died, Abraham was negotiating for a burial plot for his wife. And it says in multiple places in Genesis that he negotiated with an individual named Ephron of the Hittites. Well, the Hittites means terrors. They're making depictions like this in stone all over the place, showing chimera. And Ephron's name means fawn-like. So it appears to be saying in the Hebrew that Abraham negotiated with a satyr for a burial plot for his wife amongst the Hittites who were the terrors. Wild stuff in your Bible. It's very interesting. That's what these talks have done for us as we've gone around and told these talks. It's gotten people excited to go back into their Bible again because it is full of wild stuff. It's extremely interesting, and that's my hope here today, is that you will get just as excited to go dive in as well. And I give you kind of a pathway to do that in the book, is showing you a bunch of different examples of things. But there are other examples of different varieties of lion creatures that are hybrids, like the Persian Greek griffin right there on the left, the charioteer of Delphi on the right. It's like the Sphinx. And then, of course, you've got the famous centaurs and things like that in the Greek mythology. So they're all over the place. Oh, and this is the one of the most famous sculptures of the ancient world. It's known as the Chimera of Arezzo. It's a famous sculpture of the Roman era. Now, let's talk about, we're going to transition now into the last days and talk about in 2045 and all that good stuff. Last days return of the Nephilim. Now, I first need to differentiate between the days of Jared and the days of Noah. What did Jesus say the last days would be like? The days of who? Days of Noah, not Jared, okay? The days of Jared were marked by the mating of angels and humans. That happened in his day. However, it was in the days of Noah that the creation of animal-human hybrids brought about the corrupting of all flesh we read about in Genesis 6:12, which ultimately led to God's judgment with the flood. So if I was to take Jesus' words literally in Matthew 24:37, as it was in the days of Noah, all I have to do is turn on the evening news. There, you're seeing the regular blending of animals and humans. You're not seeing reports of angels mating with humans, as it was in the days of Jared. But you are seeing the creation and the corruption of all flesh, aren't you? On a regular basis. Yeah, absolutely. So that brings us to a discussion of transhumanism, which I believe is a doctrine of devils. We see in Genesis 3:4-5, and the serpent said unto the woman, Ye shall not surely die, for God doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. We covered this in the previous session, but I want to drive the point home here. Promises of the serpent, there were three. Immortality, eyes being open, having greater wisdom and understanding, and you shall be as gods. Remember what I said in the previous session? They already had all three. They were already immortal. Death came after they took a bite. The eyes open, they walked with God. They didn't need any greater wisdom and understanding. All they had to do was ask the Creator who hung out with them in the cool of the day. Be like God. They were made in the image and likeness of God already. So the devil tricked them into giving up three things they already had, and man has been trying to get those things back ever since, many times apart from God.
We've seen things such as transgenics. Genetic scientists have incorporated selected spider DNA into goat embryos to engineer a hybrid spider goat. The result is a goat that looks like a goat but acts like a goat, but produces milk which contains proteins which, when treated, produce a very close imitation of the valuable spider silk. A single goat only produces small amounts of the desired material, so an extremely large herd is required to acquire useful quantities. We got green eggs and ham. Taiwan researchers have mingled the seed genetic material of pigs with jellyfish that glow in the dark, so that these, they glow through and through. These Taiwanese researchers are very proud of that. Hey, others have pigs that just glow a little bit, but ours are through and through. Well, isn't that an amazing accomplishment? But again, what they're doing is they're mixing two different kinds of animals. And God said everything should reproduce according to its kind. And now, because we've basically cracked the genetic code with the source code of life, man in his hubris is mixing dissimilar creatures to make whatever he wants to do. Now, of course, that's not all of it. Man is also excited about improving himself. And remember that this is all based on evolution. If it weren't for evolution, you would not have transhumanism, because transhumanism teaches that we've evolved this far, let's keep going. Why should we stop? Let's take advantage of the new science, of the new technology, and make ourselves what we want to become. So Juan Enriquez, chairman and CEO of Biotecomany, stated, "We are becoming a new species. We are becoming Homo evolutus. Humanity is on the verge of becoming a new and utterly unique species, Homo evolutus. What makes this species so unique is that it takes direct and deliberate control over the evolution of the species." Again, it's Charles Darwin that we can thank for this idea of evolution. And evolution is now going to its logical next step. Why should we die at 70 or 80? Let's live forever. Let's become what we want to be. Let's improve our bodies. The day may come when we are able to take the best biology of the known animal kingdom and make it part of our own. This isn't just about being a bit stronger or having perfect eyesight our whole lives. All of our organs and limbs have weaknesses that can be addressed. And there are also opportunities to go beyond basic fixes and perform more elaborate enhancements, so he says. Now, according to John McTernan, he's a creationist, by the way, he states the creation of a chimera is in direct violation of the Bible. The mixing of DNA from two different species violates this law, as of reproducing according to its kind. When God created man, he stated that man was made in his image and likeness. The human DNA is what physically carries this image and likeness. The addition of animal DNA means that man is no longer in God's image. It is extremely serious to tamper with the integrity of man as transmitted through his DNA. This is, in part, what triggered the flood in Noah's day. All of the hybrid humans were destroyed during the flood, and God then started over with Noah. And then Werner Verge says, within 30 years, we will have the technological means to create superhuman intelligence. Shortly thereafter, the human era will be ended. You see, it's not just having better eyesight, as they're saying, but they want to go and begin to tinker with the very source code that God put in us. And God's image is in that source code. And if we begin to mess with it and mix it with animals or demons, then we have fundamentally changed the image of God. And that is why we'll no longer be redeemable.
Again, I'm going to point to this. I believe that corrupting the image leads to opening forbidden gates that may bring about the creation of Nephilim, or in other words, that which has fallen from its original state that God created it to be. And it's dangerous.
There's a black hole in the center of that galaxy. Otherwise, we cannot explain the level of its energy output. Oh. Well, there's invisible dark matter in that galaxy. Otherwise, we cannot explain how it rotates the way it does. See, they have to postulate that to explain to confirm their theories. 96% of the universe is made up of dark energy and dark matter we cannot see. Really? You'd think that would make us at least suspicious. See, otherwise, the clusters of galaxies would fly apart because gravity alone can't hold them together. So it never occurred to them that it might not be gravity we're looking for. They just figure gravity alone can't do it. There must be more gravity somewhere, more mass. Pulsars are made up of strange matter. Otherwise, we can't explain their oscillator-like behavior. Really. Photographs of connections between two objects that have different redshifts are only chance alignments. Really. And the examples are, there's a couple of galaxies that are clearly different redshifted, which means they're way apart, line of sight-wise, and yet they're connected. They can't explain that. Well, that's just an accidental co-occurrence, really. Otherwise, the Big Bang is falsified. Oh, as Halton Arp and Edwin Hubble's assistant and longtime observer at Mount Palomar and Mount Wilson telescopes, his photographs contradict the Big Bang theory in the first place. You think they would get suspicious. Well, that's what we're going to get into. There are myths in the midst here. The illusion of knowledge. The only one certain barrier to truth is the conviction that you already have it. And that pervades in most people in professional fields because they believe they've got a truth, and that makes them blind to competing truths, if you will. And Borson's saying the greatest obstacle to discovery is not ignorance. It is the illusion of knowledge. The Lord has haunted me with this phrase for many, many months, and now I'm beginning to understand what he's leading me to. Metaphors reign where mysteries reside. How often there's something we don't understand, we give it an elegant name or an anecdotal relation, and that takes over instead of analyzing the mystery. Metaphors reign where mysteries reside. Science versus we say science and technology. Great. What's the difference between science and technology? Technology produces useful products. That's why we have cell phones. That's why we have computers. That's why you can make a long list of the incredible things that have come to us in the last 30, 40 years. The changes are astonishing from technology, because technology is validated by having things happen. Science has become a religion with a priesthood. I've used this before, but I love it. It just fits here. It's a little poem I saw as a kid. I find it fits physics so perfectly. The Blind Men and the Elephant. It was 6 men of Indostan, to learning much inclined, who went to see the elephant, though all of them were blind, that each by observation might satisfy his mind. The first approached the elephant, and happening to fall against his broad and sturdy side, at once began to bawl, "God bless me, but the elephant is nothing but a wall." The second, feeling of the tusk, cried, "Ho, what have we here? So very round and smooth and sharp, to me 'tis mighty clear, this wonder of an elephant is very like a spear." The third approached the animal, and happening to take the squirming trunk within his hands, thus boldly up and spake, "I see," quoth he, "the elephant is very like a snake. The fourth reached out his eager hand and felt about the knee. What most this wondrous beast is like is mighty plain, quoth he. 'Tis clear enough the elephant is very like a tree. The fifth, who chanced to touch the ears, said, even the blindest man can tell that what this resembles most. Deny the fact who can. This marvel of an elephant is very like a fan. The sixth no sooner had begun about the beast to grope, when seizing upon the swinging tail that fell within his scope. I see, quoth he, the elephant is very like a rope. And so these men of Hindustan disputed loud and long, each in his own opinion, exceeding stiff and strong, though each was partly in the right, and all were in the wrong. So often theologic wars, or I'll say physics wars, the disputants, I ween, rail on in utter ignorance of what each other mean, and prate about an elephant, not one of them has seen. That fits in my mind. So, metaphors reign where mysteries reside. Science versus technology, we talked about in the previous session. Technology produces useful products. That's where the economy rewards that. Science has become a religion with a priesthood. The astronomers are really in a cul-de-sac of myopia or nearsightedness. Astronomers explain their views relying on 17th and 18th century tools of their forefathers, Kepler and Newton. Gravity, fluid mechanics, the magnetism of lodestone, rather than those of the 19th century, James Clerk Maxwell and the electromagnetic field theory. He is ranked with Sir Isaac Newton and Albert Einstein for the fundamental nature of his contributions in quantum theory, electromagnetics and electrostatics, thermodynamics, and information theory and cybernetics. And that's the ultimate science, by the way, we'll discover, is information theory itself. Maxwell's equations, you'll hear that term all among engineers, 4 partial differential equations that relate the electric and magnetic fields to their sources, charge density, and current density. These equations can be combined to show that light is a magnetic wave, electromagnetic wave. The interactions of electrostatic and electromagnetic forces are very non-intuitive. The forces are orthogonal, that is, the forces are perpendicular to themselves, if you will, okay? The forces are perpendicular to the fields involved. The resulting plasma, we're going to discover, takes on a unique aspect as a composite body, a very distinctive character. That'll be clear as we get into that here in a minute. Individually, these equations are known as the Gauss's law for magnetism, Faraday's law of induction, and Ampere's law of Maxwell's correction. These 4 equations, along with the Lorentz force law, complete the set of laws of classical electromagnetism. Fabulous though these are, what's astonishing we're going to discover is the astronomers have tended to ignore this. You see, they're a century lagging here. Furthermore, the astronomers are not actually empirically based. They choose to ignore data that isn't consistent with their conjectures. They must postulate particles not seen, gravitons being an example, and forces not yet experienced. Well, that's ignoring the absence of that information. Sir Isaac Newton, he wrote Principia back in 1687. It translated, it was in Latin, then in English, 1729. Gave the foundation of calculus, extended the understanding of color and light, mechanics. But his big thing was the inverse square law of universal gravitation. That's the equation, okay? Product of the 2 masses divided by the square of the distance between them. That's the thing that you want to keep an eye on. Well, the astronomers like to talk about gravity waves. There's millions and millions of dollars being spent on equipment searching for the gravitons. Relativistic gravitational field theory implies the existence of particles called gravitons as carriers of the field. They're massless, uncharged particles moving at the speed of light, but so far undetected, so we've got to spend money to detect them. Try, okay? The GE 600 project in Germany is an example of that. What they have discovered, that we may be in a holographic universe. The Burnham model, we took that last time, but to get it fresh in our minds now, we're going to use inches in a statute mile to represent astronomical units, okay? The distance of the sun to the earth is an astronomical unit. So 1 inch represents the distance from the sun to the earth. 1 mile represents a light year. And this is from the Celestial Handbook. That's a standard thing in astronomy, but adopting this to get a perspective is useful here. If you take the sun as 1/100th of an inch in diameter, so it's a speck the size of a period, all planets are then inside a 7-foot circle. Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and then Pluto are all within going to diameters now, twice that. In other words, it's a meter in radius or 2 meters in diameter. Call it 7-8 feet. Well, the nearest star is 4.5 light years away from us, so on our little model, we have to put a speck the size of a period 4.5 miles away. What do you suspect, according to Newton's law of gravity? You take the product of their masses, divide by the square of the distance between them, what have you got left? Nothing, really. Two specks of dust 4.5 miles apart. If you can more comfortable visualize them as golf balls, they are 700 miles apart. How much gravity do you think two golf balls, 700 miles apart, feel towards each other? See, what everybody overlooks is this d squared. The distance between them, you take it and you square it. That's a second order function here. Back in our discussion of fundamental forces in Beyond Perception, we talked about electromagnetic and weak forces. Gravity is 10 to the minus 38. Electromagnetic is 10 to the minus 2. What does that mean? That means the electromagnetic force is 10 to the 30. Those are orders. It's not 10 times as big. It's 10 with 38 zeros after it. Bigger. And not only is it incredibly more strong, it also, in both directions, it's positive and it can repulse. It not only can attract, if they're unlike charges, they can push each other away. The electromagnetic force, whichever way it is 36 orders of magnitude beyond gravity. So it's what's ruling, not gravity. Gravity is, once you start dealing in these large distances, gravity evaporates into irrelevancy. Electromagnetic is what it's really all about. And that's been ignored by the field of astronomy for some very interesting reasons. This aurora we mentioned before is just indicative of the kind of physics phenomena. When we go to some of these little toys, like the little display thing there, you put your finger on that, you can play, when you get a chance after the thing, you can go play with it, just put your hand on it, you'll see the filaments there, the plasma filaments follow you as what you're doing. It's obviously not gravity that's doing that. Let's pick up the founders now of plasma. Christian Birkeland, he made a heroic commitment gathering data from aurora displays. He was the first to recognize that electric currents flow from the sun to excite plasmas in the Earth's upper atmosphere. We call those auroras. He studied them. The Brits chose to ignore them. The Swedes and the Norwegians studied them a lot and made all kinds of exciting discoveries. And Birkeland is a legend in this field. He discovered the twisted corkscrew-shaped high-intensity currents in plasmas that follow magnetic fields rather than cross them. These are called Birkeland currents. I'll show you some in a little bit here. He was nominated for the Nobel Prize in Physics 7 times. His portrait remains on the 200 kroner Norwegian currency to this day. You've got a 200 kroner note, you'll see his picture on it. He's a legend there, unheard of in the Western culture, or I should say the British culture. Well, he's followed by Irvin Langmuir. He discovered what's called the double sheath or double layer in plasmas, and I'll get to that in a minute. He coined the term plasma. He's the one that many people just call it ionized gases. He coined the term plasma because these are so they're not like they're different than a gas because they're electrified, and he used the word plasma to describe these almost lifelike, self-organizing behavior of these ionized clouds in the presence of electric currents, magnetic fields, foreign bodies that are inserted to them. You put a foreign body in them, and it surrounds them and double sheaths it, and that's what he discovered, and it's named after him. He invented the Langmuir probe, still used today. Now, let me explain what these double layers are. One of the most important properties of a plasma is its tendency to isolate one section from another electrically by a wall of two closely spaced layers, one of positive charges, the other of negative charges. And a DL, as it's called, or double layer, is where the strongest electric field in any plasma will be found. The plasmas will isolate themselves from foreign intruders by surrounding themselves with a double layer as a protective sheath. So you plunge a sphere in there, and the plasma will enclose it, if you will, with a double sheath. And that has some very unusual behavior I'll come to in a minute. Well, after Langmuir, then Langmuir, he invented a probe that was a way of measuring what's going on inside the double layer. That's called a Langmuir probe to this very day. It's a clever device that he invented. But here's the big guy. This is the guy who's just a legend. He just died in 1995, Hans Alfvén. And he was the first to predict the large-scale filamentary structure of the universe back in 1963. Now, there's two things about that. They've known about this some time, on the one hand, over 40, 50 years, 60 years. But it's also interesting, these fathers of science are recent. They're our generation, so to speak. Maybe not yours, but my wife and I, anyhow, okay? So science has gotten contemporary with plasmas. He first proposed the mechanism for the acceleration of cosmic rays, now known as the Fermi mechanism. He was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics in 1970 for his work in magnetohydrodynamics, a closely related field. In February of 1981, 11 years after the Swedish electrical engineer Hannes Alfvén won the Nobel Prize in Physics, he published Cosmic Plasma, a book which has been largely ignored by the astrophysics community. That's what's so amazing about this. People aren't open to new ideas. This was seen as a threat, then they dismissed it rather than embraced it, or even just evaluated it. Yet our space probes have since confirmed his views. Over 99% of the universe is composed of electric plasmas, and they obey the same physical laws as small laboratory plasmas do here on Earth. Okay, now that little thing down there, the little toy we showed you, is just a toy, really. Don't confuse that with a laboratory thing, which is far more elaborate, but nevertheless. Then we have Anthony Peratt, author of a book called The Physics of the Plasma Universe, Numerical and Experimental Contributions to High-Energy Density Plasmas and Intense Particle Beams, Explosively Driven Pulsed Power Generators, that sounds like weapons to you, Lasers, Intense Power Microwave Sources, Particles, High-Energy Density Phenomena, Z-pinches, I'll come back to that, and Inertially Driven Fusion Target Designs. At Los Alamos National Laboratory from 1981 to the present, serving the Applied Theoretical Physics Division, Associate Laboratory Directorate for Experimental Programs, and a scientific advisor to the United States Department of Energy, where he served as acting director for national security and so on and so forth. His large-scale simulations of the Maxwell-Lorentz equations yield results virtually indistinguishable from astro images of actual galaxies. You want to see a few? There they are. These are simulations he's done in the laboratory demonstrating the same behavior, and I won't go through all the step-by-step what's going on here because it gets into some other issues too. But basically the main point of this is his simulations in the laboratory fit the behavior that we observe in the heavens, millions of light years away and all that. Well, back to the atom that we talked about before, as you know, we went through this, that if you take the volumetric ratio of what's going on in the atom, you've got a ratio of physical things to space, the same ratio as 1 second has to 30 million years. It's mostly empty space, but what it is, it's electrical charges. It's electrical field. That's what's really the relevant thing that's going on here. And we talked about how molecules, we did this just by way of review from last time. We'll keep moving here. If you cool the plasma, well, first of all, you have these molecules that start attracting electrons. When they pair up, they cool down, they pair up, they become a gas. But that's a different thing. The gas cools down, it becomes a liquid. And as the liquid cools down, it solidifies what we call a solid. And if this happens to be a H2O, then it's ice, and it shows up in the crystalline form as one example of that structure. Now, these 4 states of matter, solid, liquid, gas, plasma. Plasma is the most disordered, random aspect. As you cool it down, it gets more orderly. Solid is very, very orderly. If you heat it so it's fluid, it gets a little disorderly, it's called liquid. It doesn't have a shape. And then you get the gas where it'll just expand to whatever volume is available. And then you have the plasma, which is a creature of its own kind. And that's what most of the universe is, plasma. And so the effects of gravity on a plasma are minuscule. They're eclipsed by the electromagnetic forces on them, which we tend to the 39 orders of magnitude difference. The entire volume of our entire galaxy is filled with diffuse clouds of magnetized plasma that is electrically charged ionized particles. 99% of all plasma, of matter in the universe is plasma. And last time we looked at Andromeda, when you look at that in infrared, you begin to see the electrical behavior that's actually accounting for what's going on there. And M82, again, if you look at it, it depends what frequencies you're looking at, that'll determine what you see. Here you begin to recognize that you've got electrical factors going on enormous distances away from these that are affected by that. They're behaving together. It's interesting to me that in Job, God gives Job a science quiz in chapter 38, a very interesting chapter, but one of the things he challenges Job about, canst thou bind the sweet influences of the Pleiades or loose the bands of Orion? Well, you can quickly do some calculations and you discover the stars that make up those constellations are so far apart that gravity isn't binding them together, and God is challenging Job. Who do you think you are? Can you explain what ties that together? No. He knew nothing about plasmas. In Genesis 1, we have the waters above the firmament, the waters below. Waters is the Hebrew term mayim. Does it mean really waters, or could it include plasmas? And that's something I'll let you sort out for yourself. Here's another galaxy where you can clearly see the electrical effects, and we'll understand that better as I get into plasmas. Now, the Maxwell equations are these 4 equations. They're differential equations. I spare you the math, just to give you a flavor, though, that they relate the electric and magnetic fields to their sources, their charge density, and their current density. And these equations can be combined to show that light itself is simply an electromagnetic wave. Photons of light or photons of an RF signal, they're photons. The interactions of the electrostatic and electromagnetic forces are non-intuitive. In other words, they behave in ways you wouldn't suspect unless you've played with them a little bit. The forces are orthogonal to the fields. You have a field, the force that field has is 90 degrees in a different direction. We think of a force, if I'm pushing on this, you're expecting it to yield the way I'm pushing. No, if it's a magnetic field, the force is 90 degrees to that. The resulting plasma of these things then take on a unique aspect as a composite body with a very distinctive character of its own. And that's what throws us. In the individual, the equations are known as the Gauss's law for magnetism, Faraday's laws of induction, and Ampere's law with Maxwell's correction. And there's another law, the Lorentz force law, that with this package you have to master if you're going to be in electrical engineering, and they do. But applying it to this is then more easy to do because you'll have some intuitive feeling for how those laws work. The Maxwell-Lorentz law, and there it is for those of you that are curious about it, simply says the acceleration, what they mean by that, the time rate of change of momentum experienced by a particle moving with a velocity v in a magnetic field B that is carrying, is simply the sum and then the product of that. It's very straightforward. No d squared divisor here. As these get stronger, it gets stronger. The force experienced by the particle will be at right angles to the direction of its velocity. In other words, the magnetic field is in one direction, the velocity of the particle is in another direction, the magnetic force of the proton is yet. These are all orthogonal to each other, which makes it hard to visualize until you've played with it a bit. What engineers quickly learn is what they call the right-hand rule. If you take your right hand and put your thumb in the direction of the current, your fingers are pointing in the direction of the field around it. If you have a field that's changing, then you'll have a current. If it's increasing, the current will go this way. If it's decreasing, it'll go the other way. But the point is, the right-hand rule allows you to connect the field around that wire. If you have current going through, it'll create a magnetic field. If you have just a wire and you have a magnetic field and it's static, nothing happens. But if the field gets bigger, either stronger or weaker, current will occur. If it's getting stronger, current will go that way. You get the idea. Okay. So plasma turns out to have 3 different modes. There's a dark current mode. You don't see it because it's invisible. There are plasmodes around us probably that we can't see because they're very low intensity. The Earth's ionosphere, except during auroras, that's when they become visible. The ionosphere is what allows us to send radio waves around the world. If you send a radio wave, it goes out into space. But if you hit the ionosphere and it bends it, it's a form of plasma. It's invisible. You don't see the ionosphere. But if you're radio ham, you know when they're there. It's old news. The electric current in a dark current mode is very, very low current. If you get more current, then it starts to emit light. And that occurs in auroras. That occurs in emission nebula, in the sun's corona, in comet trails. Those are plasmas that have enough energy that they're glowing. You have a fluorescent light. You've got plasma operations going in. That's why it's cold. It doesn't get warm. But it's because it's the plasma effect that's giving you the illumination. It depends on the brightness, the intensity of the current, and the density of the plasma. All those will affect, depending on what kind of atoms, what color it is, and so on. Neon lights are an example. The color depends on what gas is being ionized. Well, then there's the third mode. That's the arc mode. And that's what we think of as lightning, for an example. Extreme brilliance and wide spectrum. Electric welding. So when you see someone with electric welding, you never look at it with your eyes. You can ruin your eyes doing it. That's why they wear special glasses. But an arc welding is a danger to spectators. You should understand that. The sun's photosphere. You never look at the sun directly. Lightning and sparks are another example of that. And now they're characterized by twisting filaments and also a lot of ultraviolet and radio frequency as well as what you can see. Now what they discover is a thing called the Z-pinch effect. High-intensity electric current passing through a plasma will take on a corkscrew or spiral shape. That was discovered by Birkeland.
The classic astronomy people, I put the word Birkeland current on there, but you notice on the diagram itself that I got from one of the astronomy sites, doesn't have the word Birkeland at all. If you look carefully, it talks about Peterson currents down there. Just earlier this year, in 2014, there was an announcement that galaxies actually formed on strings, delicate strings. Well, I maintain that those strings are electrical currents. And these electrical currents have been found by radio telescopes, and consulting my notes, at 326 megahertz between the Coma cluster and the Abell 1367 cluster. These long strings of Birkeland currents do indeed exist, and they have been calculated because of the strength of the surrounding magnetic fields, that those currents have a magnitude of somewhere in the order, get ready for this, of 10 to the 19th power amperes. We're talking big currents, and they do indeed exist, and they do connect stars within galaxies, and they do connect galaxies in intergalactic space. The currents that we see and can take pictures of, sometimes they're quite jagged, sometimes they're quite beautiful, but other times they're quite straight, quite regular. There's an example of a very regular current. I won't call it a Birkeland current because, and many people disagree with me, one of my best friends disagrees with me. I think that a Birkeland current is different from a force-free current. A force-free current in space is a current that is going along undisturbed, but any current anywhere will create a magnetic field. And so that current in space will create a magnetic field through which it itself has to pass. And if it does that, there's guaranteed there's going to be a force called a Lorentz force, which depends on the cross product between the current density and the direction of the magnetic field. And if there is a force, it's like, kids in a school bus. You're trying to get them down to the party or the lake or the convention or where you're taking them, and they're fighting and boisterous. And eventually, if the bus driver is good enough, he'll get them to shut up and sit down in the back and keep quiet. That's the way I think of one of these Birkeland currents. And a force-free Birkeland current is one in which the internal stresses and strains and forces and pushes and pulls have been yielded to. In nature, we always hear this thing about water flows downhill, water will seek it, things will go to a lower level if you let them. Well, that's what's happening, in my opinion, in these cosmic currents that are left alone. They reduce themselves to a force-free minimum energy, not zero energy, because obviously there is current in that. This is far from a force-free current, by the way, because it's a very powerful Birkeland current, really. But eventually it will settle down to that force-free state. I should say that the force-free current consists of the current density and the magnetic field. And the magnetic field and the current are in the same direction. So if I speak of the current, I'm talking about the magnetic field and vice versa. What's happening here in that you can see that twisted helix, there is a magnetic field component that's axial, that goes in the same direction as the current, and one that wraps around. And after doing some studying on that, I came up with a model. Unfortunately, the model that I came up with, was very proud of, I just found out a couple of days ago, was already derived by another gentleman whose name was Stig Lundqvist. Stig Lundqvist, I think, was a friend of Hannes Alfvéns in Sweden, and he derived this model for the force-free current. He called it a Birkeland current. What you're seeing here, it's very complicated looking, but the red line, the big one, is the power, the force, the strength of the magnetic field that is in line with the direction of the current. The second curve, and I don't know if you can see it, it sort of peaks out here. It's a greenish one. Forget the third curve, it doesn't mean anything. But that second curve is the strength of the wraparound magnetic field. So out of all that complex up and down, what do I want you to remember? What I'd like you to remember is that where the red curve, that is the strength of the magnetic field along in the direction of the current, it goes through a zero. See it right there? If I can hold my old shaky hand steady. There's a zero there of that magnetic field in the direction of the current. At that point, the wraparound field is at one of its, or pretty close to its maximum. The first one isn't quite exactly on, but the rest of them are. When the red curve goes through zero, the green curve is at either a positive or negative maximum. So what does that mean? Well, I got a couple of pictures here that try to show you what it means. The blue teal-colored arrows are the magnetic field as a function of if we back off away from the axis of the current. So the first picture there is what the magnetic field looks like right down on the axis, right on almost in the center of the Birkeland current. It's straight. There is no wraparound field. Remember in the picture, the red thing is way up, the red curve is way at the top, but the the wraparound field hasn't gotten started yet. Well, if you pull it back a little bit away, pull back a little farther, like to step number 2 there, you can see that the wraparound component has begun to be seen. The straight component is getting weaker, and eventually you get to a point, well, somewhere between shot 3 and shot 4, where the only magnetic field you have is a wraparound. In fact, what happens, and I won't bore you with any further detail of that, well, unless that's sort of, I don't know if that gives you a feeling of the wrapping that happens. As you're close to the axis, the magnetic field is in the direction of the current, and then it begins to twist, and it begins to come back this way, and eventually will go back that way, and in fact, it will wrap in all directions around the current, the main current stream, much like a Roman fasce. The old Roman the fascist symbol. You take a bunch of reeds that are in by themselves very breakable and very tender, very bendable, and if you push them all together and then wrap them with leather in a spiral, and then when you get up, wrap them back the other way in leather, and then wrap them this way in leather, and then wrap them back the other way in leather. Eventually, if you do this enough times, you get something that's as strong as a steel beam. That, I maintain, is one of the reasons why we do indeed see these cosmic currents, they're called stellar jets, that are in almost an absolute straight line and last collimated. They don't spray out like a garden hose, but they last for, well, there's the one out of M86 is 5,000 light years long, and it's just a plain stream of electrical current in space. So that is the picture of, at these very, what should I say, discrete radii, and those numbers there are just arbitrary, but it gives you a feeling for the fact that the first one out, the one that happens at 33, the radius of it is 33, is a clockwise spin. Then you go out to the next one, it's counterclockwise. You go out to the next one, it's clockwise, and then counterclockwise, and then clockwise. So that wrapping is what I think is one of the most important properties of the force-free current. There is no, in these force-free currents, there is no matter concentration. You don't get what you see in the Birkeland current there, those double sheaths as they came down into the North Pole of the Earth. That doesn't happen here. There is no matter separation, no matter concentration in a force-free current. But what can give you matter concentration is the so-called famous magnetic pinch, or Z-pinch. There's also a different type of, in the Z-pinch, there's a theta pinch as well. And what happens, you can see there, the blue is the go-around type of magnetic field. The red is supposedly the current. If the magnetic field gets stronger, it's like tightening your belt. It squeezes it and squeezes it and squeezes it. And eventually, if it squeezes it so far, there's liable to be a reaction. And that is a very famous picture. And if you've been here before at all, I'm sure you've probably seen me or somebody, Wall or someone, put that on there. The image on the left is a real astronomical image. It's the Ant Nebula. It's well known. The middle one, I think you'll recognize, is essentially an indication that what I'm telling you is not fairy tales, that this pinch effect really does happen. And what was done in the laboratory is to put a tremendously high current pulse down through that conducting aluminum can, and the current going down made a wraparound magnetic field which squeezed the can. And that's exactly, you can do it with a stream of water from a kitchen faucet as well. If you pass a current down through the water, you can actually squeeze the stream. Let me tell you what I see in here. What I see when I look at this picture of the Ant Nebula is I see one of these currents, and I see that here at the upper end of it, the current, the plasma is not too visible. It's sort of getting into the darkish mode where you don't see things. And as you come closer to the center of it, as you come closer to the site of the Z-pinch, the plasma gets brighter and, of course, changes shape. And I think that that's exactly what the mechanism that causes the Ant Nebula is the one that crushed the Pepsi can. So it's a Z-pinch on a cosmic current that does that. There's another diagram that sort of shows it. The idea here is that if the Z-pinch is a relatively mild pinch, it can produce those magnetic field lines that actually hold and give stability to the current. Stronger Z-pinches can initiate a discharge or a short circuit.
And it's famous. They call those now Birkeland currents. They most often occur in pairs. They tend to compress between them any material, ionized or not, in the plasma. And that being pinched in there is called the Z-pinch, just a name for it. And cosmic matter that you see out there tends to form an abundance of filamentary, stringy structures. And the initial velocity, if a particle is perpendicular to the magnetic field, the path the particle takes is a circle in the plane perpendicular to that field. Great. However, if the velocity of the particle is at a slight angle different than 90 degrees to the magnetic field, perhaps slightly in the same direction of the field, the path will then be a helix or a spiral. If it's exactly perpendicular, it makes a circle. If it's slight angle, it makes a spiral. It's logical, okay? The stronger the field is, the smaller the radius of the circle will be. No matter what the initial direction of the current stream, it will end up following the direction, of course, of the magnetic field. And here's what it looks like. In other words, if you got, they come in pairs, and they'll twist themselves into what you and I would call a helix. That's showing on the left side of that diagram. If you have a bottom view, you see not only are they weaving together, they're tightening themselves together, and what gets caught between them is anything caught there, whether it's plasma or not, gets squeezed. It gets squeezed hard enough to become a material. It may be ionized, but then it moves to the solid state. And that's the way you can start to create planets electrically, okay, as an example, or parts of them. The Birkeland current, both in the laboratory and in the cosmos, a pair of such spiraling currents will be observed. The interlinked pair will at first be magnetically drawn together, but after a certain proximity is achieved, a force of repulsion is generated that holds them apart. This configuration turns out to be extremely stable. The resulting tightly wound pair is called a Birkeland current. That's a term used for these pairs, these filamentary pairs. The attractive and repulsive forces acting on this pair of currents creates a twisted, constricting cylindrical volume inside the spiral where extreme compression of matter can take place. When this occurs in cosmic space, the associated plasma filaments can be observed by the radiation they emit. It isn't necessarily in the visible range, but it's measurable. We also have a thing called the Markland convection, when several different chemical elements are contained within such a region of compression. They don't mix homogeneously. They tend to distribute themselves radially according to their ionization potentials. They have an electrical ionization potential, and that will determine how they rank order themselves. 24 volts, it's helium. 13, it's hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen. 11, it's carbon and sulfide. And then you got the metals, ferrous and silicon and magnesium and so forth. This is called the Markland convection. We think of convection in terms of heat and our heaters rising. So this is different. In plasma physics, it has to do with their ionization potentials. We discover that space is not what most people assume. It's not an empty vacuum. We discover in the Bible it can be torn in Isaiah 64. It can be worn out like a garment, according to Psalm 102. It can be shaken in Hebrews 12 and Haggai 2 and Isaiah 13. It can be burnt up, Peter warns us in his second letter. It can split apart like a scroll, Revelation describes. It can be rolled up like a mantle in Hebrews 1, or like a scroll in Isaiah 34. Are these just figures of speech? I don't believe so. I think they're glimpses. This is metaphors reign where mysteries reside. Many of these things might be mentioned by a rabbi as a remez, a hint of something deeper. Let's talk about this idea of rolled up in a scroll. In order for something to be rolled up, there has to be a dimension in which space must be thin, and in order to be rolled up, it must be thin in some sense, and yet it must be able to be bent or rolled. So the very fact it can be rolled up implies there's an additional, whatever space dimensions it has, there's an additional one for this to take place in. If you visualize space as 2 dimensions, you can see it rolled up. But we know that space is 4 dimensions. Okay, then it's to be rolled up, it must be 5. There's got to be a space in which a dimension that space that can be accomplished. So there is a direction in which it can be bent toward. Thus, there are additional spatial dimensions, and 10 is a current estimate by some. Max Planck in 1911, and then Einstein, Stern, and all recognized that this pervasive energy was a universal phenomena and intrinsic to space itself. There's probably, I wouldn't be surprised if you'll find probably less than 1 in 100 astronomers that know anything about the zero-point energy. There's a lot of people, unless you're into physics in this way, you probably wouldn't know anything about it. Through the work of Heisenberg and others, it began to be understood that Planck's constant was actually the measurement of the uncertainty in the position of atomic particles. All atomic particles are being battered by that energy, and therefore their actual position is ambiguous. It's a statistical issue. In 1962, it was realized that this uncertainty of position was caused by the battering of this zero-point energy. People talk about the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, and most people talking about it don't know what they're talking about. What they describe is correct, but it isn't the cause. New Agers pick up on this and apply it philosophically. No. It's a specific physics phenomenon. The energy is independent of temperature or mass, and that's a shock to many people. In 1987, Al Puthoff showed that the electrons stayed in their orbits and did not go either spinning out or spinning in due to expended energy, precisely because of the energy they received from the zero-point energy. Using 25 different methods, 475 measurements on 11 different related quantities confirmed the following. And by the way, the basic, you all know about E equals mc squared. E is for energy. This is the Planck constant. E is equal to the Planck's constant times the speed of light. What they've discovered is the speed of light slowing down, the Planck's constant increases. The mass of all the atoms increase. But always such that the product, the energy, stays the same. That's a recent discovery. Planck's constant, h, is increasing, and the velocity of light is decreasing. The energy, of course, stays constant. There's no energy made or lost. It's the fixed. But what we discover, as the speed of light's been slowing down, the mass of the atoms are increasing, among other things. So we discover that space has properties. The zero-point energy is about 10 with 95 zeros after it, ergs per cubic centimeter. It has permittivity. It has permeability. These are engineering terms, but there's a dielectric constant, there's a magnetic constant. These are all out of Maxwell. It has an intrinsic impedance. Any amateur radio knows that you have to tune your antenna to the impedance of space. It has properties of its own. Not because of the atoms that are in it. The space itself has properties. It can be stretched, like the Bible says. The velocity of light at creation was over 10 to the 10th power faster than it is today. Currently, it's at the speed of gravity, and all that is changing, strangely enough. Well, let's get to epistemology. We talked about epistemology a little bit. Let's go to epistemology part 2, if you will. The final frontier of all sciences we now discover. You study advanced science, you'll quickly discover whatever field you're in, you're going to get confronted with what's called the information sciences. The boundaries of our reality are information. Quantum physics, the Heisenberg, Schroeder's cat, and all that business has to do with information theory. Microbiology. You're going to go into the microbiology, you're going to quickly discover your world is full of coding theory, switching theory. The DNA is a 3 out of 4 error-correcting code. And they can't explain the origin of life because they can't explain the origin of information, which is the antithesis of randomness or the absence of information. And the whole idea of the intelligent design debate is insanity, because by definition, randomness is absence of design. You can't attribute design to randomness. You're stepping on your own foot. Randomness is the absence of design, and when you find elegant design, it can't be attributed to accident or randomness. So that's another refutation of evolution. In the astrophysics, we have now the fabric of space. It turns out to be an information issue. We now are discovering, or beginning to suspect, maybe more accurate, that our universe is holographic. It's like a giant hologram. It's a giant illusion. That's what David Bohm, a confrere of Einstein, wrote about because he was with Einstein. They were good buddies, but Bohm came out of the plasma world. He was known for his work in plasmas, and he's the one that has first formulated that, and now it's starting to gain credibility because of the discoveries they've made at the GEO 600. And so we're now talking a lot, what we've been talking about is the plasma universe. It's interesting to me, as my personal field has been, in obviously a very modest way, the field of information sciences. And because of that, I've always been attracted to Psalm 19. We'll just take a few verses of it. The Psalm of David. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork. Day to day uttereth speech, and night unto night showeth knowledge. There is no speech nor language where their voice is not heard. Their line has gone out through all the earth, and their words to the end of the world. Wow. Notice something. The heavens declare, the firmament showeth it. Day to day uttereth speech, night showeth knowledge. There is no speech nor language where their voice is not heard. Their line has gone out through all the earth. Their words, you realize that every phrase in here is one of information. One of the titles of the Messiah is the Logos, the Word. There's an intimacy between the declaration of light, the first quote in the Bible, let light be, is all tied together. The line has gone throughout all the earth, and their words to the end of the world. That's obviously larger than the earth. What's larger than the earth? The solar system, at least, probably a galaxy, you name it. In him he hath set a tabernacle for the sun. The sun has a role, a place, which is as a bridegroom coming out of his chamber, and rejoiceth as a strong man to run a race. The sun is running a race? Yes, because we're going to discover the sun is not a thermonuclear bomb going off somehow. It is a light bulb. His going forth is from the end of heaven. And his circuit, the sun has a circuit. Sure, the Bible says so. From the end of heaven and a circuit to the ends of it. And nothing is hid from the heat thereof. Really? That's interesting. Sounds like thermodynamics to me. And we can go into all this and the locations, but we'll discover when you study the location of the sun, it happens to be in a place and with a dimension that makes discovery possible. If it was closer to the center or further from what, you would not be able to see the star. There'd be all kinds of problems. And if you look at the sun in a total eclipse, we discover the corona, and we also discover the spectroscopy upon which all of astronomy is based. But wait a minute. Why do we have eclipses of the sun? You probably have no capacity to imagine how precise that had to be engineered to have that happen. Let me show it to you. It was designed to be discovered. You have the sun, you have the moon, and you have us on the earth watching this, okay? It turns out, in order to have the moon exactly obliterate the sun alone and let the corona show around it, it has to have a relationship in both size and distance that's precisely right to do that. If it was a little larger, it would totally blot out everything. You wouldn't see anything. If it was a little smaller, what was left would blind you. It happens to be just the right size that it acts like a silhouette of the moon so that you can see the corona. And discovering the corona, you put a prism, you discover, ooh, there's spectra. And from the spectra, you discover you can tell what the chemistry is, and on it goes. So the distance between the eye and the moon, and the distance to the sun, and the radius of the moon and the radius of the sun have to have a relationship, precisely that. And the reason I put D1 plus D2, because I couldn't make the diagram clear to have D2 start with your eye. So the distance from you to the sun is D1 plus D2. That's just an artifact of my diagram here. But the ratio, in other words, the ratio of the distance to the moon to the distance of the sun and the radius of the moon has to be exactly precisely that in order for us to discover the corona. Was that just an accident? I don't think so. It may surprise you, the temperature profile of the sun is not what you suspect. You have the photosphere, that's the part you can see, the chromosphere, which is the part that surrounds that, and then the corona. If you look at the temperature profile, I got temperature on the left, and it's logarithmic, and it's in degrees Kelvin. And to the horizontally is the height above the photosphere. The temperature goes is higher in the corona than it is in the chromosphere or the photosphere. You wouldn't think so, would you? You think it's hot and it would cool as it goes out. No. It turns out it's hotter in the corona as it goes out. Why? Because it's electrical. So you don't get away from this gravity mentality. Let's talk about the voltage profile of the sun. I got voltage vertically here, again, against altitude, and we discover that it is pretty steady relatively until it gets to the chromosphere. Then the voltage drops like mad. Visualize that like a cliff that's going off. It's going to accelerate in speed, and on it goes. And if you're an electrical engineer, you recognize that it's almost identical to the profile of a transistor, a PNP transistor. It's not only as electrical, it's very recognizably operational as an electrical phenomenon.
Alrighty guys, now I know I didn't talk a whole lot during this video, and the biggest reason for that was there's just so much that I wanted to cover, and we're still only scratching the surface on what I would really ultimately like to include in this series. But at the same time, I'm struggling because I don't want to overwhelm you guys. I mean, we're already at about 5.5 hours into this video, and I think I have sufficiently laid the groundwork. I think you guys at this point have a firm understanding of the basic concepts and the general idea, and some of you probably even by this point understand the direction that I'm kind of going in. So what I'm going to do is in the next section, okay, in part 3, I'm going to go into the actual theory, okay? So it's not going to be so much of external clips, it's going to be more of me just lining everything out and putting all the pieces together and really diving into the book of Genesis and explaining in particular and specifically the creation narrative that is depicted in it. So I hope you guys are excited. I'm excited. I think it's really going to start making a whole lot more sense when you read the book of Genesis after you guys hear my theory. And like I said, that will come in part 3. Now that we've laid the groundwork, you'll have a much better, fuller, richer appreciation of this theory that I'm going to be laying out. And part of the reason that I want to go through a lot of this stuff is some of these theories that I will be combining in order to formulate this theory, this overarching theory, are theories that most people have never even heard of, like plasma cosmology, or even, the canopy theory type of thing, or the expanding Earth. I mean, some people don't even know who the Nephilim were. So I had to address a lot of this stuff, and I know I was kind of sporadic and all over the place, but I hope you guys enjoyed it. Get ready for part 3, and thanks, and God bless. Oh, and one last thing, if you guys would like to help fund this project and future projects, please make sure that you check out my Patreon page. Links for that will be in the description down below. Thanks, and God bless.